And we're live. Wherever you are joining us from today, welcome to our first ever Global E-Commerce Unlocked, AVASK brand new quarterly broadcast helping you to navigate the complexities of e-selling in 2022. My name is Mike and I'm the Head of Partnerships here at AVASK. I'm delighted to be hosting today's broadcast, the first of many to come. And today's session is called The State of E-Commerce in 2023 and Beyond. We will be covering everything that you need to know about to put your business in the strongest position for the year ahead. Each session you will watch today is bespoke to a particular area of e-commerce selling that is integral to the success of your business. There will be 7 sessions today covering everything you need to know effectively to sell in the international e-commerce world. And our first session will be focusing on customs, imports and exports, which will be hosted by Frederick Stanley. Freddie will take you through a range of topics from turmoil in British politics and the war in the Ukraine to the effects of trade wars and the key shipping strategies that you need to undertake for the year ahead. After Freddie, our second session of the day will be hosted by Ellie Hansen and Yuri Leal as they cover environmental legislation. So environmental taxes such as EPR, which is Extended Producer Responsibility, have had an increasing impact on the e-commerce industry, and this is being adopted by an increasing number of European countries, including the UK. During their session, Ellie and Yuri will discuss the adoption of EPR in Germany and France throughout 2022, the introduction of the UK Plastics Packaging Tax, or PPT, to start the UK's EPR efforts heading towards EPR compliance in 2024, the extension of German waste electrical and electronic equipment deadline from January to July 2023, and of course we'll be covering what all you need to know about the first time annual filings that have taken place this year and the implementation of additional countries' EPR requirements between 2023 and 2025. Following Ellie and Yuri, we'll be discussing international tax compliance with Emily Ireland and Ellie King. Ellie and Emily will cover OSS and IOSS. This is the legislation that was rolled out in 2021, and throughout 2022 we saw the tax offices starting to catch out with the roll-up and the many pending queries on the matter that were being resolved. Postponed VAT accounting was also launched in France in January 2022, and they will also cover marketplace strategy and knowing your market, and reminding us that sometimes the obvious option is not the right option. Consistent compliance to avoid shutdowns, ensuring a company is in a sellable position, will be covered, as will looking ahead to 2023, and where Emily and Ellie will discuss making sure that you're holding a valid intra-EU VAT number in Spain, not just a local one. Amazon are looking to suspend accounts without an intra-VAT EU VAT number. Until now, it has been Germany and the UK who have been the leaders in ensuring compliance or accounts will be suspended. We will likely see further countries taking this strategy forward in 2023. Therefore, ensuring you have all the numbers you need and are up to date with the compliance is of the utmost importance. After our tax compliance session, I will be joined by Mike Cass, the Director of Sales from SellersFunding, where we will be discussing how to keep your e-commerce business ahead with the various funding solutions that are available to sellers in 2023. We will then refocus our attention back to the accounting world. Accounting is a key part of any business, and e-commerce industry is no different. Join Christine Lawless, Timothy Nelson and Hatice Donmez as they discuss how international markets can affect you as an e-commerce seller. Their session will include reversal of the mini-budget intended to create stability in the markets. Making tax digital has been delayed by another year. While taxes are due to increase over the coming years, the pre-warning allowed businesses opportunity to start planning now. We'll be covering Trump tax laws versus changes by the Biden administration, and not to mention the international recessions, the tax increases and the cutbacks on spending. Following on from our international accounting session, we will be covering the requirement-based solutions of your business with Abby Franks, Chiara Bozzella and Alice Wakefield. They will be covering a 2022 year in review, post-Brexit ongoing effects, UK applications, EU sellers are now being treated the same as international sellers, Changes to application timeframes, UK increasing, the Germany's improving and reducing, France for international is increasing a lot, and a lot of other current considerations. Making tax digital for the UK, we will be covering login credentials and taking over considerations if looking to switch VAT provider in the new year. The do's and don'ts, the documents, and the predictions for 2023 will also be covered. Amazon trends will be covered, along with Sweden and Belgium. The registration requirements and timeframes. What does this realistically mean for a seller? And our final session today focuses on the exploration of marketplaces with Piera Piera, Natalia Ignasfinity, and Laura West. They will be your guides through the ever-changing marketplace industry, and they will cover opening of new fulfillment centers, Amazon Accelerate, which was hosted by Amazon in Seattle, and AVASK was there by invitation. Introduction of the first ever Prime Early Access sale. What does it mean? What should we anticipate? Alternatives, big promotions for other marketplaces. We'll also cover the comparisons between marketplaces. And we hope that you will leave today's session armed with valuable information to help you continue expanding your e-commerce business in 2023. If you're not able to join us for the entire session, you will be able to replay every session on our AVASK YouTube channel, and highlights reels will be released in the near future. From all of us here today, we'd like to wish you a very happy new year, and we hope that you find that this new session is of great value and importance to you. And we're going to kick straight off with our first session, which is Freddie Stanley from the Customs and International Trade team.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good morning, hello, and good afternoon for those who are joining us across the other side of the world. My name is Frederick Stanley, and today we're talking all about customs and international trade. So thank you for tuning in, and I won't keep you waiting for long, as there are a few subjects we'd like to go through today. We're going to focus on the turmoil in British politics and how that has influenced international trade, the humanitarian crises, looking at things like Russia and the Ukraine, COVID, inflation, the US-China tensions, CDS, and what changes were implemented, looking at the Chinese New Year and different approaches you as a seller can follow, and also the VAT deferral schemes which are in place across the EU and UK. So today we've got quite a few subjects that we want to tackle. And I will quickly go through the presentation with yourselves. So we will be focusing on initially about the effects the businesses were experiencing through the British politics. I've got a little bit of a timestamp here in one of the graphs on the left-hand side. You can see that businesses, or specifically UK businesses, and the confidence in British politics had a bit of an up and down. especially at the beginning of the year, mid-COVID, and so on and so forth. So we'll be focusing on that and looking at the political influence businesses would have to either adhere to or prepare for within this presentation. We'll also look at things like currency fluctuations. So naturally, if you are trading cross-border, that is always a bit of a sticky situation that you need to prepare for, especially when your main currency, may it be the pound, may it be the euro, if that then loses leverage against other currencies. So we'll be looking at some subjects and political influences that can then influence other bits and bobs around the world of international trade for yourself. We also, gosh, sorry, my eyesight isn't amazing, but we also wanted to talk about the expectations and rates of the markets within Europe. So we're looking at the central banks. I'm just going to move my laptop a bit closer. The central banks having thought that the inflation was temporary and transitionary outside their central or their control, apologies. So what we will be focusing on not only is your central bank system that your country has to look at, but naturally also what can cause rises in inflation. In the UK, in the previous year, we had a look at quantitative easing, which was a system that was introduced. You may recall back in 2008, and what the differences are between quantitative easing and quantitative tightening, which is something that is a little bit more current, which has been implemented back in 2022, and now we're seeing effects of it in 2023. The main concerns of inflation and expectations, which then raise for you, or which then influence you as a business, and then further market expectations that we can learn from. So if we have a look at some of the knock-on effects from things like the Suez Canal and what we can take from that, and as well as how politics have influenced the shipping industry in 2022, we can have a look at this heat map to begin with, where you can distinguish the different trade routes that most of the importers follow when sourcing products from different countries, right? What we want to look at is diversifying risk and mitigating risk for these certain situations, such as the Suez Canal crisis, right, which has majorly influenced most of our sellers. Politics had also a significant impact on the shipping industry within the European Union, so not only the UK, in which they introduced a new regulation aimed at reducing carbon emissions from ships, which required all vessels operating in EU waters to meet stricter emission standards. This led to replacement of older ships and resulting in increased cost of shipping companies, right? So naturally, the international trade bit and the shipping tariffs that you had experienced in previous years, not only through COVID necessarily, where you saw a major influx in prices, but also that has influenced these. Additionally, in the EU, imposed tariffs on goods imported from certain countries have affected the global trade routes. Shipping companies had changes implemented within their systems about certain types of goods being transported. These new regulations and tariffs had a significant impact on the shipping industry in itself, in which companies having to adapt their operations to comply with the new rules and navigate the changing landscape. What we also want to explore is how EU and UK politics have influenced it. Now, I've touched upon it slightly, and I've said a lot of words, but not a lot of consistency was in them. So what we're looking at is actual politics that played major role in shaping international trade. Naturally, with the United Kingdom leaving Brexit and that whole transition period from December 31st, apologies, to 2020, led the UK leaving the EU single market. Now, this isn't any news to you, but the actual customs union, which had led significant impact on their trades between the two entities, and major fluctuations between the negotiations that were in place. The EU and the UK had to negotiate new trade agreements, which caused disruptions in trade flows, as new tariffs and quotas were put in place, as well as the rules of origin. Now, these had systematic changes within imports into these two countries as well, or different regions. The UK also left the EU VAT system. So the UK, for instance, when we're looking at EORI numbers, now needed their own EORI number when you're looking to import and export goods. Now, that was a change that most businesses had to adhere to relatively quickly if they wanted to remain compliant within the actual trade of goods. What we're also going to discuss is the different approaches companies can follow within their trade policy. These actual trade policy created further changes in businesses. So the EU emphasized on environmental and social standards, while the UK was more focused on reducing trade barriers. The differences led to different regulations and standards that companies had to navigate through when trading between these two entities. And the UK also had to establish new trade agreements with other countries, which led to changes in the global trade. For UK-based companies, for instance, the actual international trade with the routes that they had to follow changed massively. So, for instance, if you're looking at importing from the EU to the UK with goods manufactured in the EU, you now had things like REX numbers becoming a requirement, in which they now had to get further registrations on your imports, right? So actually telling the customs authorities that there is goods over a certain value manufactured within the EU moving over to the UK. Now, that's not something most companies had to adhere to previously. What we also looked at is for the politics of the EU and UK, which influenced international trade. As the end of Brexit transitioned, the different trade policies of the two entities led to disruptions in trade flows, changes in tariffs and regulations, and new challenges for business. So what we focus on is how businesses can develop for international trade. Businesses looking to develop international trade in the European Union and UK, and then navigating those challenges and opportunities presented by the Brexit changing trade policies of the two entities. One key strategy for businesses would be to stay informed and up to date of the new tariffs, quotas, and rules of origin. And then also, naturally, looking at the actual transport costs of the goods. Now, we did discuss a few of the inflated costs that came about from COVID and all of the changes within the shipping routes that were then influenced by, let's say, congestions or whatnot. There is actual upstream ahead, so there is good news. The dipping of costs from shipping is something that we have experienced personally as well. What we tend to look at is how we can best support sellers. So naturally, we have to be informed in the A to Z approach to all of the shipping industries. So what we look at is the actual prices, so sourcing from different countries into the UK or Europe, and then looking at, okay, the trends currently are telling us X, Y, and Z, therefore the market will change to X, Y, and Z. So the UK and EU had changes in their global trade routes, and the companies that do trade internationally had to be prepared and adapt to seek out new opportunities for the trade and investment. To take advantage of these new opportunities presented by the EU, which is the emphasis on environmental and social standards, companies could consider investing in sustainable business practices and products. This can help them access new markets, increase their competitiveness, and reduce their environmental impact, which in essence is a win-win for everyone, right? With new regulations coming in for EPRs, or how much of packaging you use for your products, or how you actually recycle your products. Those are all factors which we see as a trend that will influence the actual sale of the inventory as well. So it would be wise for businesses to consider forming strategic partnerships and collaborations with other companies, as well as seeking support from trade organizations and government agencies. This can help them better navigate the complex trade landscape and gain access to new markets and resources. So in 2023, for businesses looking to develop for international trade, you need to stay informed, diversify your trading partners, adapt to new regulations and standards, and take advantage of opportunities presented by the different trade policies of the two entities. This is especially crucial if you're looking from sourcing from, let's say, a single country at this time, and then you've noticed, okay, well, because there are now tensions between the two markets or between the two countries, my manufacturing costs has increased, my import tariffs have increased. What do you do? Depending on your product, you can actually have a look at diversifying your places of manufacture. So diversifying places of manufacture for your businesses actually allows you to benefit through various ways. If we have a look at risk mitigation, diversify the locations in which you produce your manufacturers can help businesses to mitigate the risks associated with relying on a single manufacturing location. So this can include risks such as political instability, natural disasters, supply chain disruptions caused by, let's say, war, or if it's a Chinese New Year that all of a sudden caps your importing or your trends that you normally follow within importing will be disrupted by such world events. So looking to diversify these naturally give you certain benefits to them as well. In addition to that, cost savings, right? So as it's such a numbers game, with naturally shipping being an expensive sport, as you'd say, diversifying manufacturing locations can also help businesses to reduce costs by taking advantage of the lower labor and production costs in different regions. So if you're used to sourcing all of your products from China, maybe look at places like Vietnam, India, who are also emerging markets and also massively into manufacturing, and then take advantage by actually sourcing them from multiple areas. Now, with that, naturally, you have to build relationships with different places of manufacture, organizing imports. So that can be a timely endeavor. However, there are not only service providers out there who actually support you with that, but also there is so much knowledge out in the e-commerce market where you can actually take advantage of, because most of the research has already been done. Naturally, by diversifying manufacturing, you also have access to new markets in which you can provide business with, or two actually. So having your diverse markets in which you can sell to allows you to comply with different regulations, standards, and maybe conformities that your competitors might not have tapped into. So you, as a new seller, naturally have a competitive advantage there as well. And if your product sells within a region, if you then broaden that scope, making it more accessible for more people, naturally your sales are going to go with that as well. Supply chain resilience is also a beneficial factor that many companies should look out for. So with the diversification of manufacturing, companies have a more resilient supply chain in which it helps you maintain the production and continue to serve your customers even if disruptions occur. So what you have with Chinese New Year, that there is a period where you cannot export goods from a certain area. Now, you don't want to have all your eggs in one basket, and where you all of a sudden you're reliant to import everything previously, and then bit by bit sell off your products. And then naturally, because you diversify and you don't only source from one place, the resilience of trade policies also play a massive role. Diversifying locations help you adapt to the changes for, let's say, EU trade, because let's be honest, the past 2-3 years have been somewhat of a roller coaster due to the amount of tariffs and amount of different regulations that have been implemented, changed, and all of a sudden made mandatory for everyone with maybe not the most accessible information at times. So having these, having the resilience in place that allows you to adapt to these changes quickly helps you also to continually access your markets and maintain profitable. And with that comes innovation. So naturally, with your product not developing at times, that can also lead to a drop of let's say, accessibility or requirements. So being innovative with having different manufacturing locations actually allows you to be more open-minded and have maybe different strengths in technology as well. So diversifying to enable businesses or yourself to tap into this knowledge always brings about new ideas and products to the market. So in summary, diversifying places of manufacture allows you to reduce costs, access new markets, build supply chain resilience, adopting trade policies, and fostering innovation. Now, to me, that sounds like a good policy to follow for 2023, especially if you're someone who's maybe up and running and you've got a standing relationship with your customers. It's always something to make use of, right? So what are some strategies companies can adapt to in 2023, right? In 2023, what most of you would look at is how to engage internationally. So having trade enabled for you on an international level requires you to be adaptive on the ongoing challenges and opportunities presented by these changes of regulations. Some strategies that you can adapt to is stay informed, naturally. If it's contacting AVASK, because naturally we are the ones that have to stay up to date to then consult with our clients on. So it's a good source of knowledge, even if you're not 100% sure. With that comes naturally, if you are sourcing from different places and countries, stay informed about the rules of origin, the tariffs or quotas. And this also includes the knowledge about trade agreements between different countries and regions, as well as regulations and standards that apply to their products and services. Diversify your trading partners and explore new markets with these new opportunities for trade and investment in different regions and countries. You are investing in a sustainable business practice for your business to run and for your products in itself. This should allow you to access new markets, increase your competitiveness, and reduce your environmental impact, which becomes more and more important, especially with a new focus on the environmental impact companies leave, not only through the product sales, but also of the manufacturing and sourcing, so the actual transport. So forming strategic partnerships, collaborating with other companies, maybe, and also seeking support from trade organizations, government agencies, or associations. This can help you navigate the complex trade landscape and gain new access to markets and resources, right? What we also want to look at is investing in logistics and supply chain management to streamline your process of international trade and making it more efficient, right? So once you've considered diversifying, you allow yourself to mitigate risk, reduce costs, access new markets, build supply chain resilience, and ensure that you have the necessary skills and knowledge to navigate complexities of international trade. With that comes costs of shipping, right? So that's also something that you have to adapt to. What I like to do for my clients at times is actually have year-on-year reviews. So when we look at the companies as a whole and look at their performance, having that special or extra bit of guidance in how you as a company can actually develop strategies that would suit you on a more tailored aspect actually allows you to focus on certain areas that your business is, let's say, lacking or could benefit from. And then actually with that, because you can, with the year-on-year reviews, you actually have a good understanding about the trends and it within the market. So if there are certain products that are more seasonal, or if there are products that you have loads of sales from but don't generate enough revenue, but then you've got products that sell less of but generate more revenue, all of that you can see, or you can build strategies on in order to help you with your trade internationally. What we also look at is just-in-time delivery services, which you see with companies such as Toyota. Additional benefits to storage algorithms, which we all know of the Amazon sellers of the world, which you sadly have to adhere to, is naturally you can only sell or receive more storage capacity if you sell your product quick. So just-in-time strategies actually help you with that. So if you plan with either shipping directly to your FBA, or if you want to drip feed from a 3PL so that you can benefit from that just-in-time more accurately, then that's something that I would follow. And then naturally the Protero principle, which tells you which of your high-selling products you can look at, which you then sell more of. So these year-on-year reviews, we mentioned that there are certain products that sell either more of but don't generate too much, or the ones that generate more but you don't sell enough of. Following Protero principle actually allows you to look at the product SKUs and see what works and what doesn't, right? Naturally, what we see a lot of is that there is a number of SKUs that sellers have, but not necessarily all of them would be something that you want to continue selling, because there's either a lot of returns on them, or they don't jump or don't cause too many sales within the market. So it's a lot of time that you have to focus on and spend before you can actually see a return on it. And that's something we want to stay away from. So if you are someone who likes risk mitigation, such as myself, I don't like to be reliant on a single source. So what I like to do is actually have an approach that has lots of variables that you can, as a company or an individual seller, benefit from. So if it's an omni-channel approach, for instance, so not only selling on places like Amazon, Wish, or eBay, but also looking at different marketplaces that are maybe more local. So if you have at, for instance, Allegro or Wall in the Czech Republic, having those local marketplaces actually allows you as a seller to diversify your customer base, and your SKUs that might not do well on one market might do extremely well on the other. And actually, as you've already invested a lot of resources in the product itself, you want to see it work. So it's always good to have a look at what different marketplaces there are out there. Look at the statistics about which marketplaces actually perform well. And then from that, you can look at product categories and if there are certain trends to them. So if they're seasonal, or if they're just constant money makers or anything like that, right? Customer retention is also something I like to look at, which can come into many forms, right? So you have to look at what the customer naturally wants from your product, but also what they could benefit from immediately. So if you say that your product is greener because you've looked at what is more beneficial in the actual recycling of the product, or the manufacturing itself, the practices that you follow are better, then that's something I would jump on, because in the next few years, I believe that we will have a massive increase in conscientious purchases. And then I think actually with utilizing promotions is always a good idea. So you've got things like Black Friday, and then for events like the Chinese New Year, there are certain products and product categories that you can benefit from more than others, purely because the market is going into a different direction to what you as a seller might need, right, or sell. If you are also looking at these promotions and when you should prepare for them, so when you're looking to import, or what quarter, for instance, because naturally, if you've got more demand in a quarter, then prices will fluctuate depending on that as well. So maybe being almost overly prepared in some cases will help you in the long run. And then if you look at different company figures, or figures to which countries have got a population of X, Y, and Z, and how you can benefit from them, is also something that I would look at when you're doing your research, right? So you want to look at, is e-commerce actually something that this country is doing more regularly? Is that something that they are looking at following, or is that within their culture, right? So because some countries might not be as overly developed and they only have their local retailers have like a website and that's how they do their shopping, instead of doing, oh, Amazon will naturally go in X, Y, and Z, therefore it's fine. But what we like doing is also looking at the revenue each country generates in the e-commerce world, right? So with that, you'll have your split of marketplaces, and which marketplace is dominant, which one is dominant for a specific product category. All of that is something that I would put some research into when you're looking to export goods or import goods, and then naturally also sell to, because that fits with your client profile that you should always look out for. So are there actually solutions in place? We've spoken about a lot of the mishaps of turmoil and rise in prices, which have now dipped, and then inflation. But there are solutions out there, such as the Internationalization Fund, which is specific to businesses in the UK, but I'm certain that EU countries will have something similar you can adapt to as well. So with that, you make use of the government support that you can get, right? And then with running promotions, you naturally stay competitive when comparing to your competitors. Diversity and liability mitigations are always a strong strategy to follow. So if you are running promotions for places like, we'll look at Amazon as a marketplace, just purely because if you are taking part in these events like Black Friday, for instance, it drives a lot of traffic to your website. So if people see maybe products on marketplaces, they might go on other marketplaces to compare. If you've got your own website, that naturally helps as well, and then also increases your sales through different product types and your brand as a whole, right? Discoverability is always good. So being part of these big promotions and events allows you to stick out more, which is exactly what you want, right? So how do you maximize your impact of these promotions? You look at which ASINs usually go well. You look at promotions, so sponsored products, marketing, using the right images with the relevant backgrounds, for instance, and improving your detail pages through localizing your goods. Because what we see a lot of is that you make a product global, but you don't actually localize your product. So making a global product local with either the descriptions or relevant in many cases as well. So that's always something to explore, and it's always worth considering when you're looking at different different cultures in the world, because not all products actually make sense. And then from my personal experiences, changes in consumerism, which we've seen a lot of, with sustainability of the products in itself. So quality has changed massively. What we noticed that through COVID, what we look out for is more conscientious about the actual quality of products. So if something feels flimsy, naturally you wouldn't be a returning customer, because now with cost of living rising and everything, you want something that lasts, right? So you don't have extra money to spend in areas that you maybe would have normally. And then changes in brand awareness naturally comes with the sustainability side of your products as well, becoming greener. Now, I did want to leave some time for a Q&A. So what we're going to do is actually focus on that now. And I'll be happy to take some questions on that you as a listener may have for. So Caroline asked what sellers can prepare for in terms of delays in logistics. So how do you prepare for delays in logistics? There are certain reoccurring events that you can look at that you can actually prepare for better. So for instance, a big giveaway is Chinese New Year. It's a bit of a recurring event, and the past we've seen sellers solely relying on your Chinese manufacturer and not maybe doing market research into the different countries that you can take advantage of. Some cases maybe even look at local sourcing, purely because you're saving on the transport time as well, which you might see a delay of otherwise. So if you are wanting to explore these options, it's always worth of, okay, do I have to, let's say you're in the clothing industry, do I have to source all of my clothes from China and then come back and say, no, Bangladesh, Vietnam, India, they are actually somewhat leaders in those categories as well in terms of manufacturing, because production costs are so low, and the actual movement of inventory from these areas might not be all too different. And then we'd also look at, okay, well, currently maybe full container loads are although pre-COVID levels, with prices now, we would actually look at, well, at the moment, less than full containers loads are more competitively rated, or just single pallets. And then just to get you over that special season that could cause delays, you don't need to order your max capacity every time, right? But with that come different strategies that we would like to sort of look at within your company as a whole. So it's always worth having that initial bit of consultancy from our side. So if you're looking to explore these options, I would always say get in touch. And what we would do is actually have a consultancy session with yourself, do a bit of a review of what you're currently doing, and then say, okay, well, in the market, from personal experiences, we're seeing a lot of our clients doing X, Y, and Z. Have you thought about that? And then if they say yes, but then we can think about different strategies. Yeah. I've also got another question coming up saying, what is ATS? So that is actually a very specific promotion for okay, sorry, this question was skipped. UK-based seller does not need anything else except for EORI and VAT number on EU store goods in EU. So that is not entirely correct. So as a UK seller, you will need the local VAT number if you're storing goods within Europe. You will need the local VAT number and the European EORI. So essentially what you've got in the UK, you'll have to mirror that. It changes when you're actually selling distantly. So from that country where you're storing in to then selling into a different country. What we would then do is look at if it's a direct-to-consumer trade or if it's something that's on a marketplace, and then give relevant VAT advice on that as well. Are there any competitors to the Canton Fair for sourcing small home appliances, particularly outside China? Excellent question. There are actually groups out there that go around different countries going to these fairs, and there are different. I think there are Facebook groups actually in which you can just join, and what they do is they plan these trips together as a group and learn from each other whilst they're at these fairs. So absolutely, they are different fairs as such. And I would explore these group chats because sellers are naturally more of an inviting group to join. Everyone wants to help everyone in this industry, which is always really good to see. And then we've got another question. I've heard of a promotion with Amazon Transport. Yes, sorry. So I've heard of the promotion with Amazon Transport Services. Can you tell me more? So that is the ATS promotion, Amazon Transport Services, in which it focuses on the trade customs border between EU and UK. So what we saw as soon as Brexit hit is that the inflated prices of international trade went up, naturally, because it is now an international trade, right, with the customs border in place. So this promotion actually tackles that. And for anyone who sells on Amazon and doesn't feel like paying for international trade, I would look at that, because Amazon are covered from that international aspect. So if we maybe have a look at the question that was asked earlier about the EORI number, look at options as such, because when you are comparing figures for selling internationally, transport and logistics are a huge part of it and are sometimes underplayed. These margins will influence your pricing strategies that you might have to adhere to. So Amazon Transport Services is absolutely something that I would look at, specifically for smaller parcels, transporting or shipping internationally. I think at this stage, that is all the questions we have. If you've got any questions that come up afterwards, always feel free to reach out to us through the AVASK group, Facebook groups, LinkedIn, Instagram, any social media platform, or naturally by email. So I would also look at reaching out to you personally. So if you do have any questions that we might not have been able to answer directly, please feel free to reach out, and we can schedule a call or two and then figure out what's best practice for yourself. Thank you very much. I think that's it from me today, and hopefully I brought some value to you. And if not, let me know, and I'll try and do better on a one-to-one. Thank you very much, guys.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thanks, Freddie. That was really insightful. Personally, I found the export figures in Germany really interesting, and I definitely think it's a market to keep an eye on in the future. Now, of course, when you're exporting products, it is extremely likely they will have packaging on them, and most likely the packaging is made of plastic. Well, with the rise of environmental policies in the last year, particularly in the UK, France and Germany, you may need to make additional contributions to offset the carbon emissions for any packaging and products that have an impact on the environment. So with that in mind, our next session discusses the rise of eco-compliance contributions across the globe and how they have transformed the online retail market. Don't go anywhere. We'll be back at 11:30 with Ellie and Yuri, who are both in our Green Transitions team.
3, 2, 1.
Hi guys, we are live in Brooklyn, and honestly, Vanessa, it's so lovely to meet you
Nice
in
to meet you
person.
too.
We've always followed each other on
Yeah.
social media, and I love your content.
Thank you so
So,
much.
tell me, what should sellers be focusing on in 2023?
Well, 2023 will be a year of a lot of focus on profitability.
Yeah,
So I really think that every decision that a seller will make moving forward will be very conscious about how profitable would this decision be.
yeah,
And because of that, our sellers will need to be making tough decisions, like letting go that 3PL that is not working, or ending a relationship with a partner that is not giving the most amount of ROI,
Yeah.
or finding that person that will really move the needle. But I do believe that 2023 won't be a year of a lot of exploration. We had that before. We had the exploration. Let's try the new thing and see what
Yeah.
sticks.
Yeah.
I don't think that's the case anymore. It will be very profit driven.
yeah,
And for the sellers that don't do that in 2023, it will be basically over,
Yeah.
or it will be very, very rough for them. So I do believe that, and this is my biggest recommendation for anybody here that is trying to grow or maintain the business.
Yeah.
Is just don't try the little new shiny thing that will 10x your business magically.
yeah,
Or if you're gonna try it, be very mindful of how profits or how the profitability or ROI will come,
Yeah.
because it's not gonna be easy for sellers.
it's not going to be easy. So this is exactly how I feel, and I don't know in your business as well, because with us from a business point of view, we felt like last year was a year of relearning. We were relearning new things. We were sort of like trying in new things, our clients as well coming on board, and now we feel like we've done the groundwork in 2022, and now it's time that we sprint for profit.
Yeah,
That's what we are doing.
Exactly, exactly. And this is one of the things that I'm hearing everybody talk about. It's profits. It's
Yeah.
not about 10x the revenue, because
Yeah.
I met a seller like in this conference that he told me like, oh, last year they did 3 times more than 2021,
Yeah.
and they didn't have profit. Like there was no profit in that
Yeah.
business. So that's when you realize like growth rate or growth revenue is not necessarily profit.
Right,
And this year will be very clear that profit is the key of the conversation.
Absolutely. So, expansion into Europe. What are your thoughts about those sellers that they feel like, you know what, I am at a good level. I know what I'm doing from a product and marketplace point of view. When do you think a seller should look at monetizing other Amazon platforms?
Yeah. I mean, when I like to grow in the States as much as possible. So
Yeah.
if you're on Amazon and you're in the States and you have a healthy business with potential of expansion, I'll look into other marketplaces
Yeah.
and other regions. But one main thing, and I don't know, Melanie, if this is the case for some of your clients, but
Yeah.
I've seen a lot of sellers that try to make the jump with the exact same product, with
Yeah.
the exact same value proposition, and people don't use the things that they use in America for the
Right.
same thing.
Right.
So I see sellers failing
Yeah.
with a bestseller product in America, and they're like, "This is the most amazing product in America, selling super fast."
Yeah.
But then they went to Germany, and nobody buys that.
But that's
you know?
down to research.
Oh yeah, of
So
course.
there isn't enough research, and I think in 2020, I would say 2020, 2021, 2022, we saw sellers sort of like maturing from a knowledge point of view. And there was more research that was put in when they
Yeah.
were looking to launch a product, to launch a new service. So the maturity, I would say that it's very important, but also make sure that you have that research. Use Helium 10 if Helium 10 is a tool that
Yeah.
you want to use from a product point of view, but there's other tools that are available out there. I would say in order for you to make sure that you are really maximizing your knowledge before you launch in any other country.
No, totally. I mean, that's what I feel that sellers need to be very careful,
Yeah.
because the success in the US marketplace doesn't mean success in Germany, doesn't mean a success in Italy, Spain, UK, like
Right.
it
Right.
doesn't.
It doesn't.
So be very careful, and obviously partner with somebody that knows everything about Europe. The
Absolutely.
VAT and the, like, I know that there are so many regulations in Europe that we don't see in the States.
Yeah.
So, and I also noticed that some sellers get intimidated by that. They're like, no, that's way too complicated.
Yeah.
And I'm like, yeah, but your competition is also, thinking the same, and they're not going after. So if you go, you have a competitive advantage. So partnering right, like that's super important.
Yeah.
But everything comes down to research, and I don't believe that we are in a year of making a lot of discoveries.
Yeah.
Right. If you're gonna try it, you're gonna commit to it, and you're gonna
Yeah.
do it, and you make it
Yeah.
work.
Yeah.
Because if you're gonna, oh no, we're gonna do it to test it, save that money, put it
Yeah.
in PPC, like do something else, but don't waste it.
Yeah, fantastic. So, Vanessa, if people wanted to contact you, people wanted to follow you, because I know honestly, she is the boss. She's the boss lady. How do people find you?
So LinkedIn, it's Vanessa Hung. You can find me there. That's my favorite social media now. I post every day, and that's like super cool. The
And some
interaction,
great content.
yeah. Instagram is at Vanessa. No, sorry, it's Vanessa Hung.
Yep.
And then Facebook, Vanessa Hung. And if you want to go to a website where you can see all of my social,
Yeah.
it's also in onlinesellersolutions.com. That's the
Fantastic.
name of the agency.
Yep.
What about
fantastic.
you?
So me, I'm available on social media. I would say Facebook, it's melanie.shabangu, and on as well in LinkedIn. I do post on LinkedIn, but I just find that Facebook is easier.
Yeah,
That's where
it is.
all the groups are. And email, it's melanie@avasgroup.com. Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Do you know what? Be ready. It's a consolidation year, 2023. So let's
100%.
take things very serious. Let's take our businesses to the next level.
Yeah.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hello, everybody, and welcome to the EPR section of today's quarterly broadcast. I hope you're enjoying the session so far. My name is Ellie Hansen.
And my name is Yuri.
And we're going to go through everything you need to know about new eco-taxes and the environment. So EPR stands for Extended Producer Responsibility. And I'm sure if you've been selling on the e-commerce space at the moment, you're very familiar with this term that's been popping up over the last couple of years. So it stands for Extended Producer Responsibility. And what that means is it's an eco legislation that requires producers to take responsibility for the goods that they're putting onto the market. So if you're manufacturing, importing, or selling into Germany and France at the moment, it's necessary for you to register for separate categories to get your unique identification numbers in order to be compliant. Yuri, I believe you got some stuff to discuss today, so do you want to go ahead?
Yes, of course. Thank you, Ali, and hello, everyone. To fully understand EPR, you have to understand that there are several categories where each product can correspond to one or more. There are three, let's say, main categories which are found in both countries, Germany and France. And these are packaging, WEEE, and batteries. These are the only categories in Germany, while in France, there are currently up to 15 different categories in which your goods could fall into. This includes textiles, toys, sport equipment, and more. We will go into the details of this category later anyway. The basis of EPR relies on identifying the categories the product you sell correspond to. Once you have identified the corresponding categories for each category, you need a registration number, as simple as that. It's important to know that your product can fall in multiple different categories in any country, Germany or France. For example, if I was to be selling mobile phones into France and Germany currently, I will have an obligation to register 6 individual registration numbers, one for packaging, WEEE, and batteries, for each of the two countries. To obtain each number, we have to provide a sale forecast based on EPR categories. For example, if our category is packaging, we will have to forecast which materials and what volumes we will introduce in these countries. At this point, the authority of each category and country will generate an eco contribution based on our estimation. Once the eco contribution is paid, you will get the number, and then you can compliantly sell in these countries. At the end of the year, if you have sold more than expected at the point of registration, you will pay the difference in contribution. And if you have sold less, you will get a credit for the following year. What happens if I sell other products during the year that weren't forecasted at the registration? If this product falls into the same category that we have registered, it is sufficient to add the product to the annual filing. However, if they fall outside the scope of already registered categories, when you will need to register for that category as well. If the filing frequency, in the other hand, is monthly, as the case for electrical product, then the list will be kept updated. The most common filing frequency for EPR is annually with a mid-year check. Currently, only WEEE is monthly. This registration, be aware, can take 1 week to more than 12 weeks, depending on the category and the country. And I would like to remind you that in addition to France and Germany, there are new countries introducing EPR, which we will discuss further. Since 2022, all categories are mandatory in France, but in Germany, currently, only packaging is required under the updated legislation, as the WEEE deadline was extended from January 2023 to July 2023. That's a good news.
Some excellent news, and thank you, Yuri, for explaining all of that. I think what we really want to do today is kind of go into the detail about what you've just discussed, because I think where EPR is so different to kind of all of the other legislations that we've got at the moment, it's definitely something that I know has been popping up over the last couple of years, and people might not be completely informed as they are with sort of the basics of the VAT legislation that's been around for a lot longer. So you mentioned about categories, which I think is something that's really important to note. Exactly. Unlike other legislations, it's not sort of one number per country. It's very much dependent on the goods you're selling. And I think if we can sort of reiterate anything from this session today, it's very much, I think the message we want to convey is know your products, know exactly what you're selling, know exactly where you're selling them. know what countries have the obligations and what you need to do in order to be compliant in these marketplaces. So with these categories, like Yuri mentioned, at the moment there are 3 in Germany. So we've got the packaging, electronics and batteries. And the example that you used for the mobile phones is actually a really good one, because it just shows that if you're selling these goods into the 2 different marketplaces, it's not just one number per country, not just one number per category that covers you across the different countries, but it's one number per category per country. And I think obviously this is a very new legislation. It's the beginning of something completely different. The environment is a very hot topic at the moment, and I think we're starting to introduce these legislations, but they're not quite ironed out potentially the most efficient way that they possibly could be. So I'm hoping that in the near future, or maybe 5-10 years down the line, we'll be looking at sort of like amalgamating those numbers, so it then does follow the pattern of that, or you're looking at one number per category that covers you for all of the countries that kind of initiate this legislation. I think another example that is really good to talk about is one that I use quite frequently, and I know it's a popular one within us, within the team as well, is the use of the Christmas jumper.
Oh yes.
So the festive period obviously has just ended, but for those of you that were selling Christmas jumpers on online marketplaces, obviously you may have fallen into the trap of needing these unique identification numbers for the categories that your Christmas jumpers fall into. So we've got for Germany, obviously, if you've got the ones that are lighting up, you've got the ones with the.
I wish I had one of them.
Especially if you're selling in France, because you need all these different registration numbers. But you'd be needing packaging, obviously, because everything comes packaged. You'd be needing that electronics number and the batteries number for Germany as well. So you need to reflect that in your French registrations, but also because France has the obligation for textiles also, that is very important that they would need to be registering for that as well. So it's not just those 6 numbers, but it's now that additional 7th number. And it's just reiterating that point about knowing the products that you're selling and where you're selling them and what those obligations are.
And obviously, Ellie, like the responsibility obviously is on the seller, but we are here to help you, to help our clients on this process. So we will help you to identify what category your product can fall into in every single country, especially now that new countries are introducing.
100%. I think also what's really important to note, and you mentioned it earlier about the kind of process of how this happens and how we can support from the department that we have here at AVASK. So in order to register for all these different categories, there is a registration process that goes through all of them. So the registration is needed obviously for the different categories that we discussed, but the way in which these registrations work is at the point of registration, we also have to provide a forecasted filing. And this is tying into what Yuri was discussing about the contributions. And this thing that obviously there is an additional payment that needs to be made, which is potentially frowned upon because it's an additional hurdle, an additional step that you have to take in order to sell into these marketplaces. But I think what I just want to kind of say is obviously these eco contributions, as they put them, it's not a taxation. The money's not going directly to the government. The money is going directly back into the organizations, the companies that have been putting together these processes for sustainable selling, sustainable recycling, reusing those products, and also kind of like making sure that everything is done effectively. So 5-10 years down the line, we're still able to sell in the same way that we're selling at the moment. So what would happen at the point of registration is we would request a forecasted filing from you. So what this means is you're looking at, say we were registering for 2023 at the moment, we'd look at what does your 2023 look like in terms of sales? What were you planning on selling into France? What are you planning into selling into Germany, sort of at a unitary level? And also what's really important is the weight of these units as well. So something that slightly differs for EPR is we're not just looking at your sales units, it's not all about costs of sales, it's not about just the units that are going into these marketplaces, but about the weights of those goods as well. So I think if I use packaging as an example and where the 2 countries differ, German packaging, they very much take into consideration your primary packaging and your secondary packaging as well. So your primary packaging being if I was selling a pot of face cream, it would be the box that the face cream comes in. That's my primary packaging. It's the packaging that's immediately packaging that good. My secondary packaging would then be the box in which my marketplace, or if it's being fulfilled by one, or me independently, I'm making sure that that good is packaged in order to reach my seller. So it's sort of like your transit packaging, as it were. So Germany as a country take into consideration those two elements of packaging. And what they do is they look at the material at which that packaging is made out of, and then they also take into consideration the weight of that as well. So I mean, we were discussing this earlier. It's like if you're wrapping your goods in tons and tons of plastic, your packaging is then going to cost you far more than if you were to put it in a simple cardboard box and then just send it off to the seller. It's about making people aware of what you're putting onto the market and how that can be adjusted in terms of saving you slightly more in terms of these eco contributions. The way in which France slightly differs is they don't care so much about the secondary packaging. They're aware that that obligation is potentially more in the marketplace, but as an individual seller that's importing, manufacturing or selling into either France or Germany at the moment, that primary packaging is key in terms of how much contribution you're going to be paying to the authorities in terms of making sure that that is properly recycled. And then when it comes to that registration process, obviously that is all submitted to the authorities. And then once that number is received, there is an ongoing filing obligation as well. So what that means, and we're in the midst of it at the moment, it's the first annual filing. Like Yuri mentioned, filings are annual for all categories apart from WEEE in Germany. That is on a monthly basis. It's a monthly data submission with an annual payment as well. So what it means at the moment is currently we're in the midst of our annual filings. So the filings work on a calendar year basis. So we'd look at what did you sell last year from January to December of 2022. And that data would be put forward to the authorities and the calculation would be based on what those sales and those units actually weigh and how many of them were sold. So I think it's quite important to note about these filings, like obviously the forecasted filings is more of an estimation. It's very much sort of like, what do I think I'm going to be selling? What do I hope to be selling? Or am I going to be realistic and think, okay, last year was a bit of a difficult year in terms of selling, especially with the years of COVID that have just gone past. But what am I going to be selling this year? What is my future sort of selling year going to look like? And then making a kind of guesstimate about what that's going to look like as well. So that would be submitted to the authorities. At the point of doing the annual filing, this is where we need the actual raw data. So what marketplaces have done, like Amazon, for example, they've put together these reporting sort of platforms in which you can download reports directly from Amazon based on your Amazon sales, for example. I think what I'd like to reiterate is obviously these Amazon sales, these Amazon reports, they only cover your Amazon goods.
Exactly.
So the goods that you're selling on Amazon, they're the only ones that are covered. But if you're selling on other marketplaces, you're selling on your own website, it's still incredibly important to include all of those sales because your liability covers not just Amazon as a marketplace that you've downloaded the report from, but also say I'm selling on eBay. I know Wish are emerging into the European market as well. You've got your off Amazon, your sort of like own website sales that all need to be taken into consideration when you're submitting this to the authorities. So that's your goods at your unitary level and also at your sales level as well.
And again, Ali, sorry to interrupt you, but in this process as well, in the forecasting process, in AVASK, we give the tools to our client in order, we assist them in order to make sure that everything is forecasted and filed in the correct way.
Yeah, 100%. I think, and then once we've kind of double checked everything and that's all submitted to the authorities based off of the forecasted filing that you made at the point of registration, then the actual data would be submitted and that calculation for the eco contribution would be readjusted. So if you at the point of registration then anticipated you were going to have a slightly more successful year than you unfortunately have had, then that would be adjusted and you would be issued a credit note for the following year. And then if you've had a slightly more successful year than you forecast, and hopefully it's that way around, then you would just pay the difference based on what you forecasted and what you then actually did in that year. I think with filings coming up, and obviously this is a whole new legislation, it can be quite overwhelming when it comes to actually doing the filings and making sure that everything's submitted. And we are 100% on hand to assist with this. And also, like a lot of marketplaces, like I mentioned with Amazon, they have initiated these additional tools that can be helpful in order to help with that as well. But it's just, filings don't need to be sort of like this whole overwhelming thing. I think, like I mentioned before, it's not an additional like problem that has been put into place. It's very much a positive thing that's gone into the market at the moment. It's looking at how can we continue to selling the way in which we're selling to kind of benefit the planet, look at how we can assist in those sort of ways. And unfortunately, these countries, they do have targets to hit before 2030 in terms of being kind of carbon neutral or getting those environmental implications down. So this is just a step in the right direction, which is something I think we can touch on about the new countries, Yuri. I think at the moment, with France and Germany, there is just that obligation, and it hasn't spread. But over the next sort of 5 to 10 years, we're looking at major EPR revolution, as it were.
Expansion.
Yeah, definitely. So there's a major expansion planned for 2023 to 2025, and you're looking at new countries coming in. So, I mean, I'm just going to briefly touch on the UK. They've recently initiated UK PPT, which began at the beginning of April this year, which, although not relevant to all sellers at the moment, is certainly the UK's first step towards EPR and sort of making sure those efforts are being recognised. So what that is if you're selling 10 or more tonnes into the UK of plastic packaging only, so it's a plastic packaging tax not targeted on the cardboard, so 10 or more tonnes of plastic packaging only, and if you're manufacturing or importing that, and that is more than 30% of recycled products, then you are required to register. So it's really targeting sort of like the bigger manufacturers, the bigger importers, so your larger brands, which I believe will be sort of the model moving forward for the UK, and especially I think with certain other countries as well. It's about targeting the bigger companies, the bigger sort of polluters, as it were, and then working their ways down to maybe the smaller e-commerce sellers or the larger e-commerce sellers, but the ones that don't fall into the sort of larger brackets like John Lewis, Marks and Spencer's, that sort of thing. So UK PPT it's very much targeted at the larger sellers. It's £200 per tonne of plastic packaging that's going into the market, and that was as of the 1st of April of this year. What we're then looking at for the UK is expansion across 2024, 2025, where we're looking at sort of diving into the smaller sellers and the slightly smaller sellers and those larger ones. But that is all like legislation that's currently in the works at the moment. It's nothing concrete in place. And I believe if you were to go on HMRC and just check whether you have an obligation to start recording your data at the moment, there's no registration portals open, but there definitely is sort of the obligation to make sure you're noting down those goods that are going into the UK. And I think that's really important, not just with the UK, not just with France, not just with Germany, but and we'll discuss a little bit more about some of the additional countries that are coming up. But it's about knowing that model, about what's currently reflected in certain countries and applying that to all the countries so that you're fully prepared when these countries are implemented. There's no kind of slowing down of EPR, unfortunately. It is something that is going to happen. And it, like I mentioned, it's a positive step in the right direction, but it is something that people need to be ready for. And I think 2022, the beginning of 2022, when France implemented all of their categories, there was 9 at the time. It was quite overwhelming for a seller to have to suddenly sell on this market that had all these new obligations and people didn't know anything about it. So I know that we endeavour, and hopefully this is like an aim of today, and hopefully you have some questions that we can answer for you. But I think the aim is to really get that education out there about the different the different countries. So I think know the models that are in France and Germany, and then start to implement them to everything that is being reflected in these different countries. So with the UK coming in, we've also got Austria that is imminent at the beginning of this year. So they're following very much the same model as Germany. So there likely will not be any sort of pay on behalf schemes that are being implemented by marketplaces. It'll be very much a kind of hard deadline that will be able to that you'll have to input those numbers into a marketplace. You've also got Spain coming up in April, which they're looking very much at the packaging, the electronics, and the batteries. I would say that that is kind of a common model across multiple different countries that are coming in. So although France have got, for example, they've got tobacco, sanitary textiles, normal textiles, fishing equipment, etc. They're going for the very niche categories. What the general tone is across the board is that packaging is important, electronics is important, and then batteries is also important as well. So it's then following that pattern across the different countries. So what's really good is that we are then making sure that you know what you're selling into certain countries. So we've got Spain, Italy's also coming up, Sweden's also coming up. We've got Austria, like I mentioned, and Poland as well.
Yeah, of course. I know we are receiving a lot of questions, so I can't wait to answer all these questions.
Let's move to the questions then. I think we've covered everything we wanted to talk about. So let's dive into some of these questions and we can make sure that we get as many answered for you as possible. Let's start with question 1. So Yuri, would you like to?
Yes, sure. I will start with this one. We are planning to switch to compostable packaging for our product. Will this be exempt from EPR?
I think it's quite difficult to say at the moment. In terms of France and Germany currently, there is no exemption for recyclable kind of products or packaging. There, as I mentioned before, it's a very new legislation. It's a growing legislation. And just because it's not kind of in scope now doesn't mean that it won't be in scope in the future. I know that Germany are looking to introduce a new legislation for single-use plastics, hopefully starting sort of towards the beginning of 2024. It's not 100% been confirmed yet, but that kind of moves us towards looking at the more recyclability of plastics and the more compostable packaging that you can be using. So just because it's not at the moment something that is covered doesn't mean that in the future there won't be anything covered there as well. So I think if you are moving towards those slightly better, that packaging that is better for the environment, the compostables, the non-single use, there's definitely a step in the right direction, which is going to save you a lot of money in the future.
Yeah, exactly. And what is important to understand is that let's say, it's not a new legislation, but let's say it's quite new for the seller. So it's something that is in constant evolution, like something that like some rule that we can have today, it doesn't mean that tomorrow will be the same.
Exactly. No, that's a great question. Thank you. Really interesting. Good. I'm glad you're finding it interesting. If I'm starting a new business in France, do I need to register before I sell? With France is a little bit of a tricky one at the moment. I think with marketplaces, they have initiated these pay on behalf schemes or the remit schemes where they will sort of pay on your behalf for the goods that you're selling into France. So there's not an immediate sort of push from a marketplace perspective. What I would say, and I think Yuri, I think you feel the same way, is it's definitely worth independently registering yourselves. So know those products before you start selling, because you never know the data that marketplaces are submitting to these organizations. It might not be 100% accurate. It might not be 100% reflective of the sales you're actually making. But I think then obviously with additional administration charges, it's always good to have these individual numbers that you are in control of. You're in control of the data that's being submitted. You know that your liabilities are 100% covered because you're doing it yourself. I would say get those numbers before you sell. As we mentioned before, it's very much a guesstimate of what you're putting onto the market. It's a forecast of what you're doing for the next year. So as long as you know the products that you're going to sell and we can advise what categories that they fall into. It's definitely worth registering. I would just be aware that if you are going to introduce any further goods, then you're aware of those categories that the goods fall into as well, making sure you're registering them before they go into the marketplace.
And as well, Ellie, important the communication with the marketplace you sell onto, because like every marketplace can be different. So there's some marketplaces, even if you could sell the product without the registration number, some marketplace is mandatory. So it's very important to identify your category, the category you have in France first, and then probably see with the marketplace and then get the registration number before you start selling in France. It's definitely the best idea.
No, that's a great point. That's a great point. I think we've got another question. Do you want to take this one?
Are Amazon EPR report accurate enough to be used for filing? Are they responsible for the secondary packaging they use to ship our customers, FBA?
I think yes, the reports are accurate enough to use for filings. I think they've been built very much on the purpose to download that data directly, which is corresponding to the sales that you've made. Obviously, it wouldn't hurt to double check them. They are new reports. It's a new sort of system for Amazon where they're using these reports. But also just to reiterate the need to add any off Amazon sales that you are making onto these reports manually. We also provide reports in terms of filings for a template for any off Amazon sales, but they can just be added onto the Amazon reports as well. They are not responsible for the secondary packaging. As an importer or a manufacturer or a seller in Germany, in particular, you are responsible for that secondary packaging. So that packaging is also detailed on these reports. In France, not so much. It's not needed to be reported on, but definitely for Germany, you are responsible for that secondary packaging if that's something that you're putting onto the market.
I will see the EPR report more as a tool, okay? Then so it's something that it comes, is ready, and obviously if we double check them, is always a good thing. So it's more a tool than anything.
Yeah, definitely. Another question, excellent. I think you should also explain the differentiation between the first distributor and online retailer, because the first distributor manufacturer pays contributions for the primary packaging and the online retailer pays for the secondary packaging. An excellent point. So it's obviously, if you're manufacturing, importing or selling into the market, the person that is selling that first into the market does take on that initial responsibility. So for example, if I'm selling goods from a manufacturer that's based in Germany, then I can request my EPR number from that manufacturer. Obviously, with manufacturers, they obviously have lots of people that are selling from them. They're buying their goods from them and then selling them on. So those additional sellers don't have that obligation in order to register for EPR. Technically, however, if you are selling on a marketplace, obviously, like with VAT numbers, those VAT number checks at the moment, these EPR checks, they are relevant to the seller itself. There's currently a bit of an overlap in the legislation itself where you do potentially, the manufacturer would have paid for that good going into Germany, but then you also might have to fund the packaging that you're using. For example, like this question states, if the original first importer or the primary packaging has already been paid for, then you will need to pay for the secondary packaging as well. But I think it's about that communication with your upstream supplier. Can you use that registration number? Obviously, be aware if you're selling on marketplaces and they are looking for that match-up of the names to the account so that they can do validation. But just be aware of what you can what their obligations are as an upstream supplier, what your obligations are as a seller. Obviously, these can be discussed on a case-by-case basis. It's not applicable to everybody. If you're sort of importing from like China, for example, your obligations will be very different if you're importing from France or your goods are already in Germany. So it's definitely worth speaking to somebody that is a professional based on your case-by-case basis.
That's a very good question, by the way.
Yeah, it's an excellent question. Do you want to take this
next one? So what benefit is there using AVASK to manage our EPR requirement? Will there be a reduction in the onboarding costs with AVASK, as I already have our registration number filled myself so far? So yeah, obviously, yeah, I think we're not going to go in details now on prices, but obviously it's different if you already have this registration. So we can just take over, let's say, your registration, do your annual filing from a new registration. So from where we have to start everything from scratch. All right. So yeah, but as we said for the question before, every case is different, and this will be analyzed case by case with an agent and with a representative here in AVASK, but it's obviously different.
Yeah, and I think also in terms of the benefit of using a service provider like ourselves rather than doing it independently is it's less pressure off of you as a seller. It's a new legislation. It's not something that sellers are often familiar with. If there are any changes in legislation in marketplaces, then we are able to adapt to that rather quickly. And also we have excellent relationships with organizations. So we've negotiated discounts in terms of contributions that you might be, if you're doing it independently, you might not be able to take benefit of. So we've sort of worked with these organizations, we have partnerships with these organizations to create the best possible solution for you guys if you were to use us as a service provider. So I think there's multiple sort of reasons as to why it's potentially a better solution to go with a service provider that is able to help navigate you through a new legislation.
And then last but not the least, there's some categories like the WEEE category where actually does not allow you to do your registration by yourself if you're not incorporated in the country. So if you're not incorporated in Germany, example, you'll not be allowed to do your registration by yourself, but you need an agent, you need an incorporated company representing you.
Yeah, that's a really good point. Actually, each of these different categories have different nuances, and it's best to get sort of somebody to overlook the sort of picture. Obviously, packaging is quite simple, but in terms of expansion of that packaging category, there is definitely some need for advice when it comes to new legislation.
Yeah.
Lovely. Yuri, do you want to take this one as well?
I am selling iPhones in Germany, and they are shipped from the UK. Do I still need to register, or I can use Apple's EPR number?
So if it depends, you're making that sale. So you're taking those goods from the UK into Germany. That sale is occurring in Germany. Therefore, it is necessary for you to register for your EPR numbers. If you're doing that registration, if you're selling that good, there is a need for you to register, especially for sort of WEEE, the batteries, the packaging. You need to make sure that you're covered. That good is obviously an Apple UK product. If you were selling from sort of buying the goods from Apple Germany, it would be a different case and it would be a different thing that we need to look at. However, because those goods are coming from the UK into Germany, you own those goods when they're coming into Germany. Therefore, that sale is then going to be made by you. So when Apple's goods are in the UK, it's not really hitting any legislation that is to do with your EPR sort of liabilities. But when you're moving them into Germany, when you're selling them to the end consumer, it's you that needs to take care of those. So definitely register for an EPR number. It's something that you'll need to take into consideration.
And as well, coming to what we were saying before, it's always good to double check with the marketplace you are selling it, because some marketplace actually, even if there was the possibility to use your supplier EPR registration number, some marketplace do not allow to sell under other EPR numbers. So for some marketplace, you will have to do the EPR registration by yourself, even if you could use your supplier's number.
Yeah, it's just going back to that sort of overlap of that legislation.
Exactly.
It's something that's progressing every single day. Like we have changes on a weekly basis of how we need to implement things and how certain categories are changing and the outlook of what they're going for. So it's definitely something that is set to change in the future, but at the moment there is a slight overlap. I've got another question here. Will there be more countries soon that sellers will need to register for EPR? Yes. So going back to what we discussed earlier, so we've got the implementation of the UK, we've got Austria, Sweden, Spain have started doing something from the beginning of April.
Poland,
Italy, and like I mentioned before, it's very much looking at those three core categories. If your goods are falling into those three core categories, then it's something that you need to take into consideration for expansion. Obviously, I believe Turkey are also getting involved at the end of the year as well. So it's something that, if you're selling currently in France and Germany, obviously every good is packaged. Otherwise, regardless of whether it's primary packaging or secondary packaging, every good is packaged. Otherwise, you're just handing it to your end consumer at their front door. But that packaging is going to be reflected in every single country. So Europe's such an exciting marketplace. It's such an exciting place to be selling because there's so many opportunities. But just know about what's happening in terms of where you're going next. Are you selling in Austria? Do you need an Austrian packaging registration? What are your implications in Spain? Do you need to register for something there? Are there any additional categories coming in? So I think 2022 and 2023 have been very exciting in terms of development, but it has been contained only to the two countries. Where it's starting to get a little bit more exciting and a little bit potentially more complicated is with that expansion over Europe, essentially. So just if you're selling in Europe, it's a fantastic place to be in terms of sales. There's so much scope for selling, but just know the legislation. And I think that's going back to what I wanted to sort of reiterate. If you leave us with one message today, it is know your products inside out, know where you're selling them, know where they're going and what you have to cover in order to be fully compliant, because this legislation's new, as I keep mentioning, but it doesn't mean that there won't be further implications. I think the implications at the moment have been not being able to sell on a marketplace, so delisting at the point of a marketplace imposed deadline in order to meet authority deadlines. But what that then means is there could be financial penalties in the future, but I would almost argue that being delisted from a marketplace is obviously it's very difficult, and it's potentially worse than having a financial implication, because it means that you're no longer able to sell anything. So you won't be able to relist products without this number. You won't be able to kind of continue selling your products. So although you're not getting a bulk fine based on penalties of not being registered, it's almost something a lot worse. So yes, there is a massive expansion going on, but just be aware of what's going on, I think, is the message.
And another benefit, coming back to the question before, another benefit using AVASK example for your EPR registrations is that you don't just go to one authority. There's not just one place you go and you can do all this registration for all this country. Every country is a different authority. Yeah. Every country is a different registration. And some of these organizations, they just speak the language of their country, of course. Like in Italy, they will probably speak Italian. France, they speak French, of course. And so we are. So it's not always that easy to do the registration by themselves, especially for that. So yeah, that's another benefit.
No, definitely. I think we've got another question here, Yuri.
So if I send my products directly, do I have to pay for secondary packaging?
So secondary packaging is a funny one. It doesn't just cover those that are sort of like fulfilled, like using Amazon as an example again, but using packaging that's fulfilled by Amazon. It's not just your marketplace packaging. It's any packaging that is sort of used to protect your good whilst it's in transit to the customer. So it's very much dependent on the model in which you use. So I think if you're looking at sort of what packaging you're obligated to report for, what your liabilities are, it's very much, again, on a case-by-case basis, but it's looking at what is your product immediately packaged by, which is your primary packaging, and then your secondary packaging is making sure that that good goes directly to the customer. So depends what you mean by directly, if that product is packaged immediately or whether it's going in a cardboard box to your customer. But I think we've had such great questions.
Yeah, thank you so much. Thank you so much, everyone.
It's been really great. And I hope if we leave you with one message, know your products, know exactly where you're selling them, and find out as much as you can about the implications in certain countries, because it's on the rise, but it's only a good thing.
Yeah, thank you so much, Ellie. Thank you so much, everyone.
Likewise. Have the best rest of the broadcast.
Thank you, Ellie and Yuri. It's definitely important to consider greener solutions, not only for the planet, but your business too. If you have any more questions about EPR, annual filings and upcoming deadlines in 2023 and beyond, please get in touch with AVASK today and our Greens Transitions Department will be more than happy to help. Now, eco-contributions are not the only tax you have to consider. There are many other rules and regulations worldwide that you have to take into consideration to ensure your business is compliant. In our next session, our tax experts Ellie and Emily will delve into why staying compliant is key to selling online.
Three, two, one, yeah!
Hello everyone, it's Mike from AVASK here, and I'm delighted to be joined by George Maressa from ClearAds. George, how's it going?
Very good. Now that I'm with you, Mike, so there you go.
Thank you so much.
That's right.
I think the last time I saw you was in Sweden, wasn't it?
Yeah. No. In Sweden and in London.
Oh, and London
And in
again.
London, yeah.
Amazing. We
Yeah.
see each other all around the place, as you can tell.
Yeah, everywhere. And we're both from the UK.
Absolutely, UK.
Yeah.
So, George, tell me, how can ClearAds help e-commerce sellers?
Okay, so we are an ad agency, so we help Amazon sellers with pay-per-click advertising and also DSP. We don't do anything fancy. There's nothing spectacular about what we do. We take a more manual approach when we're building, and we tend to just help sellers who don't have the time to do it themselves anymore. So we're able to put the time in. And I think one of the big ways we have helped sellers is the fact that we've worked with so many different accounts.
Yeah.
And that's from a PPC point of view. So we've been going 12 years now as a company. And when it comes to the DSP side of things, that's where we stand out. So with DSP, it's only a few agencies in the world that have access to it. We're one of them. And we've been doing it probably one of the longest and understand it quite well. And we've been able to get some really good results and help brands grow their overall sales through DSP by re-engaging their current audience and also finding other audiences using Amazon's incredible first-party data to expand their reach and generate more money.
Oh, brilliant. Excellent. So 2023 is set to be quite a challenging year for people, especially with the financial downturn.
Yeah.
What strategies can sellers take advantage of when expanding overseas into new marketplaces?
I think the key thing you got to think about is profit now. I think before ACOS is something that a lot of sellers used to focus on, then they became a little bit more advanced and focused towards TACOS. But now you really have to understand profits each of your ASINs are making and understand how much money you have. And as simple as that sounds, it's not done as much. So there's incredible tools like Sellerboard that allow you to track profit ASIN by ASIN. So if you know you're making a considerable amount of money through a number of ASINs, then you can use that money you're making on other products and take some risks, take some more calculated risks and try other markets. And like you said, at the moment with the economic crisis that we're dealing with, you have to be more careful. But you also have to take some risks and figure out, okay, is there a way that I can grow my business in this market? And that's going to ensure me if anything happens in the current market I'm in. So there's some of the things that you have to really consider. And then from a PPC point of view, it's getting more expensive. The cost per clicks are going up. The competition's increasing. And that's why being a lot more strategic about how you manage your campaigns is more important. I honestly consider that, you have to consider the different marketplaces now, because especially as a US seller, we tend to find a lot of the US sellers that we worked with, they see a 10 to 20% increase in sales by moving from the US to the UK, for example. And that's the easy move because there's no difference in language and they're able to take advantage of that marketplace. Now, it's not as big as the US, correct, but you're able to grow your reach outside of the country. Now, if you start to see some good sales, then Germany is not far off from the UK, and you can expand there. So there's a lot of opportunity with Amazon, and I just don't see it being an issue for those who are willing to take the risks and have good products and prepared to go into different marketplaces. Personally, with brands, we're seeing record-breaking months for brands, especially this Q4. So there are some that are succeeding, and I understand there's quite a few that are not. But I really want those listening to really take, hope that it's not the end of the world. It's not, it's not that things will go back, and actually, it's going to be interesting who survives this.
Oh yes,
right,
absolutely.
So those who survive this, they're gonna keep going, and they're the ones that are going to succeed through it. And those who are going to give up now, they're going to open up the market for those who are smarter and were able to be careful with costs and be a little bit more calculated.
Absolutely.
Yeah.
And I think we can definitely say that there is a lot of opportunity in Europe, and there's so much diversity in the marketplaces, but also there's such a different ball game, and I mean that's why the companies like ClearAds and AVASK are here really.
Yeah.
It's to ensure that when sellers are trading cross borders, they can turn to experts and get support and ask those questions that are potentially very difficult.
And at the end of the day, as a seller, as incredible as you are, you can't be an expert in every specific thing. You need to be able to consult and be willing to outsource some of these things, because otherwise you're going to have limits. So for example, AVASK, you probably deal with so many different companies that have expanded into different marketplaces. So you're going to know all of the pitfalls, you're going to know all of the issues they go through. And that's something that that experience you can't teach. And it's the same with us. We audit so many different accounts. We know very quickly what's the right thing to do, what's the wrong thing to do, how to structure campaigns. So I think now sellers are beginning to understand this.
Yeah, I think you've hit it right on the nail right on the head there. It's very, very accurate, 100%. If you're looking to grow and expand your business, you need to rely on experts, and you need to make sure that those experts are guiding you in the correct way.
Yeah.
And so you can make the best possible decision for your business going forward.
Yeah.
2023. What's your top tip for sellers in 2023?
I think my top tip for sellers in 2023 is take advantage of all the new reporting tools that Amazon's given us. They are providing us with way more data, far more than we've ever had before, and that should really help us direct where we take our branding and our advertising and everything we do with the business. That's my top tip. Another thing I want to say as well is another big benefit of moving from the US to the UK is just if you're based in the US first, you have such a huge advantage with the number of reviews your products have. So when you move it over to the UK, you could be sitting on a massive gap in terms of how many reviews you have, and ultimately that's going to impact your conversion rates, which might almost help you kind of rank faster to the top position. Now, if there's not that much competition in the UK compared to what you have in the US, you might be able to make a considerable amount of profit in that space. And I think making as much profit as possible in every area is going to be really key this year.
I think you're very right.
Yeah.
You need to find out the difference. You need to do your research. You need to find out exactly what is selling where at what price.
Exactly.
So that you can basically be forearmed and forewarned as to whether or not it's the right decision to move into a marketplace and not just blindly jump.
Yeah, exactly.
Absolutely.
Awesome.
So thank you so much for your time.
That's
and,
all right.
If you're looking for assistance from ClearAds, do drop George a line. And of course, if you need assistance cross-border sales, you can also come to AVASK as well. So thanks very much. Cheers.
All right, take care.
Thanks.
Peace.
Bye.
1, 2.
Hello and welcome to the International VAT Compliance session. My name is Emily Ireland and I'm joined here today with my colleague Ellie King. So during our session today, we will be going through the changes which have happened in 2021 and 2022, important things for you to consider right now in your business, and a few of our predictions that we have for 2023 and beyond.
Cool, so let's get into it. Perfect. So I guess one of the biggest changes that we've seen in the last few years in European VAT was the introduction of the OSS and IOSS schemes. Before this, I think that the European tax legislation had been pretty consistent for a good few decades, and we always saw that the place of taxation, so the taxable jurisdiction for any transaction, was as default the point of departure. So if you were making a sale from Germany to France, that would generally always be taxed as a German sale until you reached a threshold of sales made into France, and then any sale you made into France from any other jurisdiction would then be taxed in France, and you would be registered and remitting VAT returns there. I guess what we saw on the 1st of July has been one of the biggest changes so far. We saw the point of taxation change from the country of departure to the country of arrival as default. So what that meant was, but just by making one sale from Germany to France, instead of being subject to these disincentive thresholds, France would always be the place where that sale needed to be taxed. So yeah, I guess that's been one of the biggest changes we've seen, and it's come with some advantages and also some issues which we'll be going over today.
So what is IOSS and what is OSS? So if we start with OSS, if you are an EU-based business, the OSS scheme can be used to file your B2C distance sales throughout Europe. So as the place of supply did change from the country of departure to the country of arrival, having the OSS scheme in place would actually would mean that sellers do not then have to VAT register in many of the 27 EU member states because the goods are arriving into these countries. So as this has come into play, we're seeing a lot of sellers reap the benefits of this because they do not have to have all of the registrations. They can just file it through one return, which is going to be your OSS return. This will then be filed on a quarterly basis, which will run in line with your calendar year, and it will include all of the EU B2C sales that have been dispatched throughout Europe in that particular quarter. If you acquire the OSS registration, being incorporated in Europe, you get VAT registered with the OSS registration in your home country of incorporation. So for example, if you are incorporated in Belgium, your OSS registration would actually also be in Belgium. If you are a non-EU incorporated company, your OSS registration will be in a country where you nominate within the EU, and that it should be the warehouse where your main supply of goods is flowing from. So very similar to the OSS scheme, there is also the IOSS scheme. So they work on a very similar structure. You file one VAT return, which includes all of the sales, but within the IOSS scheme, this is actually for stock which has been fulfilled from outside of Europe. So say, for example, you are holding your stock in the UK and you're making cross-border distance sales to a country within Europe. So say, for example, Germany, these sales will then be filed in your OSS return. There is obviously a few caveats with that. So there is a threshold for the IOSS return, but obviously further information can always be found on our website, and we can then, if you reach out to one of our dedicated tax advisors, we can go through all of these with you, just to make sure that you are filing and preparing the VAT returns, which is based best well for your business.
Perfect. So actually, we've just been discussing OSS and IOSS, but a lot of sellers that are incorporated, particularly in the UK and the US, likely won't even be really familiar with these terms or have an obligation to file them. Because what we saw at the same time that OSS and IOSS was introduced is that online marketplaces, so the likes of Amazon, eBay, Cdiscount, Etsy, all these platforms that really facilitate the sale and payment for you, they became the entity that were responsible for the collection and remittance of VAT within Europe for non-EU registered sellers, but also in the UK for non-UK registered sellers. So if you are incorporated in the EU and you're selling in the EU, that won't be applicable to you. And likewise with the UK, if you're incorporated there and selling there, marketplaces are not taking any of this responsibility on for you. So what we saw this meant was that places like Amazon would, when you make a sale, for instance, from, again, back to Germany and France, they're the two countries we always seem to use. But what Amazon would do is you would declare that sale on your German return, but you wouldn't collect the VAT and have to remit that to France. So you wouldn't have this obligation to have an OSS registration because you would just be declaring it on your domestic return. And what we saw with this is that before, where people would have, these huge VAT liabilities where they're selling and collecting the VAT on every sale they're making, all of a sudden, their VAT liabilities dropped from huge numbers to minimal, if not in a lot of instances nil, where they're not making, any transactions that are liable for them to be collecting and remitting the VAT, which is, another common misconception I'll just put in there is that it's not every transaction they will collect the VAT on. We see a number of B2B transactions where Amazon revert the responsibility back to you, and likewise with other online marketplaces. So that's just useful to bear in mind there. So I guess, coming back, we saw, huge reductions in VAT liabilities, which is, has a lot of benefits to it because, people are less likely to have these huge payments. And then if you're making payments late, you don't have this responsibility to pay these huge penalties because the VAT that was due to start with was so minimal. Mm-hmm. So, and then I guess we also saw a variety of problems with that, as Emily's going to kind of pick up.
So one of the main issues that we were having and that we're still seeing coming through is due to the fact that the domestic VAT return liability has reduced significantly. When there is any input tax to be offset against that domestic VAT return, there is none for that to be able to do so. So, for example, input tax can be made up of tax on purchases or any import VAT. So in a particular country, if within 1 month you have shipped your goods into, say, Germany, and because of that, you are going to incur some import VAT. Now, before, when you were going to file this VAT return, your input VAT would then effectively be offset by the output VAT. So there still possibly would have been a liability to pay against the tax on sales, against the import VAT being reclaimed off of that. However, now there is such a less of a liability due on the domestic VAT return. We're seeing a lot of sellers have very, very large credits on their VAT returns and being held up on the account. So in a lot of instances, because sellers haven't had this before, so we've seen that throughout last year, there was a lot of clients who they'd never had a VAT return that had a reclaim before. So from the tax authority's point of view, they want to make sure that everything that you are filing is obviously correct. So they also have to do their due diligence. And in some cases, there was a really, really big delay on getting the credits and getting the progression of the reclaim to come through. Now, in many instances, we saw audits being opened up, or even just smaller investigations on specific VAT numbers. So, as I said, if there wasn't a VAT reclaim before, the tax authorities may just want to double check that the information that you are filing is 100% correct. Now, obviously, in the VAT return, it would be clear that these sales are now, of course, being collected by your online marketplace, and the VAT that's being reclaimed, so the input tax, that is actually true because it's goods being shipped into a particular country, and that you are then going to be reselling on as the sort of online seller. Now, because of this, the TA, they weren't expecting so many returns to come through as reclaims. And because they weren't used to the demand, we saw huge delays. And there still is delays. So there's sellers who have been waiting months and months to get a reply from the tax authorities. There's still ongoing investigations. And it's one of those things which you have to just ride with it. And then if they ask for further information, the best thing to do is just to provide it straight away as much as you can, because that will then paint a better picture for them. Obviously, from their point of view, from them seeing a VAT return that's been filed with a liability to now potentially seeing VAT returns being filed with loads of reclaims, they want to just do their due diligence on that part. So having all of the information readily and available to be able to provide to the tax authorities is really important. So if you are making a shipment and you do think you're going to be put into a position where you're going to be having to potentially have a reclaim from a tax authority, having that information of where the goods started to where the goods ended, to all of the invoices or all of the individual documentation that came to the refund in conclusion, that is then available to pass to the tax authorities if necessary. Now, with the tax authorities, we saw a few responses. So if we could just go to the next slide, please, Ellie. So one of the responses from the tax authorities we saw was France. Now, in France, they introduced a scheme called the import VAT reverse charge. Now, effectively, this scheme is for sellers who import their goods into France, ready to then be sold across Europe. But when you are shipping your goods into France, there is the VAT reverse charge for import VAT, which effectively means that you are not paying VAT on or upon customs clearance. So when the goods arrive into France, there is a declaration that's made. However, the import VAT payment will not need to be made at that time. And realistically, it doesn't need to be made, because then once your VAT return is due, so at the end of the month, say for instance, you're going to be filing your VAT return, the evidence that you shipped your goods into France will be available in the system to say that this amount of import VAT technically should have been paid, but in fact it's being deferred. So the expenditure of that import VAT does not come about. Meaning that the VAT reclaim does then not have to sort of be put into the VAT return, and you're not waiting months and months for that VAT reclaim to come through. It's already sorted itself out. So because you have the deferred import VAT, it's going to go in one box and then out the other. So effectively, it has a nil effect. So all you're then going to be paying VAT on is any applicable sales or taxable supplies that might have happened throughout that period. The same sort of scheme happened in the UK within July, not July 2021, but within 2021. The UK also brought out postponed VAT accounting, which is very similar to France's scheme. Again, you don't have to pay the VAT upon customs clearance. It just gets included into your VAT return, whether you do quarterly or monthly returns. It gets included as input tax and output tax, meaning it has a nil effect. So the differences between the two, or the biggest difference, is that the French scheme is mandatory. So if you are shipping into France, you have to use that scheme. But if you're shipping into the UK, it's voluntary, but obviously it is a great tool to use. You do have to sign up with HMRC, but it is a great tool to use to help aid cash flow, because you don't have to have that expenditure of the import VAT. That cash flow is there ready and waiting for you to then invest into further products or to help with your advertising, or you can use that to better use rather than having to wait months or even longer for the VAT reclaim to come through.
Yeah, and I think kind of just following on from that, I mean, we've seen that the import VAT schemes in France and the UK have been real lifesavers for some businesses in terms of cash flow, because of these huge delays that we've seen in France. And I think just before we kind of discuss what we will see kind of from the other tax offices going into 2023, I think going back, it just shows with these long delays we've seen in France, how important it is to keep all the documents to show your full movement of goods from the point they enter the EU to when they end up with the final customer, because we've really seen that not just in France, but with so many import VAT reclaims, is that the tax office wants to see your invoices for the shipments, the commercial invoices. They want to see the import documents. They want to see where they've ended up, so the movement into the warehousing solution, and then everywhere they're going from there, whether they're moving into different warehouses or whether they're being sold within that country. I think it's just so important. We really see now how crucial it is to just really document your full journey of goods from, you know, start to finish when you're waiting for these VAT reclaims, because the tax office will need to see this evidence when your input VAT is so much higher than your output. And I think in terms of what else we'll see in 2023, I mean, some tax offices have been traditionally a lot better in issuing refunds when your account is fully in order. So we've always seen Germany has always been really good at issuing refunds. So as long as you're up to date with your VAT returns and all of your payments, they're normally really proactive. And, you know, we normally see from the point we submit the return, you would expect to see, you know, the tax back in your account within 2 to 4 weeks. So they've always been really proactive, I think, because they're, you know, their tax office is really diligent in tracking people that are registered to each one. But one real issue that we have seen in the last year is, you know, Germany is a really popular country for people to import into. And what we have seen is, although they are really proactive in giving the payments back after you've submitted the return, a lot of times they will automatically move people and their filing frequencies from, for instance, monthly to quarterly or annual. So the way the German tax office works is generally if you have an output VAT total due for a year below €1,000, they will move you to annual filing frequency, kind of whether you want it or not. Which for some sellers, you know, if they're not importing and they have nothing to reclaim, it works quite well because, you know, it's less of a compliance burden. But for people that are reclaiming VAT on these returns, naturally their credit will fall below €1,000. And all of a sudden now, any imports they're making, for instance, in January 2023, they won't even have the opportunity to submit to the tax office for reclaim until 2024. So I think some of these processes, and we see these real niche parts, these niche rules with different tax offices within the European Union. And I think that, you know, they will review over the next 12 months, the same way that we've seen France and the UK do. They'll review how these new rules are really impacting on sellers. And I mean, we can hope that they'll adjust appropriately following on from that. And I think we'll see that kind of across the board beyond France and the UK.
Definitely.
Perfect. So yeah, things to consider in 2023 then. So obviously we have the predictions for the tax office, but I think there are a lot of steps that people can make when considering, you know, being VAT compliant, and kind of easy steps you can make in terms of tax to really open up your market, increase your profits, which is, you know, always the aim really. So I think a key thing that we always say to people at the moment is diversify within the European Union. You know, when we, as people in the UK or people in the US, we think of online marketplaces, the first one that springs into mind is always, you know, Amazon or eBay. They're so big here, but that doesn't necessarily mean that across the whole of Europe that's the case. So I think that, you know, a real step you can do to push your sales is to diversify within the European Union. I think we've got, you know, some of our team members later discussing this in more depth, but in terms of VAT, I mean, it can be really simple steps. If you've got a really good established first-party logistics and warehousing solution, you can fulfill from those same warehouses cross-platform. So by using one warehouse, one VAT return, you have the opportunity to sell over, you know, as many platforms as you like, so long as you kind of have the time and to put into, you know, optimizing your listings and everything, really localizing. So I think that, you know, people often think, oh, if I start selling on eBay in addition to Amazon, then I have all these other VAT considerations. And I mean, whenever it's an online marketplace, it's really not the case. Their rules are kind of universal, as we've discussed before, across these online platforms. And I think having third-party warehousing is so crucial. So
yeah. Yeah, so just following on, it's so important to know your products and to know exactly what the best market would be for them. So even though, as Ellie was saying, Amazon and eBay are huge, there is definitely other marketplaces in Europe which you could really put your products to test with, and you don't really realistically need to invest so much into getting, thousands and thousands of your products into a particular country, because as Ellie said, you can have the cross warehouse fulfillment. If you've already got an established warehouse, or if you're already using a warehouse to fulfill your orders, say for instance on Amazon, you can always test the waters in these other marketplaces. I mean, for example, we have a couple on the screen, but a large one in Poland is Allegro, and France is Cdiscount. So that is just two of the many EU marketplaces which are out there. So it's really important to just to get to know every single thing about your product, and where you may find that they might not be doing too well on Amazon. If you went into say a marketplace or a country where actually your product is so popular, you could then in fact become sort of one of having the best products in there, because you weren't sort of diversifying as much to the best of your ability. So really getting on top of being sort of like having a platform where you can actually see or where your goods are being sold best from. Having that kind of visibility is really important within the EU space.
Really crucial. Other things to consider in 2023, and this has always been or will always be the case, is staying compliant with your VAT obligations or tax obligations. One of the things we saw, obviously, marketplaces collecting and remitting tax was, such a benefit in so many ways, and we've seen some issues with the tax offices on the seller side of things. Mm-hmm. But one thing that was really key in terms of the tax offices with the introduction of this collection responsibility is that it was such an anti-avoidance measure, because people all of a sudden didn't have the opportunity to keep this tax and not remit it because they weren't getting it from, these marketplaces in the first place. And over the last 12 months, as a repercussion of that, we've really seen a massive reduction in the European VAT gap across many jurisdictions, especially with the introduction of OSS. In terms of, tax office collections, it's been really crucial in that sense. But I think, as the tax offices really crack down on compliance with VAT obligations, we also will see that a lot of sellers, where Amazon are collecting and other marketplaces are collecting and remitting the majority of your VAT, a lot of people will see that they might have no VAT to declare and remit, or very minimal VAT to declare and remit. And when we see people kind of see these really low numbers, all of a sudden they think, why am I filing this return? Because I'm not paying anything. And I think that what I would always drive home is that you always have an obligation to file, even if you're not making sales, just by having this VAT number live. Maybe you're just starting to think about shipping in, you need to file these returns. With Amazon, you have to file the net value. With eBay, you need to file the net value, even if you're not necessarily remitting the VAT. And tax offices are really cracking down on this. And by defaulting, they will, their communications really opened up with these online marketplaces, and they will really, let them know if you're not like complying with their regulations. So I think it's really crucial. And, as we're seeing people looking to build an exit with their selling platforms, so they might build up and then sell their Amazon account, and being compliant is just, it will be such a crucial part of the due diligence of your buyer, especially as we've seen, the aggregator model really take off. It will be, it's something that you could so easily come unstuck with.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, definitely something to look out for. And in recent years, we've found that the tax authorities, the communication between them with the online marketplaces has increased massively. So if there is a case where maybe you haven't been compliant, not for any fault of your own, you just weren't aware that you needed to still file these nil VAT returns, they might then report that back to your online marketplace, which then could cause issues for you. So with this in mind, having that communication between the tax authorities and online marketplaces, there has been quite a rise in the Spanish intra-EU sort of validation service recently, and a lot of you may already be aware that in Spain there's 2 tiers of VAT registration. So the first tier is effectively when you first become VAT registered in Spain. To be able to make domestic sales within Spain, you have this number. To be able to hold your stock within Spain, you have this VAT number. However, there is also a second tier of VAT registration. So this second tier will then allow you to then be valid on the VISE service, so the online service where your VAT number shows as valid. Your the first tier will not show as valid, but your second tier will. Now, having the intra-EU VAT number will open up a good amount of doors for you, and one of the main ones is movement of goods. So if you are VAT registered in, say, in Germany, and you have your second tier registration in Spain, the movement of goods will be done untaxed. So you can freely move your goods throughout Spain and your other European warehouses without the need of having to tax them in your VAT returns. So one of the other things that we have come across in the past, that if your VAT number is not at that second tier in Spain, then you may be at risk of having your Amazon account suspended or reviewed for a few reasons. One of them in terms of being the Amazon invoicing sort of system. So if you are using the Amazon invoicing system and you default, then you may be removed from the Amazon invoicing system, meaning that you would then have to prepare the invoices. And it is quite a timely task. And there is a very, very strict deadline within Amazon of how quickly you have to give your or prepare your Amazon invoices. And obviously, if this is not done in time, you may default, and then that may also cause further suspensions, not just across Spain, but maybe across multiple platforms as well. So though Amazon are really clamping down on sort of online marketplaces having that kind of valid VAT number in Spain. So it is vital that you get that looked into. And obviously, if you're not too sure, there's someone at AVASK which will always be happy to help and to look into that for you. And if it is that need, then obviously we will be able to help you further with that.
Yeah, and I think really it's one of those things that's such a simple thing that could really have such a dramatic effect. So if you're not VISE valid, and this snowball effect of defaulting on invoices and then having your Spanish account shut down, that could extend that across the whole of Europe and really impact your entire profits for months sometimes. So I guess our final real point on things to consider going into 2023 is we've seen the pan-EU system with Amazon, so the FBA system, really expand over the last year or so. So now they've got warehouses in the Netherlands, in Belgium and Sweden. The Netherlands and Belgium are strictly invite only currently, mostly open to sellers that are incorporated there and based there. But we did see last year a huge number of sellers begin to start selling from Sweden. We saw all of a sudden this huge rise in stock being moved from Germany, France, Czech, Poland, places where people already had stock, into Sweden and fulfilling from there. And when you have things like this, it's really crucial, because I know, as we've said so many times, when you have Amazon taking care of so much, it's just the automatic assumption that everything they're doing is okay, but you do still have this obligation to really stay on top of your own stock and knowing where that is and what tax obligations that's triggering. Because particularly in Sweden, we see not only VAT obligations, but chemical tax. And it's just, it's so easy to get behind if you're not just being really diligent on your movements of stock.
So it is definitely worth looking further into your online marketplace account. As Ali was saying, what you have to do is you have to be really mindful of where your stock is being moved to, because as soon as you have sort of stock being moved and stored into a country, you have triggered a VAT registration, and you have the sort of or you need to get that VAT registration in place as soon as possible. And if you don't, there may be consequences for that. But being on top of where your stock is, make sure you check your settings in your online marketplaces, especially Amazon, because since they are now opening up these new fulfillment centers, you may find that they will particularly move your stock into a certain country, which you might not find that you are VAT registered. So, you know, being on top of all of that is absolutely crucial. So now I think we are going to be going into a Q&A session. So we are going to invite any questions that any of our viewers may have.
Okay, so I'm due a refund from the German tax office, but the IBAN system is not implemented in my incorporation country. How do I mitigate this issue? Great question, because all of Europe, all the tax offices work pretty much exclusively on the IBAN system. And, you know, we see that this isn't implemented in places like the US. What I would always recommend here is opening an online currency account. So places like Payoneer, which we're partnered with, are, you know, great options to enable you to pay, but also receive payments from the tax offices. But so it's, yeah, I'd always recommend it. It's such an easy thing to set up, and you get optimal exchange rates, and you would open yourself up to a number of refunds as well.
Mm-hmm. Yeah.
So I'm now trying the Netherlands to bring my goods into Europe. Is there an easier route for reclaim? Do you want to pick that one up? I guess, I mean, France, it's you don't need any special registrations on top of your usual VAT registration. You don't have to pay the import VAT, you know, as Emily was talking about earlier. You just, the import VAT is just automatically deferred to the point you submit your VAT return. The French tax office is really well integrated now. The tax department and the customs department are so, their communication is so great that it's really needs minimal effort from you in terms of, you know, deferring this import VAT. And I mean, Netherlands is great for third-party logistics. We always see a lot of sellers really opt for third-party warehousing there because there are so many great options. But if you're really, you know, trying to just start off and you need the cash flow, then France we always recommend.
Yeah, so France, taking advantage of that, the deferred import VAT scheme is a great way for you to have that free flow of cash flow. You know, you don't have to worry about putting all your funds into an import VAT payment. And obviously, as we've said, you know, if that would be effectively your first VAT reclaim in the Netherlands, you may come across some issues that maybe they're going to want to look into this a little bit further. So if you have gone down that route and you are now facing a VAT reclaim, just make sure that within the documents that you hold or that you're going to be sending over to the tax authorities along with your VAT return, you make sure that you have the sort of the movement of the goods. So from effectively where they started to now where they're finishing. So having that visibility, so you know, where the goods came from, where they went to, then once they arrived into the Netherlands, did they stay in the Netherlands? Did you keep them there in a third-party warehouse? Did you then transfer a certain amount to an Amazon FBA fulfillment site? Or did you just keep it and slowly dispersing it out to particular other third-party warehouses? Having that visibility is really important when you have the VAT reclaim. But as Ellie said, you know, and as we mentioned earlier, the import VAT deferment scheme in France would obviously help you out in so many ways by not having to have that upfront import VAT payment and probably having to wait for a reclaim for a few months' time.
Okay, what is the average time to get VAT registered in Europe? Great question. Every country varies, and it varies in general month to month. I know we've got a session later with Alice, Chiara and Abby where they'll be really diving into VAT registrations, but I mean, it can take, Italy, we always say, is one of the quickest places to get VAT registered. The documentation they require is really minimal compared to some other countries. And you can usually, you know, if you're really on top of all the paperwork you need, you could get registered within a week, really. And then that really up the other end of the spectrum, we see The Spanish tax office they require so much documentation. You have to go and see a notary in person. You have to get your documents apostilled. So it really does vary. But I'd say generally, considering if there's no special instances we see with the tax offices, like at the minute, the French tax office is really slow. Generally, I'd say you could register in all of the pan-EU FBA ones, 6 months maximum, ideally. But yeah, it really, really does vary. But I mean, get in touch and we'll be able to really assist you with all of your application paperwork and really expedite the process as much as possible.
Definitely.
As an Amazon seller, are warehouses in Poland and Czech Republic necessary or even beneficial? Okay, a huge one here. They're not necessary. Nothing is necessary. But storing in Poland and Czech does have a huge array of benefits. So by storing in Poland and Czech, because there's no Amazon.cz, there's no actual Amazon platform based in the Czech Republic. But by storing in both Poland and the Czech Republic, we see that you'll have a huge reduction in fees for fulfilling from Amazon.de. So Amazon Germany is huge. It's the biggest Amazon platform within Europe. But by storing your stock in Poland and Czech, because the warehousing is so much cheaper for Amazon, they will reduce your FBA fees because of that. So that's like such a huge benefit, especially when you're a big seller, because not only do you have the option to store more stock, but the cost of sending these orders is lower. On the other hand, you do have that extra compliance burden of having to submit VAT returns in both these countries. But overall, I think the benefits really outweigh the cons.
Yeah, I think when you weigh it up, if you take into consideration if you have your goods in a warehouse which is more prominent and more active, and which effectively is more expensive to keep your goods stored there, having the warehouses in Poland and having them in the Czech Republic, it can be really beneficial to have those lower sort of Amazon costs, the FBA fees, because even though you will have to be doing the compliance with that, at least then you'll still be able to say, right, okay, well, I know that I might not have a lot of stock in, say, for instance, my German warehouse, but I know that I've got a great backup waiting in Poland or waiting in the Czech Republic. So they're very close, close knit when they're transferring goods to and from the Amazon warehouses, and it's not sort of a difficult thing to get into. But when you do have these compliance, we say a compliance burden, it's not effectively a compliance burden because you still have to file the VAT return, say for instance in Poland, if you're holding your stock there, but sort of you'll reap the rewards of it because you won't be having such high FBA costs potentially, and yeah, that would then add benefit to your business and having sort of that additional sort of presence in another European country as well.
Perfect. And then I think this will be our final question. But for cross-border B2B sales in Europe, do I have to charge VAT at the rate of departure or a variable country on my invoice given the new rules? So for cross-border B2B sales, they're a bit different to the B2C. If you have a valid VAT number, say you're shipping something from Germany to France, and the person purchasing it has a valid French VAT number, this is an intra-community sale. So you wouldn't need to declare this on an OSS return. It would just be declared in the country of departure as an EC sale. And on those kinds of transactions, there is no VAT charged. You don't charge anything on it. So you would need to charge VAT at 0% in that case.
You just need to make sure that if it is a B2B, just make sure that the VAT number that your customer is providing you is in fact valid. And then, that will enable you to file this as a 0% in EC sale. But I think that is actually coming to an end of our session now. So that was our last question. If there is any other questions, then please do. You can visit our website and there is an opportunity for you to send any questions or give us a call and we'll be able to go through those further with you. But we would like to thank you for joining us today.
Definitely, some really great questions there.
Yeah. And I think with all this in mind, just taking into consideration everything that we've said, being compliant across 2023 is going to be sort of really prominent for everyone. But just keeping on top of everything, making sure that you know where your stock is, you know that you've got your correct VAT obligations in play. And obviously, we are always happy to help, and we'll always be here to help you sellers. And there is, any question that you might have, we should be able to obviously answer it very easily. But yeah, if there's anything further, please do not hesitate to contact us. But yeah, thank you so much for joining us today.
Thank you so much. Have a lovely rest of your day.
Thank you.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you, Ellie and Emily. So we are almost at the halfway point in our first ever Global E-Commerce Unlocked, and we have an exciting guest for our next session. Mike Cass from SellersFunding will be joining me for a discussion about how to stay ahead with the various funding solutions that are available to sellers in 2023. Stay tuned for our next live in 10 minutes' time.
Hey, it's Sean Hart. I'm here with my friend Melanie of AVASK, and we are in Brooklyn, aren't we, at ASGTG. Are you having a good show so far, Melanie?
Oh, it is amazing. Can I tell you something?
Please, go ahead.
I have not been to this event since 2019.
Okay.
And my team have been coming, but I haven't been to Brooklyn since 2019. And it's so lovely to be back, and I'm so excited.
So today we're talking about 2023, Melanie, and what do you think, in your opinion, what should sellers be focused on in this new year, or what should they avoid?
Do you know what? I am thinking that sellers probably should, I would say, focus more on social commerce.
Okay.
Your TikTok.
All right.
It works. Focus more on environmentally friendly products.
All right.
Because the people out there are changing on the products that they are sort of like looking to buy or to sort of like use.
Okay.
So everybody's conscious about the environment at the moment. So that's what I've been looking at the moment.
Very, very smart. So the other thing is, what should sellers be avoiding in the new year? Because the Amazon seller environment is constantly changing, right? We're in a dynamic industry. And it's easy, Melanie, to get into a groove and not want to deviate from that. And a lot of sellers, that they're not getting out and enjoying events like Ed Rosenberg's ASGTG here.
Yeah.
What advice do you have? What should sellers avoid? Like the 20% that's causing 80% of the headache, in your opinion?
Yeah. So I would say avoid being stuck in front of your computer. Get out there to those events and meet other people. Be part of groups.
Okay.
There is no one size that fits all now. So go out there and be part of this community, because it's a fantastic space to be in. I mean,
really
people at the moment, they'll turn around and say, oh, no, I'm not going to be going to Brooklyn because that's not my audience. I mean, I'm here.
If I weren't here, I would have met you in person, right?
Exactly. So it's about showing up.
Okay.
Yeah.
Showing up. So be present, be part of the conversation, stay relevant, right?
Correct.
And find out what's working now. You know,
Correct.
it's
Correct.
such a dynamic industry. What worked yesterday for seller success doesn't necessarily mean it's going to work today, right?
That's right.
So what is the best way for folks out there who are watching this post-show to reach out to AVASK? How can we find out who is Melanie and what can you do?
Yes, so Melanie is a global expansion strategist. And I was going to say also in 2023, probably what sellers need to be sort of like maybe thinking about is omni-channel.
Okay, omni-channel.
Omni-channel.
Okay.
Diversify, expand to other marketplaces of Amazon. Amazon is not only in the US. Look at the European marketplace. And this is where we come in. We're currently running a fantastic promotion whereby there's an opportunity for any US seller to be launched for almost free to Europe.
So if you're like me and you can't even spell VAT, then I highly recommend you reach out to AVASK because what you're doing is extraordinary, Melanie. Can you tell the folks out there, like if I have a successful product in the US marketplace, what is that correlation of success to other marketplaces?
So, I mean, at the moment, what we see is that those sellers that have expanded over into the EU marketplace, their sales uptake in Europe, they are between 30 to 60%.
Okay.
And you don't have to launch a new product. You can launch the same product that you are selling here in the US.
So we're not purchasing new inventory. We don't have new packaging, right?
No, it's a duplication model.
Same supplier.
Exactly.
So we're just cloning the success that we already have in the U.S. marketplace.
Correct.
And AVASK and your team can make that easy, right?
Exactly. So what we're going to do, we will help you with the VAT registration that is required, the compliance matter, the advisory piece, which is very important for you to learn as far as like, should I be registered for VAT? Should I be incorporating a company in Europe? And I'll turn around and say, don't bother incorporating a company in Europe because I'll take the exactly same company that you're using here in the US into Europe. And I will make sure that from a customs point of view, from a launch point of view, you're going to be able to launch. And I'm actually going to even help you. I will do language localization, so which means translation of your product from English to German, to French, to all the other languages that are there. And this is done by humans.
And you're literally a one-stop shop. You can take me worldwide, right?
Exactly, from A to Z.
This is amazing. So avask.com and your email address?
My email address, if you want to reach me, it's going to be melanie@avaskgroup.com. melanie@avaskgroup.com. So I am going to be the one that's going to be speaking to you to make sure that your launch strategy for 2023 is on track.
Great. I hope you have a wonderful year. I know we're off to a good start. I'm really happy to know you. Thank you, Melanie.
Thank you so much, Sean. It's so lovely to meet you.
Have a
Hope
great
to
show.
see you at the neck of your woods. You're local. Yeah,
And I'll be down here
definitely.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Good afternoon, everyone. Welcome back to Global E-commerce Unlocked with AVASK. My name is Jacob. I'm the Senior EPR and Customers Manager here at AVASK. And today we're going to be talking about our Partner Spotlight. And I'm joined here by Michael from SellersFunding. Michael, did you want to introduce yourself and kind of give us a little bit of a background on SellersFunding and what you guys do?
Yeah, perfect. Thank you, Jacob. So yeah, as you say, Michael Cass from SellersFunding. I'm the Director of Sales in the UK. We're a US headquartered fintech business. We operate kind of across the spectrum of services to e-commerce businesses in the main. Direct lending being a pretty big part of what we do. We also offer a variety of different solutions to businesses, things such as the business card, digital wallet for FX pass through, and a number of other services to potentially come online in 2023. So quite exciting stuff.
Sounds good. So just going back to a couple of things that you said, I want to kind of go into a bit more detail. And we at AVASK, we're very heavily focused on e-commerce. So a lot of people watching it, e-commerce sellers, people looking to sell online. I want to kind of see how your business and SellersFunding kind of really integrates within the e-commerce landscape.
Yeah, so it's a very good question. So we came from the Amazon space originally. So a lot of our client base, naturally has been Amazon businesses. We connect with kind of Amazon stores to get sales data, and that forms part of our underwriting criteria for the direct lending side of the business. However, when we've evolved, we've also evolved to be platform agnostic. So that means, if you're an e-commerce seller that uses Shopify, Magento, WooCommerce, all of those kind of things, we can connect into those. So from a kind of e-commerce landscape perspective, we settle in very nicely across all of those. And also, the amount of different products that we offer, really we can sit alongside on, I suppose, any product basis within a company's existing tech stack, as it were.
Yeah.
And you'd be able to use, even our business card as a standalone product, basically. If you wanted to, and that could be your first, experience of dealing with SellersFunding, or you could go and start using the digital wallet for FX pass-through. If you're taking euros into GBP, we can give you market-beating rates by doing that. That's something that we're looking to focus on quite a lot this year. So really, I think we can basically fit in alongside any kind of tech stack.
Yeah. Okay. Nice. So what from your perspective, how do you best fit into directly the e-commerce? So people selling on Amazon, why would they need someone like SellersFunding? What benefit does it have to their business? What do you mainly see the benefits and the reasons that people are coming to you and the reasons they would use you and potentially maybe a success story?
Yeah, so it's a very good question. So one of the most commonly used examples that we have is obviously the funding side of things. So there are a variety of reasons why a seller might look to access efficient capital pretty quickly. Bringing inventory in, you might have an unexpected tax bill, which should never really be unexpected, but you know what I mean. And a variety of different reasons in between those things. Now, especially if we've got a client that we've worked with for a while, we're super quick in terms of being able to turn around funding. We have a very flexible product, and it is market beating in terms of the rates. So we have that on the FX side, but also the funding side of things. Now, obviously, if you're a seller, everyone's now, even in tech and e-commerce, everyone's trying to protect their bottom line, their margins. I keep saying that people need to make sure that they've got their unit economics right and all this kind of stuff. It goes all the way down to the bottom line. So funding is included in that, FX is included in that, everything really. So we try and make sure that our products are fairly priced, that they're quick and easy to use, and that everything integrates really well from one dashboard. So if you're a SellersFunding client, whether you're on Amazon, whether you're on Shopify, anything like that, you literally go to sellersfunding.com, go to your dashboard. You might go in and make an application for a working capital facility, or go in and apply for the digital wallets because you've got a few currencies that you want to see if you can beat your current sort of world first facility, let's say. All of these things we can help out with really quick and easily, to be honest.
Okay. And so what would you say, I think for established sellers, people might be a bit more used to borrowing money. and it might not be so much of a daunting thing. Like
Mhm.
for me, I know, when I first borrowed money, it was quite daunting, and it's kind of like a step I had to take, and it was a really good decision that I made for myself personally. We've got established sellers going to be listening. We've probably got some new sellers, people who might not have borrowed money before. So, what would you say to those particular sellers, the ones who kind of, probably would help their business, but they're a little bit scared in terms of like the risk that it could potentially create?
Yeah, so I think it all comes down to like, have you weighed up the pros and cons, the risks versus the rewards? Now, I think in any walk of life, using leverage, i.e. using debt, as long as it's being put towards something which should, either increase your sales or increase your asset base, or you're buying something that's going to have a positive impact, that's probably the number one thing that you want to be doing. So when it comes to business, when it comes to increasing, your sales, effectively, that's what all e-commerce businesses want to do at the end of the day. It's just a way of kind of doing business faster. You can buy more stock than you would if you were just recycling the profits that you're making. So you're increasing your ability to do that. And I think, what that's doing is it's going like, if you've got a 5-year plan that says we want to reach 1 million, 1.5 million, whatever the number is, with leverage done correctly, invest in the right products that have positive unit economics that you're making money on, and that your customers want, obviously you need to be able to sell it, you can reduce that timeline of getting to that target amount. So that's what I'd say is, as long as you've sat down, probably with people like yourselves, run through the numbers, figured out, okay, this is actually going to work. What do we need? Can we fund it through cash? Sometimes you can, oftentimes you can't. How much do we need? Actually, is this the right thing to do? And then from that point on, you go to the market and try and find the best solution for you. And hopefully, normally we'll be those guys.
Okay. And so just going into when someone does go onto the market and they're looking, and they come across SellersFunding. Again, talking about established sellers, people making multi-millions, and then also newer sellers, people might have small revenue. Like, is there options, and is there things available for kind of each different level?
Yeah, so certainly in the market at large, there's obviously plenty of options out there, but within sellers as well, there's a lot. So in the UK, we start at £25,000. So generally speaking, you probably need to be a seller who's doing, let's say 150K a year net sales, something around that sort of level to get that. And then we go all the way up to, notionally about 10 million. So obviously it has to be affordable. There's a lot of, different varying levels of checks, I think, that we would do for maybe someone looking for 25,000 versus 10 million. But, in theory, both sides of the spectrum are within reach for the right businesses.
Okay. And the kind of threshold, and say, threshold of the 150K net, is that, cross market, or is that particular and focused in a certain market? What I mean is, we've got a seller who started, but they've decided to start in the UK and in the US. Is that for the revenue in both, or just in the individual location?
So we would look at it as on a consolidated basis. So for example, let's use Amazon. You might have a USD store, you might have a store in Germany with euros, and then you might have GBP. And let's say you're doing 50K net sales across each. You just started out. That would get you to your sort of broad 150K kind of level, with FX in between. And that's how we would do it. And what happens is all of those stores will feed into our risk model, and we would just take that as part of the general assessment of that company, basically.
Yeah. Okay. And the current climate in terms of inflation, we've got interest rates rising. Here in the UK, we've got the Bank of England raising the base rate. Money becomes more expensive when it comes to lending. What would you say? Because a lot of people probably consider it now. Is it a good time to borrow? Is it a good time to borrow? How do you see what's your predictions for the market? We're not here to give like direct advice, but I just want to get kind of a bit of your insight. What you see happening?
Yeah, that's a very good question. So, firstly, I'll go back to understanding your numbers and making sure that, you know, we are in a rising interest rate environment. Money now is not as cheap as money was 6-12 months ago, and that's just a fact. It's going up everywhere, and you know, to a certain extent, we're no different. Like, some of our pricing had to go up, you know, to follow that. But I think if you still know exactly the types of products that you want to invest in, what you're going to put out to the market, your clients, you know, are going to continue to give their share of wallet to you, whether it's costing 2% more now than it did 6 months ago, you just need to make sure is that going to stack up. Now, obviously, inflation also has an effect on the cost of products and goods. So has that increased more than the 2% you're paying on that money? Probably has. So that element of the market is actually tracking it further. So to a certain extent, if you're a seller and you have experienced inflation on the price of your goods, you're probably net making slightly better money on that. Now, to answer your question on where do I think things are going to go and whether it's a good time to buy, I think actually probably in the next kind of 6 to 12 months, it's going to be a really, really good time to invest. You know, whether you're investing in, I don't know, whether you're going out to buy a business or, you know, whatever, as long as you can stay in the game, you're probably eating up market share from people who are perhaps a bit fearful or haven't quite, you know, got the handle on their business as well as you have. So if you can stay in the game, just by doing what you're doing well, you're going to probably increase market share over this period of time. Some of your competitors in the market may fall over, unfortunately. But as long as you've got these North Star metrics that you're aiming for, you know your business inside out, you're not losing money at, you know, the cost of goods and services, which is, you know, probably no business can run at that stage now, whereas like 12 months ago, people thought you could just keep, you know, getting cheap equity because, you know, that was a thing that people did back then. You know, priorities have massively changed. So I think it really depends what you're buying it for and if you've got, you know, the handle on all of that kind of stuff. What do I think is going to happen? You know, I'm no economist, but, you know, just from conversations that I've had and, you know, things I've seen, we're probably looking at something like smaller, you know, 25 bips kind of increase from the Fed.
Yeah.
Bank of England will probably follow suit. Similar kind of slightly more dovish sentiment from those guys. Maybe 1 or 2 raises and kind of wait and see what happens. But, you know, obviously the target everyone has at the moment is, can we get inflation back to, you know, what we're targeting, which is, you know, I think it used to be 2%. They may have increased that to like 4% or something like that. But the really positive signs are in the US, where, you know, inflation's cooling to about 6 now from, it was 8, kind of 8.5 2 or 3 months ago. So that's really, really positive. I think it's obviously a little bit of a different story here, and we're lagging behind them in terms of progress, but we'll just follow what the Fed does. So yeah, it's really interesting. I think one thing it's not going to be, it's not going to be a boring year. It's, you know, I think it's a really good year for you guys, because you're right at the sort of bleeding edge of advice, you know, both from a policy standpoint, tax standpoint, but also people who are trying to navigate all of these different things that are going on, all of these forces that business owners are really trying to get a grip on. And, you know, the more that you guys can take off their plate and sort of help them with, the better. I think that's, you know, really, really interesting. And I think just generally speaking, in terms of this year, what we're going to see, I know I'm just kind of carrying on now, but is, yeah, I think probably more of the same that we saw kind of H2 last year. Similar challenges. You know, the consumer's still going to be pretty hard pressed from all angles. I think the energy crisis possibly isn't as bad as we thought it was going to be, so a little bit of a let up there. But there are other things, you know, there's tech layoffs and all those kind of things happening. So, you know, it's certainly not going to be plain sailing. But I would imagine, you know, towards the middle of this year, we're going to start to really get a good sense of where we are in the piece, basically.
Yeah, I think there's some really good advice there. Like, you know, I definitely, in my opinion, I see it a lot. Like, you know, all these things that are happening, it creates like, you know, all this additional red tape, and people are worried, concerned about doing things. But realistically, like, even when this wasn't happening, you do your due diligence, you make sure, right, you've got the right things going on, you've got, you know, you've looked at everything from all different angles, you're confident on an idea. And, you know, when it comes to things like, you know, what's going on now, like, will you get ahead of the market? And then if you try and, you know, kind of invest into something and you really put your time into it. So I feel like, you know, although things are kind of more expensive, borrowing money is more expensive, like cost of products is more expensive, but that's just the market. And if you're confident in it, then, you know.
Yeah. And I think, you know, it's one of those things that everyone says uncertainty is bad for business, which, you know, it is to a certain extent. But think all the way back to the Brexit vote. Since then, we've had numerous different things that have come up at that point that businesses have had to deal with. And like a lot of businesses now that you speak to will have been born between that time and now, and they've only known uncertainty. So to a certain extent, it's an amazing proving ground for business owners that are, you know, putting themselves out there and taking risk in that environment. And they're very, very nimble, and they're overcoming all of these odds to go out there and make a business that, you know, can truly thrive. And I think, you know, going back to that point earlier, if you know your numbers, you know your clients, you know that you're going to continue to get that share of wallet moving forward, you know, that is a calculated risk still, but you can never get, you know, remove yourself from risk in entrepreneurship, can you?
Definitely not.
And I think a lot of people who put themselves out there and set these things up, they thrive within that uncertainty to a certain extent.
Yeah.
So 2023 would be no different. You know, some possibly unique challenges, we'll see. But yeah, I'm sort of excited by it as well.
Yeah, me too, definitely. I think these last couple of years has definitely been quite challenging. So I'm looking forward to kind of 2023, the challenges it might bring, hopefully the opportunities that will be there for you know, all the sellers, us as a business, obviously you guys as a business. So I want to kind of go into a bit of detail. Let's try and kind of create an example on a particular product.
Yeah.
You know, I'm a seller, I'm just starting out, I want to, you know, borrow maybe the minimum amount, 25 or whatever it is. Like, practically, how does that look for the seller, you know, in terms of actually receiving the money, then to the repayments, how the repayments work, and the flexibility that you guys have at SellersFunding?
Yeah. So I'll take you from application through to kind of draw down very, very quickly. So basically, SellersFunding.com, you go in, you set up an account, you make a request for working capital. If we're talking the direct lending side, you go in, quick, you know, questionnaire, how much you're looking for, what's the purpose of it, etc. Connect to open banking, so that goes via plans. You can connect to a variety of different bank accounts that way. So we pull in live information from your feed there. From there, you'll connect to your Amazon store or your Shopify store, whatever it is that you're using, or a multitude of them. And after that point, we get the data, it feeds into our risk model. You know, if everything's good, we'll look at it and say, fantastic, you can get £25,000. Now, generally speaking, at that level, towards the lower end of what we do, the kind of due diligence is slightly more, goes through the algorithm, and it's not as sort of high or intense due diligence as you would if you were looking for 10 million on the other end.
Yeah.
But you know, what'll happen is you'll get an offer. It'll be on your platform. You get an email about it. £25,000. It might be, you know, a discount rate of 12%, for example, and it'll be over a 12-month period. Now you look at that, you understand what the repayments are going to be. You know, basically 25k net over a 12-month period. So my mental math is terrible, so I won't be able to put that on the spot. And it'll be a fixed repayment profile. And yeah, it's one of those where, so we're a very flexible lender. As long as we're connected with the store, we can see that data flowing through. You know, they might get 3 to 6 months down the line of payments, and suddenly they've gone into new markets. They've, you know, increased their sales by, you know, 50% quarter on quarter. Things are looking very good. What do you need then? It's capital intensive. You need money. You need more product.
Yeah.
So you might come back to us and say, look, have a look at the data. Like, you know, we can see it in real time. You may have to go and add an additional store because, you know, we've set up a store now in Austria, or, you know, whatever it is. Okay, all of that's fed into it, and as I mentioned, it all gets, you know, pulled up into a consolidated picture for us. And at that stage, they can reapply for some more money, and with that new data, we can you know, supply additional debt to these businesses, and they might go from 25 to 50 or 100k within that period of time. And it's all doable, basically via the dashboard. It's pretty simple.
Okay, so when you say via the dashboard, is that monthly payments they have to go and pay, or do you kind of automatically pay directly?
So the monthly payments are taken by direct debit,
Okay.
or ACH in the US, and yes, it's just an automatic thing.
Okay, all right, fine. And then obviously for people, if they want to increase, is it just increasing into the same product and taking out a new product, like a new loan? And also with the terms you said, 12 months, is it? Can you do it over different time periods? Is it always 12 months?
Yeah, so generally speaking, at the lower bound of what we do, it tends to be a 12-month revenue advance offer. So it can be 18. It's never just one size fits all. We will always, if we understand what the reason for the funding and why things need to be a certain way, we can negotiate and we can kind of change it to, let's say, 18 months, for example. Across the spectrum, we can go up to 24-month terms. Interest-only periods up to 6 months, etc. It gets a little bit more complicated the larger the funding size is, and we go into it a little bit more and understand how it can fit into someone's cash flow forecast, etc., etc. But yeah, in terms of if they need more money, they go in and basically request it. So either they can request it through the dashboard or get in touch with their account manager and do it that way, and we just revert that back in. From an information standpoint, our credit team will sometimes ask for updated management accounts if a certain time periods elapsed, etc., etc. But generally speaking, when you're already a client of ours, you're in the VIP lane, so to speak. So it's pretty quick, a couple of days basically to get a feeling of how quickly that will happen and what the terms are going to be, etc. Okay,
so I myself, I know I've had some success stories. I've spoken to clients, and with Amazon, and a lot of it is about speed, isn't it? You find a new product. Okay, that product's doing well. There's a trend going on. I actually want to now launch that product. I want to get a new product, etc. Sometimes it can be about speed because if you're 6 months later, you might have missed the boat, and suddenly there's loads of people with loads of reviews, and you're not really going to be able to compete too well with them. Obviously, if you're in that type of game. So in those cases, borrowing money to put them that step ahead so they can get further than where they need to be right then is really good. What success stories have you seen at SellersFunding?
That's a superb question. Look, I mean, we lend for a variety of different reasons. And also one thing that sets us apart from other players in the market is we don't say to you, you have to use the money for inventory or marketing spend or whatever. Like if you need the money for 10 different reasons, that's okay because we're giving you a lump sum loan, and you go away and do that. As long as you repay us, we're all good. So there's loads of different really interesting success stories that I can personally talk about. One of them I really like, who's a client of mine that I know well, is a business called London Stock Company. You may have seen them.
Yeah.
So really good guys behind it, Dave and Ryan, and they came to us and I think they basically used revenue-based financing from the market, and they were paying 25% of everything that they brought into the business to paying this loan down.
Yeah.
Which I think was painful from a cash flow perspective. So they were kind of being strangled on that side of things, but they also had a lot of growth that they were trying to figure out what to do with, plus loads of other problems, including relocating their where they were getting their supply from, a factory as well, like move. I think as well there was like a shipping thing going on. So there's all of these different problems that they were trying to handle at the same time. Each one had its own quite distinct capital intensiveness to it. So they needed just a lump sum of money that they could just play around with and do what they needed to do. Someone who backs them and say, you guys know what you're doing. You've built a really good business here. We can see that you guys are looking to do more in the US, which is part of what they want to do. I think that they've started that process now. Kind of fits in quite nicely with that international expansion piece. And we were just able to give them. It was sort of a hybrid model that we gave to them, but ticked all the boxes for them at the time. We've continued to keep giving them money. I've got a very good relationship with the guys, and we really trust them. And we try and make sure that we're always providing additional funding where it's sensible, where it makes sense, where the data supports it, obviously. But we target at least 70% renewal rates across the business. So 70% of all of our clients getting new funding, whether it's just we want that 50k loan again, or like we want to turn our 50k loan into a 150k loan because all of this stuff's going on. If we can do that with 70% of our clients or more, I think we've done a very good job. And we're continuing to support these guys, and that long-term story is very important to us.
Yeah. Okay, that makes sense. I think it's it is a key thing, and just being able to have the option, I think is really, really good for people, because even if you did have the cash, you don't want to leave yourself in a position where you're right down to the line. Yeah. Realistically, do you?
No.
Even if you are paying a percentage on that, having the actual knowing that you've got a bit to play with, and that if suddenly an opportunity comes up, okay, we can take that opportunity. Or if there's suddenly a problem, suddenly there's extra cash needs to go somewhere, then we know we've got a little bit of a playing room, basically.
Exactly. And actually, one of our kind of flagship products, it's the revolving credit facility that we offer. Yeah. So again, it tends to be for slightly kind of better established businesses. But generally speaking, the way that would work is, so for example, if we were to approve you for £500,000, let's say, you might look at it and think, just being prudent, I don't need the full 500,000 now, but knowing that I have the ability to draw down on that is really handy. You might only need 200,000 today, and you've modeled out that you probably need another 100,000 in 3 months' time. It's exactly what this product is there for. Okay. You go in there, same as before, dashboard, request a new draw. There's like a sliding kind of scale thing on the website. Literally pull that along, request some more money. Again, sometimes we might need some extra financials just to check, new bank statements if they're not connected on open banking, etc., etc. But again, these kind of things, we had one come through recently. Can we have a new 200k draw? As soon as approved, within about 48 hours, they had the cash in their account. So, it's a super flexible facility. It has no early repayment charges, and it's there to it's sort of give entrepreneurs the comfort that they have that line that they can pull on if they do need it. And obviously, there's a variety of reasons why at the moment you might need to pull on that cash. Mm-hmm. And again, as I say, it's just a lump sum of cash. We might ask the question, what are you using it for? But we're not gonna, we're not gonna say, okay, we'll give you some of it now and maybe some of it later, that kind of thing. It's, we've underwritten the business. We trust you guys. Yeah.
Okay. Yeah, that makes sense. I think, as I said, I think it's a really good option for people to be able to have. You mentioned no early repayment charges. Yeah. Is that across all products? Is it just on particular products?
That's a good question. So I think I mentioned earlier, it's called the revenue advance. Yeah. So on kind of smaller loan sizes, on the lower bound of what we do, they tend to be a revenue advance, which is it's basically a discount fee or a flat fee. Mm-hmm. So the fee's taken up front and the principal is paid down for the rest of the facility. So you could pay that down early, but really it wouldn't be of massive benefit to you, not saving money. So there's no early repayment charge per se. Yeah. But you could almost argue that there's almost a penalty for repaying it earlier because it means that yeah, exactly. So I wouldn't necessarily tell someone unless you really need to for some reason to pay it down. On other products, so the RCF revolving credit facility doesn't have any early repayment charges on it. The normal term loan, I think within 90 days there may be one. Basically, it can vary.
Okay. So. Perfect. Before we go to the questions, I think we're nearly at our time, and we're going to answer some questions. Awesome. Just before we do that, I want to hear from you one kind of tip for 2023 that you would say to sellers.
Ooh, that's a very good question. So I'll kind of go back to what I was saying earlier. One thing that I like to say that I think is super, super important at the moment is to know your client base really, really well, your customer base, and how are you going to continue to get that share of wallet that I keep talking about. If someone has £100 of disposable income in a month, how are you going to still be in the running to have that spent on your product? Because otherwise people are dropping out of your pipeline. So I think that is very, very important for the coming year. And I think the other thing that's quite interesting is, knowing them, but also creating a sense of community. If you can create a sense of community, they will refer people to you. They will be invested in more than just your product. They're invested in like an idea or like a sense of something that's bigger than what you are. And those types of businesses will be a lot more resilient to shocks like this, I would say.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Let's see what questions we have. I think we should see some questions coming up. So my eyesight's not great, so I'm going to have to get a little bit closer. What is something to avoid as an e-commerce seller in 2023? I'll let you go first.
Something to avoid. I think I'd probably avoid investing in SKUs or product sets that aren't that profitable. So chasing top line effectively is probably not the way to go at the moment. Especially if you're going to try and go out and maybe get equity funding, for example, if you're a D2C business. If you can demonstrate we've looked at everything, we know what our most resilient and profitable product set is, and we're piling money into that. That's going to shine very well, both with debt funders and VC funders.
Yeah, I guess as well, because if you're looking at kind of top line, small profit, you haven't got much room, have you?
Yeah.
Things change in the market. Suddenly, your product's gone, or suddenly, you have a supplier that increases their price. Then suddenly, also, then you've got to then increase your price, and especially on kind of returning products where people have to buy them kind of continuously, might not be too happy. So I think that's good. That's good. I say from my side, it's more now than ever. You've got to be really diligent in terms of the markets you're going into. From Europe, being at AVASK and working in compliance, there is more red tape now. There is more, but it's I would say a good thing, because you have equal sellers across the board. When I first started, you'd have people selling from countries in Europe and they wouldn't be paying VAT. Now there's an enforcement where Amazon have to collect and deduct the VAT in a lot of cases, so that make sure everyone actually is paying it. You've also got the likes of EPR, the extended producer responsibility. So knowing the market you're going into, so making sure you do your research, be as diligent as possible before you're going to launch. Right, let's move on to the next question. Can you tell me more about the partnership between SellersFunding and AVASK? So
that's a very big question. What more about it can I say? It's I'd say relatively recent. It's got quite a big scope, I think. It's something that Leo, our global head of partnerships, if you're there, hi, I'm watching, has been running. But it's a global partnership, I believe, and really, obviously we spent quite a lot of time talking about funding, direct lending, and that's kind of like the main thing that people tend to come to us for. But actually, what we really want to focus on more, as a business as well, but also I think as part of the partnership is, looking at FX, like what are you currently paying? Who are you using? Is it working for you? And bringing more people into our ecosystem in the first instance for something that's non-funding, because there are all of these problems that I think you guys talk about FX quite a lot, as I understand it, across the organization, and we can help with that. And I think that's something that we really want to be talking about. I don't know whether you have any kind of further insight on it.
Yeah, for sure. I mean, from AVASK point of view, we always want to work with great partners. And we're speaking to sellers day in, day out. We understand seller problems, the issues that sellers face. So it's a partnership that is necessary for sure, and we want always to point our clients in the right direction. People we like to work with, people we know are good, people we can rely on. One of the reasons that we have partnerships across the board in different areas, because we want to make sure if the question comes to us, we know the right place to point people towards.
Amazing. And I'll say that on kind of the other side to that coin, that when you're looking at financing, having a trusted advisor on the other side who can, we can say, right, we know that these guys have prepared VAT returns, they've prepared end of year accounts, all this kind of stuff. We know that the data is top notch. And that's a really big thing, especially for debt finance, because the reliability of that data, whether it's real time, whether it's management accounts and year-end accounts, that's basically what we're assessing kind of credit risk against at the end of the day. So, really, really helps for us to have you guys as a trusted advisor on the other side.
Definitely. I think, working together works really well. Like even, you take the example of someone wanting to borrow money, they might want to use that money to expand to a new market. They've already got an established market. They don't want to expand to new markets. That's the reason they've taken the money. If, for example, they haven't come our way and we haven't, told them all the regulations, what they need, suddenly they start selling in that market. Yeah. You get blocked, because of unregulation, and suddenly you're not actually selling. So the plan that you had doesn't actually work out, and suddenly you've got this lump sum of money that, what you were going to use it for, you can't use it for. So, it really ties well together. But no, thank you very much for coming on today. Thank you for all the advice. I'm sure it's been really good for everyone, and it's been really good for me, especially as well. Thank you everyone for listening. So next we are going to be going on to international accounting and global markets with Timothy Nelson, Hattis Donmez, and Christine Lawless. This is where you're going to learn why accounting is a key part of your business and why e-commerce industry is no different. The session starts at 2 p.m, so please stick around. In the meantime, please enjoy some of the conversations from ASGTG with Melanie, Mike, and Angelos. Thank you very much for watching. Take care.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hi everybody, I'm here with Rich Goldstein, who is an IP specialist and is able to assist e-commerce sellers with all the IP and trademark requirements. So Rich, if you want to tell us a little bit more about IP, why is it important to be compliant, and what is it why should sellers be aware of this kind of requirement?
Yeah, well, I mean, first of all, like IP is pretty broad, and there's a bunch of different categories that you need to think of when you're a seller. So there's trademarks, which have to do with branding, and patents, which have to do with the product itself, what makes the product itself different and special. And in both cases, the things you want to consider is, number one, are you protecting yourself against having other people copy the things that matter to your business? And two, like, is there a possibility that you're infringing someone else's IP and you might be headed towards a shutdown? So those are really the two main reasons why you would think about IP while you're operating your business. But there is a third that's beyond when you're operating your business. That's when you exit. And that is that owning the IP can be a huge, can lead to a huge increase in value when you go to sell your business, when you exit your business. And at the same time, though, not owning the IP can also be a deal killer. When you have an otherwise profitable business, but there are issues around the branding, there are issues around the name, and it's not clear that you own the rights to it, and someone who would otherwise be willing to pay you 8 figures or more for your business might walk away from the transaction because there's a cloud over whether you really have the rights to the things that matter.
I think you touched 2 important points. The first one is the infringement part. So we have seen it several times that sellers may receive such kind of infringement queries
Right.
that can affect all their day-to-day selling.
Yes.
And also in terms of like the M&A aspects, exiting, that can have multiple impacts. So what are the things that the sellers need to do to actually rectify the situation? And is it something that should take place at the early stages? Can this be fixed afterwards, let's say
Yeah.
during the process of selling?
Well, usually earlier is better with regard to, it's like once there's a whole lot of momentum in a certain direction, it becomes a lot harder as time goes on to fix it. So for example, if you're using a brand name that turns out to be infringing someone else's brand name, like, the further you are into the process, the more difficult it is. Whether it means rebranding, destroying inventory, and now doing marketing to get people to get to know the new brand name, and dealing with the consequences or the damages of the infringement. It all magnifies over time. Clearly the best time to work all that out is before you're even selling products. That's the best time to figure out if you have potential conflicts. So all of it, there's the Chinese proverb, what's the best time to plant the tree?
Yeah.
20 years ago. And when's the next best time is today,
Exactly. That couldn't be more true, isn't it? So
Right.
absolutely. Yeah, so basically having to rectify it, it's something that needs to be done at the early stages. In terms of like if I had an infringement, what are the first one or two things that I have to do as a seller to ensure that my account is going to be reinstated at the earliest possible, let's say?
The most important thing is to just get to the bottom of whether you're really infringing or not. I mean, so many people want to look towards like, well, is there someone who could handle the complaint with Amazon? Like there are people that handle all types of situations or account health issues on Amazon that are used to like writing letters, and they have templates, and they want to launch right into all these different appeals and what have you. But the most important thing is to figure out, like, are you guilty or not? Because that will completely steer what you do next. If it's total BS, if it's really not infringement, you handle it a certain way.
Absolutely.
If it turns out that you are infringing, then you need to think about ways to kind of minimize your losses and put yourself in the best possible position under the circumstances. But that's the most important thing, is to get some real advice on whether you're infringing or not. Because that's going to steer whatever happens next.
Correct, yes, because it could be like a false case.
Yeah, there's a
whereby you
lot
may
of
have
false
been,
cases.
Mistreated, it
Yeah.
was something that it was an inquiry that should have been done at first place. But absolutely, that's really important, and I think it's important for everybody overall when they have to have like a new product, or maybe when they are to be expanding even to different countries.
Yeah.
But even when you have to go to overseas, like if you have to sell overseas, is it necessary to have like trademark as well?
Yeah.
Can you extend your trademark that you have in the US, let's say, over to Europe?
Okay, so it's just strictly speaking about trademark. So in terms of branding, it is important to have trademarks in the markets where you are selling products. And question of whether you can extend it, it's like, let's say you got a US trademark, and then several years later you're expanding into Europe. You could apply for European trademark, but they would consider it, and if you're first entering Europe for the first time, say 3 years later, they consider it as if it's a new application. They wouldn't really consider your rights in the US. You'd not be able to extend your rights from the US.
Okay.
So in general, what you want to do is, if you're thinking you're going to want to expand, within 6 months of filing a US trademark, you can file in lots of different countries. You do what's called a Madrid Protocol application, which allows you to file in multiple countries and jurisdictions.
Yep.
And then essentially you would have the rights established along with your US rights. So if someone else came into the market along the way, before you even got a chance to get into the European market, you would have rights ahead of them.
Right.
And so that's the advantage of doing that. And then it's also the upside of when you're selling the business. You're not selling in Europe yet. You're not selling in Japan yet, but you have the trademark rights there. that's nothing but upside for the acquisition.
Absolutely.
Yeah, and that's going to get you
really
more.
important.
Yes.
And maybe just to close at this point, I would say for any new seller who is, let's say, or existing sellers from AVASK, how can our clients contact you, and how you can specifically help them to actually be compliant when they sell? If you can give us a little bit of more overview.
Well, I have someone on my team. His name is Larry Slavin, and his job is really just to take the time with people that are looking to do something related to IP, looking to get our help with something, spend the time with them, see if it's a match to work together. It's real simple. Just go to speaktolarry.com and you can set up to talk with Larry. And like I said, he hears from a lot of sellers that say, I called 9 attorneys' offices and none of them called me back.
Right.
And he was the only one who took the time with them. And I said, yeah, you know, that's kind of natural because most attorneys are busy handling the cases and we get hundreds of inquiries a month.
Right.
So I have him in place doing what he does so that he can spend the time with them and figure out if it's a match to work together, figure out if there's something we can help you with.
Perfect.
So that's
personalized
speaktolarry.com.
Yeah,
that's
speaktolarry.com. I think that's the easiest message.
Yeah.
Well, you know, Rich, thank you very much for the insights. I think these are really important aspects for any seller.
Yeah.
It is a compliance aspect that a lot of people, sellers may not consider it to be like at the top of their list, but I would say it's something really crucial. So I don't know if you wanted to add on anything that you wanted at the end of this interview that you want to have like as a final phrase for every seller, you know, from a compliance point of view.
Yeah, I mean, it's like just tagging on to what you said about like they don't necessarily put it at the top of their list, but it's not on the top of the list until it's the most important thing because it's the reason you've been shut down, and everything else is in line. I mean, like you've got the inventory, you've got your pay-per-click optimized, and like sales are humming along, but all of a sudden you have this IP issue that just stops everything that you've done right in its tracks. And so it is important to have it take the right place in your consideration. And like, I just highly recommend that sellers learn about IP.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hi everyone, and welcome to our session of International Accounting and Global Markets. My name's Christine and I'm from the UK Accounting Services in AVASK, and I'm joined here with Hatis from the German office, as well as Tim from the US office. Perhaps you guys would like to give a brief introduction about yourselves. Hatis, do you want to start first?
Yes, thank you, Christine. Hello, everyone. My name is Hatis Dönmez, and I'm Director of Business Operations and Taxation at AVASK in Germany. Yeah, Tim, would you like to present yourself, please?
Sure. Hi, Christine. Hi, Hatis, by the way. Guys, my name's Timothy Nelson. I'm a certified public accountant here in the United States. I am also the CEO of AVASK USA and lead operations out here in the US.
Great. Well, thank you for joining me, both of you. Let's kick things off, I think. So, Hatis, start with you. How would you say that the EU was most affected in the 2022 by global events?
Yeah, basically the Ukraine war was in focus in 2022, and the entire European Union suffered from the consequences. In general, we can say that the global economy is in a downturn and Europe is on the way into recession. Moreover, the war in Ukraine triggered the energy crisis in Europe in particular. The results are high inflation and rising interest rates, which are slowing down consumption and investment. High energy costs and raw material costs are slowing down industrial production. Businesses with Russia, Belarus, and Ukraine is collapsing. More serious, however, are the effects of the prices for gas, electricity, and the sharply rising procurement prices for the intermediate products. The current situation of companies has deteriorated massively, and business expectations are now in the basement. Germany and of course Europe are on the way into recession, although the extent is still open. As an energy intense sector, the chemical industry is particularly affected. Production's cutbacks have already taken place. Problems also continue to be challenging logistics and on all transport routes. There are tense situations in the international supply chain and bottlenecks in the supply of products. Demand for chemical products declines. In addition, there are strong price increases for raw materials, and the passing on of higher costs is often only partially possible. As a result, margins are under pressure. More creativity will continue to be required in logistics in 2023 after the COVID pandemic caused the supply bottlenecks for certain goods in the past few years. The consequences of the Ukraine war are now affecting many supply chains. Thus, only retailers also have to consider how they can keep their range of goods as stable as possible. After all, availability and delivery times also play an important role in customer loyalty. In addition to forward-looking planning and the search for product alternatives, e-commerce sellers will have to show consumers the current availability situation as transparently as possible on the product pages. So this is very important. I would like to hand over to you, Tim. How has the Ukraine war affected the US market?
Thanks, Hatis. I would say actually the Ukraine war hasn't really affected the US market too badly. I mean, prices have gone up, but I think that's more of a cause of inflation. But I would say that the Ukraine war hasn't really affected the US market too bad. Christine, how has the Ukraine war affected the UK?
Yeah, well, that's great news, Tim. I mean, UK weren't so lucky, unfortunately. Now, I don't think the UK have been so heavily impacted as Europe. This is mostly because the direct trade effects don't affect us as heavily as the European neighbours. However, for the UK, it's mostly the indirect trade effects that are affecting the UK. So it's certainly been a contributing factor to the gas and electricity prices, the energy prices, the food prices. So just an example, the electricity prices in the UK have rose by 65.4%, and the gas prices have rose by 128.9% in 12 months up to December 22. These rises in costs have been a great worry for many, and therefore consumer spending has been impacted and reduced in the UK. Many businesses have also been impacted. Luckily, e-commerce has probably been impacted the least out of most businesses, and this is mostly due to the fact the overheads in the brick and mortar chain are obviously going to be a lot more than a e-commerce. However, e-commerce does have a lot of overheads as well in many cases, such as warehouses or offices. So yeah, it's been a worry for pretty much all businesses, these rises in prices. The good news, however, is that governments have put various measures in places to aid households and relieve the pressure of inflating costs. The energy price guarantee from April 2023 has meant that a UK typical household will pay an average of £3,000 a year on energy bills for the next 2 years. This means a saving of at least £1,000 for households. This is automatic and it's applied to all households. It's also in addition to the £400 discount that has already been applied to all households. So that does relieve a little bit of pressure. Furthermore, wholesale energy prices are actually predicted to fall by up to 40% in summer 2023, meaning a massive sigh of relief for businesses and consumers. Now, that covers energy, but the UK is actually suffering a lot more in terms of inflation. So further to the effects of the war in Ukraine, the UK is in the midst of a cost of living crisis, and it's also heading towards a recession, which I know does sound a bit not so positive. So in 2022, the inflation costs rose to 11%. So spending on food, energy, and housing made up around half of the overall consumption basket of households at the lowest 10% of income, and just over a quarter of households in the highest 10%. As well as the previously mentioned energy costs, food and non-alcoholic beverages prices rose by 16.9% in 12 months up to December 2022. So as consumers are cutting back on spending, we anticipate a sharp reduction in non-essential categories of spend by the households most affected by the rise in all of these various costs. Furthermore, both total and regular pay, if you account for inflation, have declined by 2.6% year on year, which is one of the largest declines in real wage growth since records began in 2001. However, factoring out inflation, average weekly earning growth in the UK increased by 6.4% year on year in November, which was above what was expected. So in summary, most forecasts show that inflation has now actually peaked, and in 2023 it is expected to fall sharply by mid-2023. This is due to a number of factors, including previously mentioned fall in energy costs, as well as the drop in fuel costs. So just an example, fuel costs did rise by 11.5% in the year to December 2022, but they were down by 17.2% in November 2022. And this is the 6th consecutive month where most prices inflation has fallen from a high of 43.7% in July 22. So you can see that's a massive drop. The rise in wages, along with these decreasing inflation costs, mean that in 2023, we may start to see an increase in consumer spending and also in the online sector. So yeah, that's inflation. Now, Tim, do you have anything that you would like to add in terms of inflation in the US and how that's been impacted? I know it has been.
Yeah, Christine, and it's a lot of similar things that you actually just went through. Right now, it's tax season here in the US, which means that companies that operate here in the United States need to file their tax returns. And in doing so, they need to have their financials ready. So I have a lot of financial statements coming across my desk. I'm reviewing them. I'm seeing how companies performed in 2022. And in looking at those numbers, I can see one of the biggest effects that inflation has had on business sellers here in the US is that really the cost of capital has gone up. I see interest rates have really risen here in the United States, which is directly affecting sellers. Since their cost of capital has gone up, they've had to increase their prices, which you would think then would affect their sales here in the US. So actually, to almost spin it to a positive, for some reason, U.S. buyers, U.S. consumers, we like to buy things, and even though prices are going up, we're still buying, which is a very good thing, because I'm looking at these financials and I'm seeing actually strong U.S. sales for a lot of these sellers. So even though sellers really need to think about where they're borrowing money from, since interest rates really keep rising, it really hasn't had a negative effect on their sales. So really, hopefully that's a really good positive note that U.S. sellers can keep going after. Hatis, how has inflation really affected everyone in Europe?
So again, the Ukraine war, the Ukraine war and the associated economic effects of the high inflation rate and the sharp rise in energy prices depressed consumer sentiment over the course of the year. Growing fears of recession caused online retail sales to fall by almost 4.5% in the first 3 quarters of 2022, compared to the same period of the previous year. The poor buying mood among consumers is likely to continue for quite some time in 2023 as well, unless the aforementioned inhibiting factors weaken significantly. We at AVASK are here to show how the e-commerce world should deal with this and which trends are emerging for the new year apart from the recession in the industry. Moreover, the European Central Bank ended its zero interest rate policy in July and raised the key interest rate to 2.5%. Further adjustments are planned. Europe therefore aims to further reduce strategic dependencies and achieve more autonomy in critical economic areas this year. A particular focus in 2023 will be on the consistent implementation of the recommendations of the European semester, which aims to support member states in pursuing responsible economic policies and transitioning to more sustainable public debt management. A few days ago, an Inflation Reduction Act was announced. The European Commission President wants to make Europe the clean tech world market leader with an industrial plan. Rules for state support are to be relaxed and additional European funds made available. From a politics point of view, Tim, what do you think? How have the elections in the US have affected the US market?
Yeah, actually, it's been really interesting because we just had our elections in November, and with those elections, we expected a lot of changes. What changes did we expect to see? When President Trump was in office, he made a lot of tax changes to a lot of the tax laws. One of the biggest tax law changes he made was he cut the corporate tax rate down to 21%, about 21% here in the United States. He wanted to make the U.S. a more competitive market for people looking to expand. Once he was voted out of office and the Biden administration came in, it was widely expected that he would change a lot of these laws that Trump put into place. But he hasn't been able to get the vote. So many of Trump's tax laws have stayed into effect, which in turn has kept the corporate tax rate at 21%. A lot of people expected that to change. A lot of people expected that to go to maybe 25%, maybe even 28%. But now that it's staying at 21%, it really does pose a lot of opportunities maybe for a lot of people, especially globally, on thinking on how they want to maybe expand their business. So let's say if you're thinking about expanding to the US, you want to look at that tax rate and say, hey, wait a minute, if I expand to the United States, do I want to form a company in the US where I can recognize my sales in that US company? Because maybe the country I'm selling from has a higher tax rate. So I'd be saving a good amount of money if I form that company in the US. And speaking of forming a company in the US, I mean, it's really still very easy to expand to the United States. I mean, really, if you're outside the country and you want to start selling in the US, all you need is an EIN number, register in 9 states, and really just contact AVASK, because we really just take care of everything under one roof. You don't have to go out and deal with one sales tax company and another bookkeeping company and someone to prepare your taxes. I think one of the advantages of having good pro advisors like ourselves is taking care of everything in one roof. And speaking of expansion, what I've noticed is a lot of people who do expand into the United States also take advantage, besides the tax rate maybe, is also the diversification of selling on many different marketplaces. So sure, we have a lot of sellers who sell on Amazon. That's great. But what I've seen, especially during tax season and looking at all these financials, is people selling on many different marketplaces. People will sell on eBay, on Walmart. But most importantly, I see everyone trying to sell on Shopify. Why is that important? Because yeah, most people will get their sales from Amazon, but Amazon does take a certain amount of fees when you sell through them. And what sellers are trying to do is looks like they're trying to deflect all those sales, or when they build their brand on Amazon, they want to send those customers to their Shopify store, where hopefully they can continue growing a relationship with that customer, but also selling through Shopify, which has a lot less fees, which then turn into a higher profit for our sellers. So, I mean, those seem to be good positive changes, and hopefully people will continue to take advantage of them. Christine, how are politics going in the UK?
Well, in the UK, we most certainly had an interesting year in 2022. So we had a prime minister, and then we had another prime minister, and then we had another prime minister. And we had a budget, and we had a reversal of a budget, and then we had another budget. So yeah, there was a lot that went on in 2022. Liz Truss was our shortest serving prime minister ever, resigning after just 7 weeks. And under Liz Truss's premiership, there was a mini budget that was announced. Now, this included a lot of unfunded tax cuts worth 45 billion to be precise. An example of these announcements made in the mini budget were the 45% rate of income tax for earnings over 150,000 to be abolished. Now, this was later reversed in an updated budget. Another example was the cancellation of UK-wide rise in corporation tax that was due to increase from 19% to 25% in April 23. Again, this has since been reversed, and the UK corporation tax will actually go back up from 19% to 25% in April 23 after all. The budget did cause a lot of uproar in the markets. It crashed the pound to against the dollar to the lowest point ever recorded, resulted in borrowing costs to be elevated. As well as the risk posed to pension funds, the surge in borrowing costs led to a withdrawal of cheaper mortgage offers and a leap in corporation or corporate lending rates, should I say. Now, the Bank of England had to intervene in the UK government bond market. Furthermore, the Bank of England had to raise base rates multiple times since, and as today, the base rate is 3.5%, and it is expected to raise even further in 2023. After all this, Liz Truss sacked her chancellor and also then shortly resigned herself. As mentioned, there is a new government now, and they have already started to U-turn a lot of these tax cuts that were previously announced. And now there is a new prime minister in power. The government are doing as much as they can to try and just create some stability in the economy in the UK. And in 2023, we should start to see some easing of the pressure that businesses and consumers are currently facing. So that's pretty much it from the UK side of things in terms of 22. How about you, Hatis?
Yeah, from a European perspective, there is much to say about international taxation. In light of the global COVID pandemic, the European Commission published a package for fair and simple taxation to help EU member states with their economic recovery. The package consists of 3 main elements. The first one is an action plan for fair and simple taxation, which sets out 25 initiatives that the EC will undertake in between now and 2024. A proposal to amend the EU directive on administrative cooperation in the field of taxation in the EU called DAC. This proposal will be the 7th amendment of the original directive, hence the DAC 7. The communication on tax good governance in the EU and beyond, which aims to further strengthen transparency and fair taxation. These matters have a relevance for Middle East organizations, particularly those who operate in Europe. One measure is the upcoming Pillar 2 rules. European member states have reached agreement in principle on the implementation of the minimum tax component, also called second pillar, of the OECD's international tax reform at European level. The ambassadors of the EU member states have decided to recommend that the Council adopt the second pillar directive, and a written procedure for formal adoption will be initiated. Effective implementation of the directive will curb the race to the bottom in corporation tax rates. Profits of large multinational and domestic groups or companies with a combined annual turnover of at least 750 million euros will henceforth be subject to a tax rate of at least 15%. The new rules will reduce the risk of profit shortage and shifting, and ensure that the largest multinational groups pay the agreed global minimum corporate tax rate. Almost 140 countries of the OECD Inclusive Framework against Profit Shifting and Evasion, also called BEPS, agreed on a reform of international corporate taxation. That's an achievement of historic importance. Another big change is concerning DAC 7. Marketplace platforms have become a staple of the internet age. They have considerable sway over the economy and affect both businesses and individuals. This means governments also seek to regulate them to guarantee transparency and fair taxation. To this effect, the European Commission has introduced a new tax directive, DAC 7, which extends Europe's tax transparency rules to digital platforms. It requires yearly seller data reports from marketplaces and came into effect on 1st of January 2023. DAC 7 is an EU tax directive that requires digital platform operators in the EU to report revenue, personal and business information about their providers to tax authorities once a year. The first report under DAC 7 needs to happen by 31st of January 2024 concerning data for 2023. Each European member state provides a method for reporting the information. All marketplaces affected need to report to one member state only. The states will share information with other countries in Europe when necessary. These are the most important facts from a European point of view. Tim, what are the most important news from a US perspective?
The most important news is something I had brought up before in the corporate tax rate changes not changing really. I thought Christine brought up a good point that the UK rates would be changing around April, and those changes, how they may affect sellers on what they may want to decide to do moving forward. Let's say if I'm in the UK, do I want to still sell through my UK company, from my UK company into other countries that may have lower tax rates? Again, the US, it was expected that the corporate tax rate was going to go up maybe to 25, 28%, but having it still be maintaining on 21% may change how people may want to plan selling throughout, at least into the US or into other countries. Christine, how's everything in the UK?
Yeah, so as you said, the corporation tax is probably the biggest challenge that's going to affect businesses going forward. So as I touched on earlier, the corporation tax rate is going to go up from 19% to 25% in April. And this, of course, it will put more pressure on businesses who are already squeezed by the other sort of various expenditures that we spoke about earlier. Now, the new government went further as well by actually freezing the tax-free allowance and reducing other available allowances. And as a result, this has meant a higher tax burden for individuals. While these tax increases will generate increased revenue for the government, it is coming at an expense of economic growth. So the goal is to reduce the public deficit swollen by the vast government payouts during the coronavirus pandemic and the energy crisis. And this is obviously going to have a bit of a pressure on businesses. However, hopefully, we have to put our faith in the government in the sense that we have to see how it goes out, and over time this should hopefully strengthen our economy, in turn strengthen consumer growth, and in turn help businesses overall in the long term. So that's really how UK has been affected tax-wise. Obviously, there is so much more that could be discussed in terms of this, and tax is a very complex subject, and it can affect businesses so differently depending on which business you are and the business activity you do. So I really would advise getting in touch with either one of us if you are concerned about your taxes and you aren't sure what you're going to be impacted by. Now, I think we've covered most of the world events in terms of 2022 and how that's impacted businesses. So I think it'd be a great idea just to sum up things, and really for each one of us just to give a key point that we think an outlook for 2023 is going to be, and an end sort of summing point from each of us. So if I go first, so UK inflation, although I did mention that it had peaked in 2022, now it is actually due to go back down in 2023. And by the end of 23, it's due to drop from 11% to 4%, which is fantastic news. And also our Bank of England rates have peaked, or are due to peak, should I say, in beginning of 2023, which means, again, they're going to sort of level out towards the end of the year. So that's all really positive news for businesses and consumers alike. And this should hopefully ease the pressure that a lot of businesses and households are facing at the moment. Now, my key takeaway for businesses going forward in 2023 is to have a tight management over their cash flow. In order to get through these unstable changes, from a business perspective, it's really important to know exactly where your income is coming in and where your outgoings are going. And to really keep a tight hold of that and a tight watch over that will be essential for your business going forward. Now, Hatis, what would you say is your key takeaway?
Yeah, all in all, there are some changes and challenges for e-commerce sellers. The most important point is to be prepared. Identify the risks and turn them into opportunities. It can therefore be said that early planning is indispensable in order to safeguard against turnover losses or liquidity problems. The recession, however, will drive e-commerce sellers to take even more extensive measures. For example, subscription models are emerging as increasingly popular options for customer loyalty in e-commerce. The inclusion of so-called user-generated content in online shops strengthens consumer trust in individual offers and ultimately in the industry as a whole. At the same time, it's important to consider the aspects of sustainability and logistics. More and more, the focus of the public and consumer is shifting to aspects such as environmentally friendly packaging, short delivery routes, or alternative drive systems for delivery vehicles. But reducing return rates will also remain on the agenda. Online sellers will be well advised not only in 23 to continuously check their cooperation with logistics service providers for the need to optimize both the stabilization of supply chain and the sustainability aspect. Regardless of the economic situation, technical development is constantly advancing and requires e-commerce providers to constantly adapt their offerings. Digital and mobile wallets will continue to be in demand in 2023 due to their low transaction costs. So again, timely reaction in the market as well as early liquidity planning is enormously important so that the coming year can be successfully used and finished well. Yeah. So, Tim, what are your recommendations from a US perspective or the key facts?
Just from what I've noticed that's happened in 2022, we all knew that inflation hit and costs had gone up. But what was, I don't know if it was surprising, but was so interesting to see was, again, all the businesses that we work on was the positive sales numbers that we saw in the US. So that even though that costs went up and interest rates went up and everything that I had discussed before, which would negatively affect the business, the sales were there. The sales just went up with it, which was such a positive thing to see, especially in a time where, hey, things aren't going as well. So for 2023, what would I advise sellers to do? I guess for the US, there's a lot of positive things to selling in the US. Maybe think about selling in the US if you aren't already doing so. The corporate tax rate not increasing when everybody expected it to increase, and just the positive sales that I've seen across all the businesses that I've looked at in the last few weeks are such good indications on that the U.S. market is strong, and hopefully in 2023 it will continue to be so. So if sellers aren't selling in the U.S. market, maybe it's a good time to really consider it. Again, it's not that complicated. So maybe think about expanding, and obviously we will be here to help if they do.
Great. Thank you so much, guys. Thank you for your key takeaways, and thank you for such a great conversation today. Now, I think we're going to go to Q&As now. I think we have a couple of questions from our audience. So let's see what Q&As we have. So the first one that's come up is, do you think 2023 is a good year to expand your business to the EU and US? So I suppose one of you, do you want to take this away?
Hatisa, I'll grab that first, because I think that's exactly what I was just saying. Yes, I think there's no better time than right now to expand to the US. I'll repeat what I just said. Listen, the tax rates are lower. It doesn't mean you have to form a business here in the United States. So if you're looking to expand to the US, you could do it just by getting an EIN number, registering for sales tax, and just start selling. We can take care of it. But also, again, just from looking at the 2022 data that I've already looked at, sales are strong here in the US. So if it's something that you're thinking of doing, I think I would move ahead with it.
Yeah, same here. Sam, from the European perspective, I definitely recommend to expand businesses to US and Europe. It's never too late, or the right time is now. You just need to plan on time and react to the market. Yeah, that's all.
Great. And just from a UK perspective, obviously it wasn't mentioned, but likewise, I would agree that expanding to the UK is always a great idea. UK market is always going to be buying. Obviously, you've got to be more selective at this current time as to what you're selling, and bear in mind the current economy. However, it's always a large marketplace in comparison to the smaller ones that surround, say, Europe, for example. So yeah, UK will always be a fantastic place to go to. Okay, if we move on to the next question. So what would be your best advice for businesses trying to survive under these uncertain times? Okay, so if I take this one first, now I think I touched upon this in my key takeaways, but the best advice that I would give for businesses at the moment is managing your cash flow. So this is something that AVASK can help with, and it is something that we have seen to be particularly important with businesses at the moment. And especially with all of these expenditures going out, you're going to really want to know that you are going to be able to pay anything that you have going out and still hopefully turn over a profit after that. So that would be my key takeaway from that. I don't know if Tim or Hatice, you have anything to add?
Yeah, Christina, I actually just want to build on what you just said there. I think cash flow, you're correct, is the biggest key, making sure that you can pay what expenses you need to pay, but also think about when you're borrowing money. Let's say if that's part of your normal business plan is to borrow money so you can fund, let's say, purchasing inventory or something like that. Know that interest rates have gone up and may continue to go up. So try to know and calculate what your cost of capital is going to be. How much is that interest going to cost you before you make that purchase, so you can make sure you pay it down?
Yeah, same here. As I said before, timely reaction in the market as well as early liquidity planning is enormously important. Yeah, that's all from my perspective.
Great, thank you. So the next question, what do marketplaces need to report under DAC 7?
Okay,
That's for you, Hatice.
That's for me. Yes. The sellers identify identity information like full name, primary address, and date of birth, EU member state of residence, financial account identifier, bank account number or account identifier, tax identification number, VAT or business registration numbers, and consideration paid or credited per year. And any fees, commissions, or taxes that the marketplace has withheld, and the address of the immovable rental property, if applicable. These are some information which marketplace need to pass on to the tax authorities.
Okay, brilliant. So another question, is it a difficult process to register a UK company if I'm in the EU? So this is one for me. So it's not necessarily a difficult process. There is an application process that needs to be followed, and it will vary depending on the type of business that you want to run, where you live, and the various tax implications in that. So if I'm honest, the best advice would be to get in touch. We can discuss with you your exact situation, and then we can take it from there as to what you would need to do and how we can help you with doing that. Okay, so I think that's all we have time for today. Oh no, apologies. We do have one more question. So how difficult is it to import to the US, and are there a lot of obstacles at the customs? So that's for you, Tim.
It's not difficult to import into the U.S. Having a good customs person helping you out will go a long way, but it shouldn't be too difficult to import into the U.S.
Okay, great. So is it a good time to sell your flourishing Amazon business now? Now, that is the million-dollar question. And again, it really can depend on your business and how you're doing and where you sell. I would say the market in general is looking better than last year in terms of selling businesses. So if you do want to sell your business, please get in touch. I do lead the department that does sell businesses, so I'd be more than happy to discuss your situation with you. But yeah, it really would depend on your situation. To be honest, it's a very hard question to answer in terms of that, but we're more than happy to have a look at your account for you.
Yeah, Christine, I'd even add to that, right? It definitely varies by seller. Everyone's got their own business, their own set of circumstances, and really contacting somebody like ourselves to help maybe go through your financials, tell you what we see, maybe give you some recommendations on what we may change, what you should expect. Obviously, I've run into a lot of sellers who are looking to sell their businesses, and they're expecting an exit of X, Y, or Z, and maybe telling them, yeah, maybe not so much, or yeah, that's maybe something reasonable. But talking to them, explaining the process through them, going through their numbers, because making sure that their numbers are exact. You want to make sure that what you're presenting is reliable, and helping them along the process, is very important.
Yeah, absolutely. And just touching on that as well, in terms of the sort of pre-acquisition process, you will affect your valuation if certain financials aren't in place or if they're incorrect in any way. So really getting that finalized at the forefront is going to be key for you. So going forward, if you do decide to go through an acquisition, then you will know that the valuation that you're offered hopefully should stay that way, given that everything before is ironed out. Okay, brilliant. So I think that wraps up everything for our conversation. Thank you so much, Tim and Hatis, for joining me today. It's been a great conversation. If anyone does want to find out more, please get in touch with AVASK, and we will be sure to answer any questions that you've got.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Thanks.
Bye-bye.
Bye.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Thank you, Christine, and thank you to Hatice and Tim for joining us from Germany and the US. We really appreciate your insights into this session. The global markets really have seen such instability, and I thought it was really interesting to hear those thoughts on how international events and changing governmental approaches are affecting the e-commerce markets. I hope that you enjoyed hearing from our experts on the impact that global affairs had last year and how they think this will affect sellers in 2023. Now, I have a question for you. Are you up to date on the requirements to sell your products internationally? Well, Abby, Chiara and Alice will be here at 2:50 to help you keep up to date on current requirements and solve your compliance issues to ensure you have a smooth start to 2023.
3, 2, 1.
Hi everyone, it's Mike here from AVASK. I'm delighted to be joined here by Yoni Mazur from Gatida. Hi Yoni, how are you doing?
Great, I'm doing great, Mike. Nice to be with you.
It's really, really good. So we've got some exciting news to tell you guys about today, and that is AVASK and Gatida are launching a promotion together. So Yoni, what does this promotion mean to you?
It means opportunity for Amazon sellers who work really hard to do well, and maybe in one marketplace. Let's say you're doing really well in the United States. Consumers love your product and you want to expand. You can expand to other channels, or you can expand within Amazon globally, cross-border. You can launch your products in the UK or Germany or France. Great opportunity because you already know the system, you know the platform. So there's an opportunity to grow there. So what we are happy to do is to make it all much, much easier for the sellers with AVASK. AVASK is a master of cross-border commerce, right, globally, so you can really open up the tax settings in each country and every marketplace, and then streamline the whole workflow and the compliance needed with tax authorities. And of course, there's cost attached to doing all that and expanding. And what we're happy to do is basically reduce the cost or eliminate it. So if you want to go and expand into the UK from the United States and you need AVASK to do all the settings and all that cost, we're going to cover it to make sure you're empowered, you're motivated, and you're able to really launch successfully with minimum costs and as easy as possible. That's what AVASK does. That's what the magic is. That's what we want to do.
Thank you so much, and it is delightful. So sellers can save somewhere between $600 and $7,000 on the cost of expanding cross-border into Europe. So I would recommend wholeheartedly go to avaskgroup.com. We've got a landing page set up, and you'll be able to apply for this promotion. So what sort of business sizes, Yoni, can apply for this funding?
So I think there's a few profiles. One of them, if you're doing over 10 million in Amazon sales and you want to expand globally, we're going to cover your AVASK cost up to $7,000. So go get it, go do it. And if you're doing between 3 to 5 million in revenue and you want to expand globally and use AVASK, we're going to cover you up to, I believe, $3,500 US. So once again, if you're eligible and you fit that profile, go do it. Expand globally and do it the best.
That sounds absolutely wonderful. And of course, Gatida also, they are helping sellers to save incredible amounts of money on reclaiming the costs of fees.
FBA refunds, if you got overcharged, any of your inventory got lost, damaged, destroyed, disappeared, you're eligible to get recoveries. And this is what we do. That's what we specialize in short. We're able to go back up to 18 months of all your transactions and see if there's an opportunity for you to recover cash that was simply not available for you as well. So you have kind of a killer combination. You're going to be flush with cash that you never expected to have. You can use that cash to expand globally. You can basically source more products or have more budget for PPC. And then the cost attached to opening your accounts, cross-border and a different marketplace with AVASK will be fully covered. So you get paid to expand globally.
Absolutely.
So that's the idea.
It is a win-win situation, and when you consider that the US e-commerce market is currently around $908 billion, the European market is currently worth around $858 billion. That's not far off the US size, but the beautiful thing is the US is very, very developed, it's very crowded. Europe, you're getting competition, but not the same sorts of competition. So diversifying your business is a very worthwhile strategy in 2023. We all know that there is a sort of an economic downturn happening, and this is why expanding your business cross borders will basically help you to succeed and weather the storm.
Yes, sir.
Absolutely.
Go to market. Just be the first. So go get them.
Thank you so much, Yoni. It was a pleasure.
Thank you, Mike. Take
Cheers.
care, everybody.
Take care. Bye. Hi, this is Mike from AVASK. I'm delighted to be joined here by Joshua today. Hi, Josh. How are you doing?
Fine. How are you?
Yeah, not too bad at all. So, tell me, you're with AVASK for services, aren't you?
Correct.
What services do AVASK provide you with at the moment?
UK services like creating a VAT number and all these kind of things.
Okay. And how are you finding the service so far?
Right now, phenomenal. I had some issues. I was at a different show and I met somebody, and they put me in touch with somebody from your team, and it works out amazing.
Brilliant. Okay, so and what was the process you went through when joining AVASK?
Phenomenal, smooth and great.
Okay, that's absolutely fantastic. Thank you very much.
No problem.
Is there anything else you want to say to the camera while you're here?
If you need their services, they're the best way to go.
I'll take that. Thank you very much, Josh.
Thank you.
Thank you very much, Josh. And my name's Mike. If you need any assistance from AVASK, of course, you can go to www.avaskgroup.com, where we'll be happy to help you. Please do log on today, and yes, we'll see you soon.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hi guys, thank you for joining us this afternoon. I'm Kiara. I'm here with my colleagues Abby and Alice. We are from the Business Development Administrators, and we will run through a few concrete advice that you can take away if you would like to expand your business. First of all, we're going to run through what has happened in 2022. What have we seen? What have some changes that have come in? Then we will go what is kind of current right now, what we are seeing with our clients, what is really important to know right now. And then at the end, we're kind of going, what is some things that we might see pop up more in 2023? So first off, we're going to just talk about the UK. What have we seen? Some changes with Brexit that are still ongoing. Then we're going to talk about the timeframes that have kind of changed because of those changes. Then in the second part, we'll talk about takeovers. So if you were to change or thinking about changing your VAT agent, what is something that we would advise you and our clients to really take away and really know and prep yourself so you can kind of get a head start with that. And Making Tax Digital has come in recently, so we will give you a little bit of advice on that. And then at the end, we're just going to touch briefly on Sweden and Belgium because they are kind of really big this year.
Yeah, exactly. So before we move on to 2023, because obviously that's future and exciting, but we should really recap the big changes that have come about 2022. So I know we're talking a lot of still like post-Brexit effects. So yes, Brexit was quite a long time ago, but I think you guys would agree we're still seeing the day-to-day effects that it has, the changes that are still happening. So what would you guys say if you're recapping 2022 in one now would be the biggest changes that you've seen?
Yeah, I think just to kind of kickstart, I think one major change that we've definitely seen, I think we can all agree, is UK. That's really been a big effect that we're seeing ongoing, and we're working really hard to make sure we make sure that the time frame is we can provide all the documents and everything that's needed for time frames. So one major change is with EU sellers. Previously, they were able to get their registrations through a lot quicker. Just more based on like standard business information and things like that. And we were seeing turnaround times with VAT issuing in about a week. So it was a lot less, wasn't it? It was, a lot less time. But I think because there was a lot of nil filings, and because of that, HMRC wanted to see that there was more demand for the UK VAT and that there was more of a need and that the VAT was going to be used. So post-Brexit, what's now happening is we're seeing that EU sellers, the requirements are kind of grouped in with international now. So what that means is we've worked with HMRC to establish what are they looking for to get those UK applications through, because there seems to be a massive growth in the documents list. So I appreciate for sellers, it's, when you get that initial documentation list through, it can be quite extensive, can't it? But it does really help the more we can evidence. So what we've done is we've worked with HMRC to put a resolution plan in place. So we now know that they need 3 key pieces of evidence. That is platform, shipper and supplier. So we appreciate that differs per seller as well. So clients will have their individual business structures and things like that. So we definitely work independently with each individual client to establish what we can best provide that's going to be supporting evidence. But some of the things that we tend to see are with Amazon, for example, if that's your primary platform, we offer a lot of guidance on how you can navigate Seller Central to obtain things like your storefront. So definitely watch out for having your storefronts open. That's really important. Something else that HMRC like to see is like the warehouse. So we provide things like send replenishment and things like that. With supplier, it's often we see like invoices that they're really strong. Something that as of current, I think they really, HMRC like to see is it's dated and it's signed. So no older than about 6 months. And then a really strong piece of evidence as well is your shipper. So they just kind of like to see, obviously you won't have commenced selling just yet without your EORI and without your VAT, but they like to know that you can sell imminently when they issue that VAT number. So essentially you need like a full shipper contract. It's got to be signed, again, dated, but they're just some key things. Platform, shipper and supplier, they're your key pieces of evidence that you're going to need to really push those applications through. I think that's something we're seeing with EU and international as well.
Yeah, exactly. And if you're not on Amazon, then as well, they have their own websites. So where you might not be using FBA, you don't have to, then it's really, really, really important to have your 3PL, to have your warehouse ready and have that contract. Know where your goods are going to be stored. Because what Abby said about the nil filings and just HMRC have gotten a little bit stricter and knowing, okay, in around 30 days, this person's goods will arrive in the UK, so they need that VAT, and this will help us to build a strong case to HMRC if they might say, oh, but why is it like this and why is it like this? We can say, well, they have their warehouse in place, they have their shipper, they have their goods, and they will arrive. So we have a strong case for HMRC, and we will get the VAT number for you quicker.
Yeah, definitely. And I think it's another thing that you'd take into consideration there is it's no specific case. You're not ruling anyone out of that subject. Like we've just said, it's not specifically Amazon sellers that we know to cater for. We can cater for people who are selling on their own websites, people who sell on eBay, Shopify. We can do anything. It just means that we need to know exactly what your setup is, which is why the consultation is so important initially. You know, we touch base with your individual administrator. They will contact you to establish exactly what your setup looks like, what your business structure is, where you're planning on storing, where you're moving your goods to and from, and who you're using. They're then to sort of guide you based on your current scenario. And even if it's something that maybe is a little bit more ad hoc that we haven't come across as often, we can definitely still get in contact with HMRC on any client's behalf, discuss the situation with them to actually understand what it is that the tax office would like to see in that particular case. I think we can agree on that side, can't we?
Yeah, definitely. I think that's something that clients really appreciate with us, that we take the time and really get to know them and their business, the way that they run, the way that they maybe want to run. A lot of our clients have not gone to the UK yet, but because we are so in tune with how HMRC work, it is really easy for us to then go, okay, you have this and this idea, you give me these documents, and we call HMRC through every step of their way, because it has changed a little bit. There's steps now in the application process, and we call them and we know exactly where your application is. We know exactly what they want, and I think that sets us apart as well. I think, well, clients have told me that they really appreciate that kind of customized
It's more of like
service.
like a collaboration,
Exactly.
isn't it? And I think if you collaborate with the client, then it just really helps because everybody's got their own individual business structures. I mean, as you touched on with the steps, so there's now about 3 key steps. So it goes to an initial team at HMRC, and they tend to review it first, and then it goes on to a secondary team for that final review. And then after about 72 hours, it goes on to the VAT issuing team, and then it's posted out directly. And we also do request a copy here because we're based in the UK, so it then comes to us quicker and we can expedite that process for you a little bit more as well. But throughout every single step, we keep that visibility definitely with every single client, so you can see the progress and the updates on the progress as well.
Yeah, and I think the key thing to touch on there, you know, just as you use the word expedite, obviously the inevitable thing is the time frame. So obviously we have seen a change in the time frame throughout 2022 with the UK. Like Abby mentioned at the start, EU sellers were sort of seeing a turnaround of maximum a week, I would have said previously. Now we're actually looking more at the kind of a month to 6 weeks if we're being realistic. Obviously, the more prepared that the client is when they're coming through to us in terms of evidence and setup, the quicker we're likely to get everything going. But if we're being realistic in terms of what time frame we're seeing at the moment, I would definitely say that we're around the 4 to 6 week mark. What would you guys say, obviously talking about timeframes, we've seen some other changes within Europe as well. Either of you, which ones have you seen most recently?
Yeah, so definitely France is another one who has changed their timeframes because also with Brexit, I think it's just like a few things have kind of trickled down towards all processes, and France have really tightened that as well. There is a process now called accreditation, where beforehand we were able to get one accreditation for our partners, and that kind of covered the fiscal rep for our international clients. Now, unfortunately, it's not that easy. Now we have to get one single accreditation for each international client. So that takes a little bit of time. It is fairly new, and we're still trying to get to grips with it. Thankfully, VAT numbers have come back, so we know that it works. But again, it is just kind of like we're learning with the TA, because the TA have brought that in fairly recently. So we're learning with them, but we have reaped the results. So they are coming back. We know they're coming, and actually, not everything is bad news, right, Abby?
No, yeah. So although it's unfortunate that, you know, at the moment it is subject to change, so hopefully France will improve, I'm sure it will. But with Germany, we are actually seeing a decrease in time frame. So that's really great. The turnaround for VAT issuing is we're seeing about up to 2 months, which before it was about up to 4 months. So we're seeing that's a real, you know, decrease in that time frame for completion. So although there might be quite a few document requirements, we've learned that that's really helpful for the German tax authorities because they can really issue those VAT numbers a lot quicker.
Yeah,
which is major because it's the biggest marketplace.
Europe,
so it's definitely great to see that that's gone down.
100%. And that is, like you say there, although we're at a stage where maybe we are providing more documentation than we were previously, it's actually allowing the decision of the tax office to be a lot quicker. So because we're providing more concise, more sort of packaged documents now, more evidence, there's less reason for the tax office to have to like investigate, does the client actually need a VAT number? Because obviously that is what they're basing their decision on, is the intent to sell.
Exactly.
Right.
So obviously it makes it a lot simpler in Germany. Like we say, the reason I think we're actually seeing that turnaround time so much shorter is because we're giving them exactly what they need to see in order for them to make the decision a lot faster. There's nothing for them to question, which is really good. So if we obviously then bring it forward a little bit at the moment, what are you sort of typically finding the conversations that you're having with your sellers? So current considerations.
Yeah, so right now, again, if we kind of go back to the UK, making tax digital is has come in recently and is basically really quickly. It is just an easier and faster way for your indirect tax consultant to do your filings. And they want to go paperless, of course, because we're all going looking after the environment. So it is just an online version of doing your filings. So what we do, when we register someone for their UK VAT, we will register them for MTD, so you guys don't have to worry about that. We will do it straight in the process, and then there will be logins and everything. And actually, the logins are quite an important part, aren't they?
Yes,
Yeah.
definitely.
Yeah.
And it's HMRC's version of going paperless, isn't it, essentially?
Yeah.
So they're trying to make all of the filings less manual, less paperwork, a bit more eco-friendly. So like you say, though, I think the key thing that we've noticed, and probably a lot of VAT agents have noticed, is the difference that it makes if they don't have those login details.
Yes, definitely. They're definitely the key. And I would say, in terms of, if you're wondering where can I get those logins, what logins are they? So as of April 2022, your current agent will have set you up on Making Tax Digital, so you should have those MTD or those Making Tax Digital logins. So you can just request those from your previous agent. We do see sometimes that it is tricky to obtain those logins. If that's the case, it's not an issue. We can work with yourselves and also HMRC to have things like conference calls where we can, reset logins and have resolutions in place. So it's not a problem if you really cannot obtain those logins. We can reset the accounts and, go forward from there. But in terms of, first step is asking or requesting those from your current agent.
Definitely. So nothing, that's what we like to say, nothing is ever final.
Right.
So if you can't get the logins, if you got a first rejection from HMRC, we are here to help our clients to kind of jump through those hoops and like move past that barrier or push past, because we know what to do. We do it every day. So we are really that's what we do, and that's how we help. With the logins, they're also very, very important. If you were to kind of think about changing VAT agent, sort of we are in Q1, so many of you might change. I want to have a change. I want to kind of branch out and expand. So if you were to do that, that is really important to have the logins. So we with you, like Abby said, together we can move those filings over, and you can come to us with your filings.
Yeah. I would say also something else to make sure if you are looking for Q1 of switching agents and coming over to AVASK, something else that's going to be really helpful if you work to obtain your VAT certificates as well, and just have those ready in terms of the documents that we're going to be requesting to gain authority from the tax authorities to be your agent and assist you with your filings. If you're wondering where you can get your VAT certificates, if you don't already have a copy on file, you can request it from your current agent, or if you have Amazon, the chances are you will have uploaded your VAT certificates to Amazon as well. So you can also raise a support case with Amazon and request a copy from there as well. So if you're looking to get a copy of those, they're the two kind of solutions or places that you should be going.
Yeah, and then I think if we're thinking other considerations of, obviously, I'm seeing quite a lot of clients at the moment potentially coming through to me who are for takeovers for us to now become their VAT agent. A couple of conversations that I'm having are more sort of making sure that you've given plenty of notice to your previous provider. That's another key thing.
Definitely.
We don't want to walk into obviously duplicate filings and issues like that. So, you know, what I sort of say to clients at the moment is just to double check their T's and C's with their current provider. Make sure that you take note particularly of the notice period of your contract and things like that to make sure that you're covered. Another thing that allows us to do as sort of like the new agent or any new agent stepping in is to sort of make sure that we've got the exact date that we need to be taking over from. You know, we don't want to miss a filing because there's been some miscommunication between when the previous provider was going to stop and when we're actually going to take over. That's another thing that I could probably say that we've seen quite a bit. Which obviously can affect clients in certain ways, and we don't want that to happen. We want to avoid it as much as possible. So I would definitely say take note of that notice period. Make sure that you've sort of taken that into account with any decisions that you're looking to make, and just communicate that with the new agent so that they're aware. And then in terms of obviously takeovers, the other key thing is deadlines. Don't leave yourself no time to do that switch. I would sort of try to recommend, you know, when you know you've got a filing coming around, making sure that you've done that filing and that everything is set up for the new agent to then be the next person to file the next quarter or the next month, whatever it may be. You don't want to be making a switch 2 days before a deadline.
Right, exactly. Because also, right in, let's say, a quarter, or filings are always done the month after. So what we have to look out for is we can't actually put our POAs in place if the previous filing has not been done. So it is really important to give yourselves that timeline, and also bear in mind that we cannot act until the POA is in place, and we cannot get any notices or messages from that TA in the jurisdiction until our POAs are not in place.
Right. And also, I was going to add, just on another note, it's more applicable for more of like the international sellers and things. But if you are thinking of coming through for Netherlands VAT and you have quite high import VAT, it is also worth, I think, noting for current considerations with, you know, coming through, is that Article 23, so the VAT deferment scheme, may be of benefit to you.
Definitely.
If you've got large import VAT, like I said, that can really, really help to have that deferred VAT scheme, and that's really good with your cash flow as well. So just a consideration, you will need the VAT, and it, you know, so just to consider that as well if you're coming through, or if you already have Netherlands VAT and you think that could be of benefit to add that, that's something we can do, really help you benefit with your cash flow. So something to consider as well.
Yeah, definitely. There's loads of ways that we can sort of advise and sort of assist sellers. The best thing to be with us is transparent, so that we can fully understand your scenario and understand your setup, so that then we can best advise in terms of obviously what we would recommend for yourself in that particular scenario. So if we then sort of move on, obviously now we're starting our way into quarter one of 2023. So we're nearly finalizing January with the first month in. I don't know where the time is going, but if we're to think like, what do we expect to see in 2023? I know myself, a big thing that sometimes affects sellers is, especially if they're selling on platforms, it can be changes on the platform itself. So what would you guys say that you've noticed or you think is going to be coming about?
Yeah. I think already I'm getting inquiries into Sweden, and as we know, with it coming more into the Pan-EU promotion or the program, I think it's really handy to note about Sweden registrations, because I think we're going to see an increase throughout 2023 of those. in terms of what you need or what to get ready, if you do want to come through for a Sweden registration, it's usually things like power of attorneys that we're going to be sending over. But in terms of additional and Amazon certificates, so they like to see like your business activity in Sweden, so your demand for that VAT. So an Amazon certificate that you can request from Amazon is going to detail that business activity. So things like that, and then it will be more so things that we send over, like the power of attorneys for Sweden as well. And in terms of time frame, at the moment, we're seeing about 3 months or up to 3 months. But it's just worthy to bear in mind that that might increase if there's a more of an increase in the amount of applications coming through with the tax authorities. But that's something we'll work closely with the tax authorities to establish. If there's an increase, what could we further provide that's just going to help to expedite the process a little bit, get those applications through if there's a heavy amount of them. But I do see that. I'm already seeing inquiries coming through with clients, and I do see that growing as well throughout 2023. So something just to bear in mind with it, coming into PAN-EU.
Yeah, definitely. And next to that, I would say Belgium as well. Belgium is kind of up and coming. It has been kind of here and there last year, but really this year, I can see that I've been getting registrations in for Belgium. People are really taking advantage of Amazon Belgium, Amazon BE. It is it's a smaller country, let's say, but I don't think let's rule it out, because it is right there, right next to Germany. Right. It is a really good kind of location to have your goods. Belgium as well. Time frame, I would say as well, three months. I've been seeing recently. What we need to kind of think of Belgium, we need to obviously get the documents, and what they like to see is intent to sell, or especially if you've already sold, the TA kind of likes to see that, just likes to know that there's already been progress and already kind of movement. So invoices they like to see, or things that you've already shipped. And then of course, like the others, warehouse, you have 3PL in Belgium. Where are you storing those goods? As well, if you are sort of not storing, then, as I said, it is a good location to kind of think about storing, because you're right there. There's France, there's Germany, so it is a good location to have. And also, I think it's good to think about fiscal rep, just something to think about, not something to kind of forget about. It is an important thing. And yeah, I think those two, Sweden and Belgium, are really up and coming in 2023.
Yeah. I think the key thing with that as well is, obviously Amazon don't actually have fulfillment centers in either of those two at the moment. So although I'm seeing sellers that have maybe received a notification from Amazon about the fact that they've launched those two platforms, it's not actually a fulfillment center option as FBA.
Yeah, it is. So they are, even though they have the platform, like Alice said, they don't have FBA as of yet. Sweden, you might have already noticed, it will pop up in your PAN-EU FBA. So I think we're thinking eminently there will be something that they're thinking about, just not yet. So it is important to have your 3PL, have your warehouses there. So we are ready to go, and we can sign you up for that.
Yeah. I think the storefronts is definitely the big thing, because as you're saying, it's not yet a fulfillment. So it's definitely having your storefronts is going to be that key piece of evidence, because we appreciate you won't have too much else in terms of fulfillment evidence. But it's something that when you have a BDA, one of us assigned, we'll work closely with you to make sure that we can provide your specifics, your arrangements within those countries, and how you're going to be importing goods and things like that. And we detail through like questionnaires and things, so we can give enough sufficient amount of evidence to that tax authority to see exactly what your movements are going to be.
Definitely. And I think we can talk about this forever.
Yeah.
Right. We could, especially us, we do it every day. We could talk about this forever and ever and ever. We don't have the time. So I think, should we see if our viewers have sent in some questions?
Yeah, definitely.
Let's have a look for questions.
But I think a key thing to sort of mention, obviously, just as we tackle these questions, is I think 2023 is going to be an exciting opportunity for sellers.
Definitely.
I can see a lot of potential sort of like on the horizon and coming through. I don't think it's a year to sort of, obviously 2022 probably challenged a lot of sellers, but I wouldn't let it be really daunting for them.
Yeah.
You know, this is a chance to, as long as you've got the correct support, the correct advice, the correct sort of backup in place for your expansion, it is a time to do it.
Right.
Definitely.
There's always opportunities to expand. And it's also something we're willing to have conversations about as well. Please, you know, we have e-calendars that we send out, but if you would like to book in a call and just talk about, you know, if you've got any changes in your business as well, that's something we can discuss. And then, you know, as a team, we can make sure that that happens for your business to help you with that expansion and that growth that you look to see in the EU, really.
Yeah, definitely. So I think we've actually got one question here already. So we've got, how long does it take to register for VAT in Germany at the moment?
Yeah, so yeah, as I said earlier, it's been really great in terms of turnaround time. So it used to be 4 months, up to 4 months. But now if we provide all of the evidence and sufficient amount of evidence, you know, turnover information and everything like that, and, you know, warehouse and Amazon, if that's your primary platform or warehouse contract, it's about 2 months, up to 2 months. However, saying that, we have seen them quicker, haven't we? So it could even go down further. We hope it does.
Yeah, of course.
But at the minute, we say about up to 2 months. That's the general time frame, but it could change.
Yeah, just a little caveat with that, because each TA will always take each registration on an individual basis.
Right.
So of course 2 months is kind of like the general, but it might be that the TA sees something or wants to know more about your individual business. So that of course we can't foresee. That one we don't know whether that's going to happen, but because you have us and you have the team, we will work closely with our colleagues in Germany and the TA to push past that and give them exactly what they need.
Right. And I think as well, it's worthy to note, you get in Germany, you get your tax ID first. So it's called a Steuernummer, and you get that through first. And then we see in about a week or so, or up to 2 weeks, then the VAT follows that. So if you get another number through, that's what it is. It's a tax ID, a Steuernummer, and essentially it allows us to begin filing as well. So from that point, it's a really great sign, because it means the VAT is coming. It's following in about 1 to 2 weeks after.
Definitely,
great sign.
Yeah, and a little thing also to add on to that, just because obviously some sellers might not be aware of it, is if you're then going to trade into Europe, the other thing other than VAT to watch out for is an EORI number. So that's your customs clearance number into past the border, basically, how you actually get your goods in. So if it is a case that additionally on top of that German VAT, that you're going to need an EORI number as well, just obviously take in mind that that will be an additional couple of weeks there for us to get that for you as well. But that's obviously in the only condition that maybe Germany is the only place in Europe that you're selling.
Yes, that's true. There are other options. So in pretty much all, you will need the VAT first. So if you don't have it and you do need an EORI, we can do the Netherlands. That's the only country that will allow it. However, alternatively, if you've got, you know, VAT in EU6, for example, you can choose any of those and it will cover you for EU. So we do suggest maybe like France is a great one, because we see it in about 1 to 2 days. So that's a great one if you're considering an EORI. But if it is just Germany, as you mentioned, you're looking at about 4 to 5 weeks, and that will come directly to you as well. So yeah, definitely a good one.
Exactly. Just really quickly on EORIs, it just popped into my mind. If you want something quick, like Abby said, Netherlands, and if you, but with Netherlands, you do need to have, like she said, 1 EU. We would say Italy. Right, because Italy, we get the VAT number really quick, and then we could do the EORI. So that is actually the quickest way of starting the EU market, and then we can work with you to kind of branch out to the bigger France and Germany. But that combo, I could imagine, would be quite good for someone who wants to.
Who needs it quickly.
Yeah.
Definitely. Okay, so let's move on to the next one. So we've got, when you apply for a UK VAT, does this come with a UK EORI number, and can I use this for Europe?
Yeah, I'll take that one. So yes, number one, we straight away when we do the registration, we will register for UK EORI. And the second answer is no. Now that they are separate, now that the UK and Europe is separate, you will need 2 EORIs, one for the UK and one for Europe.
Yeah, Definitely another post-Brexit change that we're still seeing.
But in terms of time frame, if you're looking for a UK EORI, it's very quick. So once we've got the VAT through, then we can just do the EORI straight away. So there's no kind of extra delay there to you. It will be at the same time.
Yeah, definitely. So we've got another question coming in now. So where is the best place to register for IOSS, and what proof do you need to register?
So actually, I can take that one as well.
Yeah.
IOSS really quickly, like I said just now, Italy. Italy is really good for IOSS. You don't need to store, because that is obviously what you do in IOSS. And in Italy, I've just literally yesterday got one back, and it took me about 3 to 4 weeks to get IOSS in Italy, and you can start using it straight away. So that one I see more and more since IOSS and OSS have come in. People choose Italy because it's just an easy, quick way to start that.
Yeah. I think also a great alternative if you're looking for IOSS, a preferred is often France as well, because they don't have too many specific requirements. Some of the others do. For example, Netherlands, you need an EU bank and things like that. But with France, there's not too many specific requirements, and so that's often a preferred. And you're looking around 6 weeks. So that's also a great option as well if you would like to choose that one.
Perfect. And we've got another question coming in now. So it says, I'm a UK seller and I'm looking to expand. Where would you suggest? Which country has the easiest requirements? So this is such an open question.
Yeah, definitely. There's lots we can touch on with that, I think, and lots we can add to it. Just to kickstart, I would definitely say Germany, because that is the biggest marketplace. So it's really great to bring your goods closer to your customers, and just open up in Germany. So definitely, I would say in terms of requirements, it is not actually as overwhelming as it may seem. I think a lot of it is things that we actually send over, but in terms of additional, it's things like warehouse and platform. They're the top two with Germany, I would say, is warehouse and platform. So if you're going to be looking with Amazon to be your primary platform, make sure your storefront is open for Germany. So you don't have to have commenced selling, but just make sure that the platform itself is open. And then what we can do is also do similar to the UK, we can do the send and replenishment. And we offer guidance on this as well, and pathways to obtain that. But that essentially gives them the German warehouse address. And again, that just really details to Germany the demand, 2 the platform, and 3 that you are ready to sell imminently and you've got that warehouse in place ready to hit send. So I would definitely suggest Germany is a great one for the marketplace.
Another one, I would say Netherlands. I think the Netherlands is a prime example, just because a few different things. So the registration is actually super quick, nice and easy. We know what we're doing, minimal documents from the client. Then we have obviously the EORI, like we said, it will follow quickly after. And then what you have touched on earlier, Article 23 PVA. So you have that cash flow really well with Netherlands. And Netherlands is a big port country. So actually, if you want to bring your goods in, it's kind of like the main country where these things come in. So we see Netherlands more and more for people who want to start.
Definitely. And then just to add in on there, obviously we're talking about the deferment scheme there. I'd say another one for actually UK sellers is France. France currently don't consider UK as international despite Brexit. So they kind of sit in a bit of a grey area where they're still being treated as a European country. So the slight delays that we were talking about in terms of time frame earlier don't actually affect UK sellers. So I'd say at the moment, I'm still seeing VAT numbers for UK sellers come through in about a month or two at the moment. And then there's the benefits of the deferment scheme that they can take there. And then aside of that, obviously, again, EORI in France, quite simple to do. We don't actually need anything additional from the client. We can do it ourselves directly. And I'd say you see it come live in roughly 24 to 48 hours on average.
Definitely.
So those are kind of the 3 big ones that we're talking about. Obviously, if a client was to look to trade into Europe quite quickly, maybe Italy, again, just purely because of turnaround time on the VAT number. But yeah, those are kind of the suggestions that I think we'd all have. I mean, there's so many different options there.
All are a possibility.
Exactly. So then we've got another one saying, how difficult is it to register for VAT in Ireland as a UK limited company?
So in Ireland, really, really, really important. I would actually say the most important in Ireland. They want to see that your goods are in Ireland. So they're really, really strict on this. They want to see how your goods get into Ireland. They want to know who clears your goods to go into Ireland. What else would you guys say?
It's definitely the activity. So if
Yes.
you've got any invoices or any customs declarations, anything like that, they want to see that activity going as well. So I'd say that's a really big one in terms of evidencing your demand to Ireland. That's definitely something I like to see.
Yeah, definitely. Like you say, I think we can all agree, when we first started registering in Ireland, maybe they weren't as tight on it. Like we had a couple of clients who had maybe sold a product, but more in the format of distance selling.
Definitely.
Right.
But now, as sort of like the administrators who deal with the tax office directly, you can see that constant upping on the regimental side of it, how much they're monitoring it. I think, again, this is another move from the tax office just trying to avoid nil filings.
Yeah, definitely. Yeah,
Because
that's
for
demand,
them it's
isn't it?
unnecessary paperwork, isn't it, realistically? And there's so many sellers that sometimes maybe do follow a recommendation or something and they register for VAT and then actually they have no need for it.
Yeah.
So it's trying to avoid that style of things. But yeah, and then I can see just one more question that we do actually have, which says, what are the differences between an EORI and an intra-EU number?
Oh, I can
Great
say this one.
question.
That is a great question. So in EORI, you need to import into the UK and the EU. An intra-EU number is for crossing countries within the EU. So if you, a lot of the times, I think the first country that comes into our mind is Spain.
Yes.
Because Spain will give you the local number first, and then we have to apply for an intra-EU number. But if you store your goods, like say in Italy, Germany, and France, to be able to zero rate your movement into Spain, we need an intra-EU number. Otherwise, you will have to, you can choose where you want to pay it, but you have to pay for that. If you have an intra-EU number in all of those countries, that is zero rated.
Right.
Yeah. Would you say the same thing?
Yeah, and I think as well, just to add on to it, if you don't have an intra, then it's charged at the departing rate. So it is really helpful, and definitely, as you touched on with Spain, initially they give you that local number. That's just their process. They give the local first. And so the way that we turn that into an intra number is we get like the Amazon certificate, for example, to show that you're going to need that intra, and then they'll activate it. And there is a fairly long time frame of about 3 months, but that is, again, always case by case. But that's what we would do to activate it, is we just need that one document once we've received the local number first.
Yeah, and I think the other key thing to mention with the intra-EU number in particular, obviously, if we're talking about Spain, any sellers that use Amazon and the automatic invoicing service, this is going to affect you in particular. I've had this from quite a few clients where they say, oh, Amazon's not accepting my Spanish number. So yeah, unfortunately, Amazon check the VCS service, so the automatic invoicing service, against a website called VISE, which assesses if a number is available for cross-border transactions. If you have a local, this will show as invalid on there, or basically almost like it doesn't exist. So Amazon won't then use it as part of the automatic invoicing service. So again, it's quite a key thing there, because it then means that sellers may actually end up having to do manual invoicing. I've had a few of mine who, unfortunately, during the Christmas period had to do that, which they were sort of saying, is there any way we can expedite this? You know, because it's just meaning manual invoices every single day, which is a lot.
Yeah, definitely.
Of course, yeah.
And I think, as you mentioned, if you're having trouble with uploading, one resolution we always kind of suggest as a first initial is check the status. So when you first upload your VAT certificate, check that you've put local until we've then given it as an intra and we've activated it for you. And then you can change the status to intra. All the other VATs should be intra already, so you shouldn't have to worry there with the status. But yeah, with Spain, just double check that status there, and that should resolve it for you.
Yeah, if that doesn't work as well, a lot of the times we have to fully remove Spain from Amazon and then re-upload new as an intra, because sometimes it has like a glitch.
Yeah. But thank you very much for joining us. We really hope that you found this session beneficial. And if you've got any other questions, then there should be some contact details below, so please feel free to use those. But yeah, we'll be able to answer those questions through there. And we also will be doing these quarterly as well, so we can take any other questions onto the next quarterly broadcast as well. So please do join us for that. But thank you very much for joining this session.
Thank you.
Thank you, Abby, Chiara, and Alice. And to our viewers worldwide, I hope that was really informative for you all and answered all of your burning questions. As sellers, you have to stay up to date with the ever-changing marketplace industry in order to ensure continued success for your business. This last session is vital for you as an entrepreneur, regardless of how far along you are along the global e-commerce journey. In 10 minutes' time, Laura, Piero and Natalia will dive into Amazon's continued success in 2022 and will also discuss the rise of specialized marketplaces and how they have challenged the status quo.
Hi there, my name is Mike. I'm from AVASK, Head of Partnerships, and I'm here with Abraham. Abraham, how are you doing today?
Good.
So, you're a seller.
Yes.
What are you selling?
Private label.
Okay.
And we are selling in the United States, and we're trying to further our journey to international, to the UK, and to Germany.
Okay,
and
lovely.
hopefully we'll get further.
Absolutely fantastic. So, your 2023 goals are to diversify your business across borders.
Yes.
Across borders. How are you going to do that? Do you think?
Through AVASK.
You're going to do that? Oh,
Yes,
fantastic!
I actually started my journey already through AVASK.
Oh, fantastic. And how have you found the journey so far?
So far, it was very smooth.
Okay. And what part of the journey you on at the moment, and how have you done?
So I filed the application.
Okay.
And obviously, I didn't have all my paperwork.
Yeah.
But we're gonna get to it.
Okay, fantastic. So you're doing a VAT registration, is that correct?
Yes.
Okay, and which you're doing those, and have those been submitted? Those have been submitted now.
I submitted everything. I did not have a passport that's, but we're getting there. We're working on it.
Okay, absolutely fantastic. Okay
Yes.
then, and how did you find the service level, the quality?
Fantastic.
Okay, and who are you dealing with at AVASK?
So I'm dealing through Amazon to AVASK.
Okay.
Right.
Okay, so you're a part of their global VAT program.
Yes.
Fantastic. Okay, that's great. And what are your hopes for 2023? What are your goals?
I hope I could double my sales or triple it.
Oh, fantastic.
Yeah.
I'm sure that's absolutely going to be possible. So, what piece of advice would you give to any seller who is looking to expand their business across border?
They definitely should use AVASK.
Music to my ears.
They're known to be the most professional in the industry to getting a VAT service. And very helpful. I've heard.
Thank you so much. And if you were to sum up your journey so far, and if you were to put an idea onto what you want to do in the future, where would you say what's your future hold?
In what countries?
With your business.
We're trying to get it to a certain place, and hopefully we could sell it.
You're looking to exit, okay.
Eventually, hopefully.
Well, that's absolutely brilliant. So, when trading cross borders into the European territories, there are a couple of things that you need to bear in mind. So, the VAT is one element. The other element is getting your goods cleared across the UK-EU border and all of those things. So, I'm hoping that this journey will be continued for you, and I'm hoping that we can continue.
Likewise.
Absolutely. So, thank you very much for your time today.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Thank you very much.
Cheers. Hi there, it's Mike from AVASK here. I've been joined by Mike Shine, the Partner Development Manager here at Shipware. Mike, hi, how's it going?
Hey, how you doing? Thanks for having me.
Hey, it's no problems at all. So tell me, how does Shipware help e-commerce sellers?
Yeah, so we're a performance-based, data-driven company of former FedEx and UPS experts that help take a look at carrier agreements and their pricing structures and see where we can help. So we hire those experts that come from the carriers that know where all the excess margin lays with FedEx and UPS and others. And we take that with our proprietary technology, running a complementary analysis, and based on the thousands and thousands of agreements we've renegotiated, we know where a shipper should sit in the market. So where they should sit for their dimensional rates, their accessorial, their peak surcharges. So we mitigate the risk from the carriers in terms of those increases, and they're tremendous this year. They're published at 6.9%. When we're diving deeper, they're much higher.
Wow, that's amazing. Tom, so 2023 is set to be quite an interesting year.
Yeah.
Financially, it's going to be a little bit unstable, maybe a little bit challenging for some people.
Yeah.
What's your 2023 piece of advice that you're going to give to e-commerce sellers?
I would say for e-commerce sellers to have a company like Shipware take a look at their programs, see where they sit in the market, do a benchmarking analysis if they haven't done it previously, to take a look at what their agreements look like, see where they sit in the market. And a big thing today in terms of diversifying your carrier mix, looking at alternative, where your customers sit within the country or internationally. Maybe a regional consolidator makes sense. Maybe what zone we can take a look at a consolidator, regional carrier. So taking a look holistically at what your profile looks like and see what best practices you can implement to reduce your shipping costs, but also make it more efficient in terms of transit times and things like that.
Perfect, thank you. And
Thank you.
so how does the seller get in contact with you guys?
So you can reach out to Shipware. We have a website. My email is mshine@shipware.com. And then we can set you up with one of our senior level consultants that really can set up an introductory call, getting understanding of your profile and see if there's a fit. And then we would run a complimentary analysis of your program and see if there's opportunity for improvements.
That's perfect. Thanks very much, Mike. It's a pleasure to have you.
Appreciate it.
Yeah, have a chat with Shipware. They'll be able to help you diversify your shipping and help you to save some money, hopefully. So anything else, do contact AVASK. We can also assist with your cross-border sales strategy, and we can help you to also grow and expand your businesses cross-border. My name's Mike. Thanks very much for having me.
Thank you. Have a great day.
Cheers.
1, 2, 3, 4.
Hi, thank you for attending this session on our quarterly broadcast. In this session today, we'll be analyzing the marketplaces, what's changed in the past year, and what we expect to change in this quarter as well. Alongside my colleagues Pierre and Laura today, we'll be analyzing this, giving you some tips, and just going through some of the changes that happened. Obviously, 2022 was full of changes, so we'll be discussing them. But to start off 2023 with a good foot, we just started a promotion with our partner Getita, where you can get up to $7,000 in money towards AVASK services. So make sure to look at avaskgroup.com or any of our social media to find information on that. But if you are an Amazon seller and you want to get this towards AVASK's services, then please make sure to look. But I'll hand over to my colleagues just for a brief introduction, and then we'll go ahead and start.
Thank you.
Thank you, Natalia. So yes, at AVASK here, we have a long history with Amazon. So we've got a really good knowledge of all the ins and outs of how things work specifically with Amazon, but also other marketplaces as well. So what we're going to do today is give you some insights and tips that we've picked up, obviously, with our experience, because our goal really is to make our sellers and all listeners, more successful with e-commerce, taking into account what's happened in 2022 and all our insights that we can give you for 2023.
Amazing, thank you. Well, I think we'll go ahead and start with Amazon. Amazon is obviously the biggest marketplace that we always hear about, so we'll start analyzing them. So obviously we saw some changes in 2022 with their fulfillment centers. Some of them were open, and we expect a couple more to open this year. But Pierre, how has this affected some of your clients and the discussions that you're having right now with our clients?
Yeah, definitely. So obviously new fulfillment centers have opened in 2022. But the countries that have opened in are, for example, US, Mexico, Canada, Ireland, and Turkey. What it gives is the opportunity not just for consumers, but also sellers to, reach out to more clients, right? So, and on an Amazon Prime basis, which is the best thing for buyers. So as soon as more new fulfillment centers are open, the more your products are readily available. So we do expect more to open the next couple of years, including new continents as well. We expect especially Belgium and Netherlands being new markets to open up and becoming a lot more popular. And yeah, I think it's just a really, really good option for our sellers, especially, and for new clients as well, to really start thinking about new customer bases to hit.
Yeah, absolutely. Obviously, we've seen Ireland just open recently, and as you mentioned, Netherlands and Belgium are probably likely going to open this year. But how have you seen our European client maybe shift the way that they strategize and the way they fulfill in these countries?
Yeah, definitely. So sellers there's often a bit of confusion between actual marketplaces and storage facilities. So what we're seeing is actually a lot of interest, and sellers really enthusiastic about expanding and pushing their sales rather than just staying sort of static in the same country, which is great because the way that you can build on your business is like almost a copy and paste. Obviously, the thing that is not copy and paste is the language. So you need to make sure that you're translating. So what we're seeing is a lot of sellers that are excited about branching out, but need to take into consideration localization, which is really key. So even if you're selling in, for example, Mexico, and you already sell in Spain, it's not necessarily going to be the exact same vocabulary that you'll use or keywords that you'll use. So that's something that we're noticing a lot. And also looking at, as we said before, the different sort of language base and also logistics. So there's a lot of things to take into consideration when you are expanding to new markets.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, you've hit the nail on the spot there. It's localization, diversification. Although you are expanding into these new Amazon warehouses and 3PLs that are opening, do bear in mind that obviously you need to amend the way you strategize your business and localize it to that particular culture and that particular country. On the topic of Amazon, we saw Amazon's first hosted event in Seattle last September. Actually, Pierre and I had the chance to go. It was absolutely amazing. We saw lots of our clients attend. We saw lots of new potential clients attending. But Pierre, what would you say was the key benefit of attending some of these events now that COVID restrictions have finally eased? And would you recommend any of our viewers to attend some of these?
Absolutely right. As a tennis fan, first of all, I got to meet Venus Williams.
Nice.
I thought that was pretty cool. But yeah, we went to Seattle together, and I think the main thing about it is that Amazon really introduces new features for Amazon sellers to promote their products even more. Finally, COVID restrictions were lifted. So we had the chance of going to the US and meeting our best clients and meeting new, really large clients as well. And the best thing about these events, as I said, they introduce new tools, right? So there are new marketing capabilities tools, there's free-to-use shipping software and shipping rates as well, and then new features such as analytics that is really, really important for Amazon.
Amazing. Obviously, we said about Amazon events, but I know you went to a couple of other marketplaces events like Wish, and in Paris you went to a couple. Would you recommend that our clients attend these in 2023? What benefits could they maybe see from it?
Yeah, definitely. The events are so good to attend because not only do you get to meet new other sellers. So it could be, for example, a seller that's gone through the same steps as you and has actually exited their business, and you can learn so much. There's often workshops, and other marketplaces will actually do, have their own stand and actually do demos. So Pierre, you were talking about the different tools that they may introduce. So for example, there might be a marketplace that you've never heard of, and maybe your product is going to be particularly, successful on that marketplace, and therefore you can learn about that marketplace and learn actually how to use it with a demo with someone in person, which I think we're really missing. Obviously, from COVID, it's now so great that we can actually have that in-person interaction.
Absolutely. And I think that's it, is talking to other people in the same situation as you. You can connect with other sellers, learn from maybe their mistakes, the things that went well. So absolutely. Obviously, providers are always going to be at events, but meeting other sellers, I think, was the main thing about going to these events.
Yeah.
Right after the Amazon event, we also saw the first ever Prime early access sale, which was huge in October last year. Do we expect any of these other sales to happen? How have our clients strategized according to this? Maybe what should they plan ahead as well?
Yeah, definitely. I think it was such a success. And we've seen it quite a lot with our aggregator clients as well, using their brands and showing how their acquisitions have actually done really well on these sales campaigns. As you said, Prime Early Access, October 11th to 12th in 15 countries. And those are additional to Black Friday and Cyber Monday, which are very well known. And I think Amazon creates their own brand awareness as well by creating their own sales. Sale access. So from the trends that we've seen, actually, we've seen a couple of differences in which types of products do well on each day. So for Prime Early Access, it was mainly health and beauty on Amazon that did really well, whilst compared to Black Friday, is mainly home and kitchenware and home products. And whilst on Cyber Monday, being Cyber Monday, it's always a little bit of electrical appliances that tend to be the best.
Yeah, absolutely. I mean, even those three sales were back to back, and we still saw such a difference in terms of the products that sold the most. So obviously, do bear in mind, what products do you sell, which sale might be better for you, and how can our sellers get ready for these kind of sales? Because obviously, there's marketing, there's products there, but what would we say is the key thing to get in place before these sales happen again this year?
No, it's so important to definitely prepare your with your shipping partners, with your logistics partners as well. So you may be selling on Amazon and using Amazon FBA, for example, but if you are having sales across different platforms, because Amazon is doing this, but you're seeing independent sites and obviously other marketplaces will catch on and start pushing even more so, so that you don't just have the Q4, big sales. There'll be maybe more throughout the year. So definitely prepare your stock and make sure you have an alternative logistics. Sometimes with Amazon, you might be actually limited to a certain amount of products. And with these peak periods, if maybe, throughout this certain time, you're seeing less stock, you need to look at what is selling. As Piero said, there's certain products that will sell in specific times. So prepare or over prepare or use logistics or different programs that can actually give you more accurate readings as to how much stock you have left, so that you're then able to really, make the most of these sale periods.
Yeah, that's great insights. Obviously, the Chinese New Year has just gone past, and we all know that stock was the main topic of the week. So obviously, having maybe a 3PL where you could drip feed from that 3PL to your Amazon warehouse is probably the best option here, especially when it comes to these high periods. It's seasons of sale, whether it's during these Prime Early Access or even seasonal products. So definitely we can look into options of that. Every country has options aside from Amazon's FBA warehouse. So there are strategies that we can put in place. Obviously, we've touched up on Amazon, but there are other marketplaces rising quite fast that we've seen very popular with our sellers. Pierre, you speak to a lot of US and UK sellers. What have you seen are the marketplaces that are rising, and maybe we should keep an eye out this year to maybe integrate to that and steer away a bit more aside from Amazon, have other options?
Yeah, I think diversification is the key, right? So we've spoken with the US, the North American market is still the biggest one in the world, and Amazon US is so dominant. However, it's almost like a duopoly, thinking about it, because it's Amazon, Walmart being the biggest company in the world, and then you have your niche products on Etsy, and then electronics on Best Buy. Those are the major 4 marketplaces. Whilst in the UK and Europe, we've seen very different trends on maybe not just buyer trends, but actually seller trends on where they want their products to be on. Looking at the UK, you're looking at specialized marketplaces. For example, for toys, Smith's Toys has become really, really big. On Q4, their sales go stratospheric simply because it's Christmas period. For DIY, you for B&Q, you have a Spanish marketplace, Mano Mano, coming over to the UK as well. You have Zalando for fashion and Wayfair for furniture and homeware. So there is a genuine thought process for the UK whether a specialist marketplace can be beneficial for your products. There's also new marketplaces, right? Some very interesting ones, considering even ITV, which is a major TV broadcast in the UK. They've launched their own marketplace called Our Planet Woo, and that's very targeted to Generation Z buyers. So those specialized marketplaces maybe are better for you because you have this type of product that's really, really suits them. And how does that model, will that change in the US as well? I think the US is so developed for Amazon and Walmart, but I think in Europe we're seeing really, really new trends, and there's always some competition coming for Amazon as well. One of the best things that probably happened over the past year is TikTok is becoming more and more popular in the UK. They've launched their own fulfillment centers, and they're called Fulfilled by TikTok, FBT in short. But I think that marketplace is going to grow bigger and bigger by the second.
Amazing. Thank you. Obviously, you've touched on some great points there. It's what generation applies to your products, maybe target them according to the marketplace. What products do you sell? Obviously, we've seen Amazon as a whole, but there are marketplaces out there that specialize particularly in certain categories. So make sure that you're focusing on them in this new year. The principle of expansion is the same thing. It's just diversification and making sure you have things on different marketplaces. Just make sure you get a wider audience. But we focus on the US and the UK. We obviously also help sellers in Europe. And I know, Laura, you speak to a lot of European clients. What marketplaces have you seen expanding a bit more in Europe? What are we seeing in the trends are?
So you have, in the same way in the US that you have obviously different marketplaces, but obviously on a language point, it's all in English. So within Europe, you have actually specific platforms that are specific to countries. And you might find that, for example, Amazon obviously is huge also in Europe, but if you look at marketplaces like Allegro is actually more popular than Amazon.pl, which launched fairly recently. But it's really interesting to look at, because if you're looking to sell a certain product and maybe you think, oh, Amazon Poland is not that popular, I'm not going to bother. But actually Allegro or Allegro.pl is really popular, then maybe you're missing out on something that you would, you could be missing out on a huge market there. So you're looking at also, you've got specific ones in each country. So you've got Cdiscount in France. But another thing to look at is actually the seller fees, because some sellers notice that maybe, Amazon has a certain point of seller fees, but maybe Cdiscount can have more. So just because it's outside of Amazon, it doesn't mean it's going to be, necessarily cheaper to sell for you. And we've also seen Moravia launch in Spain, which is actually launched by Alibaba. And looking at Wish as well is trying to change the way that it's looked at, because often it's associated with cheap products. So they're also looking at quicker logistics, higher quality. And I think it comes to, the whole conversation around environment and, long-standing products as opposed to, cheap and fast fashion as well. I'm sure we've all seen the protests of, environmental protests around the world. So it's becoming a much more bigger conversation. We're looking at responsible brands and how brands are actually, taking responsibility for the environment. Obviously, we had earlier today the session with EPR. It's not a conversation that's going away. And I think in 2023, we're just going to see more and more, responsible or brands held accountable, if you like, for their impact on the environment.
Yeah, absolutely. Great, thank you. Obviously, we've spoken a lot about Amazon, the new warehouses that they're going to open this year. We've seen events happen more and more in 2022 when we expect more to happen in 2023. We recommend that our sellers do attend any of these events just to get some ideas from other sellers, bounce off any ideas, strategies that might be good to implement for your own business. Aside from Amazon, we're seeing lots and lots of marketplaces come up. Marketplaces like Wish, we know that have taken on the feedback from their customers and have changed the way that they market. They know exactly what the customer wants, so they're going to make sure that they're changing everything possible to assist them. We are going to still be here in the session, so if anyone does have any questions on anything that we've spoken about or anything we can help you with, then please leave a message on the text and we'll be answering those. And then we do have a session after this, so do stay tuned because there's more information to come. Great, so we've got one on the screen right now. It says, I want to expand into Sweden and Switzerland. How can I do this? What about European economic areas?
So in Sweden, I'm just going to start. Just one thing to take into account in Sweden is you have, similar to other EU countries, you have the VAT requirement, depending on if you're storing in that country. But you also have an additional requirement called chemical tax, which is similar to EPR. So we look at it as a bit of an eco tax, if you like. So when you're expanding into Sweden, take that into account. If you're selling electronic products or any products that you think might fall into that category, then just make sure you're aware of that before launching. Switzerland obviously is outside of that. So any sales that are going into Switzerland from Europe or from the UK, from US anyway, it's going to be an export. So you need to look at what kind of agreement that you're looking to set up with your consumer, whether you're happy for them to pay the import costs, or if you want to have a shipping setup where all those costs are taken care of and the product just goes straight to the consumer. So these are the kinds of things that you need to be looking at when you're expanding into those two countries. I don't know if there's anything you guys want to
No, that's exactly it. Obviously, Sweden has taken on the requirement of just making sure that the environment is taken care of. So they've got the additional tax that you need to take into consideration. Yeah. I think we just got another question comes through. So just wondering how to change packaging language requirements if shipping to Germany from the other EU countries. Great point.
Yeah, I'll take this on. I think it becomes essential. A lot of 3PL solutions will help you out with this one, simply because what happens is, especially when you're expanding the business, the requirements, your product compliance has to be agreed for all the countries that you want to sell your product into. So a lot of 3PL solutions will do translation services and help you with your product packaging translations. What I would normally recommend for any business that's actually expanding into the EU, whether they start with one country or many, to have the product translated already and have those SKUs set up accordingly for each country as well.
Yeah, because it's not just a listing, obviously, on the marketplace. You also have to take into consideration the packaging. And we always go back to the same thing. Google Translate is not good enough. No. It does not take into consideration culture. So do use an expert to obviously take these languages into the culture that you're moving into and making sure that you respect the way that obviously that particular country speaks.
Definitely.
So we've got Andrew. Hi, AVASK. I'm looking to diversify my business. So he's currently storing in Germany and selling on Amazon. What marketplaces would you recommend for expansion? Well, I mean, already if you're selling on Amazon, you should definitely look at the Gatita promotion because that could be applicable for you. You can get up to $7,000 towards AVASK services. And what marketplaces would you guys recommend that Andrew expands into?
So obviously in Germany you have the surrounding countries that are German speaking. So you have like bol.com, you have Allegro, as I mentioned, in Poland, which is often used by German speakers. There's also the option of selling on your own website. So you can do that through Shopify and through other apps that actually allow you to set up your own website.
I think it's very product specific as well.
Yes.
Let's say, for example, in Germany, where you're fashion, you go straight to Zalando.
Yeah.
You have options with Amazon as well. Let's say, giving the opportunity of getting Polish and Czech VAT numbers, your Amazon fulfillment costs does become lower. So instead of maybe diversifying your product and getting it out there, it might be worth for you to make that Amazon fulfillment cost cheaper. So it's all about your product cost analysis, understanding how much is it that you want to save, how much do you want to make. If it's about diversifying, going to other marketplaces, I'll definitely look at Otto, Kaufland. Those are main marketplaces in Germany. But again, it's very specific to the type of product that you do.
Exactly. And if they're already translating all the listings for Amazon, what better thing to do than expand into other markets? So definitely.
100%.
Yeah.
100%.
Great. We'll see if we have any other questions.
What platforms allow sales of bird feed, e.g. worms? Amazon does not. So Amazon does have some restrictions on food products, live products. I guess you'd have to find a very specific platform that allows that kind of sale. But when you are selling those products, again, it's not, you haven't specified where you're selling them into, but you will have specific certificates. If you're selling anything, that is living, or anything that actually contains animal products. So it's not only the certificates to actually sell in that country, but actually to bring them in. So if you're importing, let's say, for example, from the US into the UK or into Europe with live products, or products that contain animal or plant ingredients, you do need to double check on one, the certificates, and two, if you have to have anything at the import, at the entry to the country.
Yeah, to that I would say it's very important that you're storing within the country that you want to sell into. For example, I know for a fact that very likely with bird feed, because it's more of a DIY thing, it's used for that type of thing. B&Q, the new B&Q marketplace, Mano marketplace, those are possibilities. But I understand the limitation that there may be, especially with live feed.
Yeah, absolutely. So in terms of scaling a business, would you recommend prioritizing advertising for established business models, or risking capital on a new logistics system to facilitate a new platform such as Shopify? I mean, it obviously depends. This is going to be an opinion-based question. In my personal opinion, and what we've seen from our clients, is diversify into platforms such as Shopify. Amazon is saturated at the end of the day, so we do tend to see people expand into other markets, and Shopify is one of the best ones because the competition is not as high. You have the capabilities of making it your own. And when you're looking for particular products, you might go into these kind of websites rather than Amazon.
Yeah, in my particular opinion, I'd say it's all about what matters to you more. Is it your growth of your own brand awareness, making the brand so much bigger and making it well known? Then the Shopify route becomes really important, because people, like your customers, are coming to you to buy your own product from your own website. But if you care about sales, if you want to get the volume, if you want to get money in, I would definitely go for the advertising option, because PPC is by far the most complicated and most important part of Amazon. The higher you are in your listing, the better your chance of selling the products. I personally am not, as an Amazon Prime consumer, I don't tend to go on to listing 2, listing 3, or listing 4. I'm more about, okay, what's the fastest there?
Well, they say that's the best place to hide a body, isn't it? Page 2 on the search. So,
absolutely.
I mean, it's definitely, like you said, what do you care most about? But you have to remember that we're looking at, new consumers that are not necessarily just going to Amazon. They might see your product on Amazon and search it on Google, and then, try and find a better price. So you know, you have to look at strategy here, and I think the points that you raise is really clear there. Yeah.
Yeah, and I think the point there about the branding is such a good point. Do you want to market your brand once you have a Shopify account, or do you want to market the products in your Amazon account? So it's depending what you want to do.
It's about sales. Like how much is it, volume or is it fame?
Yeah,
sort of thing.
Exactly. What events do you recommend for sellers to attend this year?
Oh, great question.
Again, I know we go into specifics. It depends what products you sell. I mean, Piera just went to an expo yesterday on toys. So obviously, if you want to sell toys, and there are particular events for toys. Amazon Accelerate, if you are on Amazon, was huge. The information that they gave you there, the sellers that you meet is extraordinary. I would definitely recommend. It does depend where you are located. So maybe start small and then expand further abroad. So if you go to your local events first, try and get a grasp of where those sellers have been to, what they would recommend as well, because who better to tell you which events to go to than the other sellers, and then maybe go abroad and look at wider events, bigger events. But that would be my personal opinion. Start small and then start expanding.
Yeah,
I don't know
definitely.
about.
I think those networking events are so important. I've thoroughly enjoyed the networking events because you kind of understand what the sellers are thinking, what are the trends coming from there and their thought process. Like one very good example I went to this event, and this particular seller was talking to me about why they don't sell on Amazon, but they sell pretty much on any other marketplace because their products have more success on those. And those kind of conversations you don't necessarily have at big events, because at big events you have providers and you have sellers. You go to the show that's going on, the speakers and the talks, and you maybe speak to some of the providers on the help that you need and the
But it's those events that make you think of other ideas. I see a lot of sellers writing down so many ideas while they're at events because they get all this information and they want to use it. So I think definitely attend some of the events now that COVID's not around as much. But obviously, don't invest, just like we were saying about before. Where should you invest your money? Start small and then scale up.
Exactly.
But anything that you've seen as well?
I would say it depends what you're looking for. So some events will have loads of workshops where you have like a group of people, and then that's great because after you finish that workshop, you can speak with like-minded sellers who are also interested in, could be different PPC solutions or different, pieces of advice that you wouldn't necessarily see if you just Google it, for example. But then you have, I think the smaller events are really, really good because they allow you to have that in-depth, discussion and really like build your enthusiasm. It is a difficult sort of industry to be in, I think, for a lot of sellers. So having that community where you can actually build relationships and, rely on different people's advice and feedback back and forth to improve your own sales, I think is really nice.
Great. And we'll move on to the next question. Are there any trends that e-commerce sellers should be looking out for in 2023? I mean, a lot. We've talked about marketplaces, we talked about diversification, but we are seeing a lot of specific ways of marketing. So we've seen some stores doing like try-on. So you buy a t-shirt and you want to try it on. They have all these interfaces where you can try it on, see how it looks, see if the color fits. So there's all these techniques that are coming out slowly that I think is going to be the trend. And of course, we've spoken about eco as well. The sustainability is key right now, and we're seeing more and more products being steered towards sustainability. So that's the trends that I'm seeing with my clients. But
for me, it's two main ones. Like Natalia said, the eco one, it's so important. I think there's a serious trend on finding the product that you want, but the best one for the environment. The second one, which everyone is talking about, is the AI side of things. ChatGPT is what everyone is talking about. It gives you this opportunity to really be creative without the high cost. So I think we're going to see that trend go over and over again and get better and better. And I think we're going to see some amazing products over the next year or so.
And like you were saying, Natalia, actually testing that product. So it could be cosmetics, could be, clothing. But we've seen huge improvements in technologies and actually, I think almost trying to replace that, brick and mortar. You go into the shop, you feel the product, you see how it looks on. It's trying to replicate that online, and I think it is doing really well. And so if you are, looking to improve your sales and your customer experience, that is definitely something you can't ignore in 2023.
And I think as well, with the rise of costs these days, I think we're seeing more and more people utilizing ways of paying for things. So the pay now, or try the clothes on now and pay later.
Yes.
There's different ways of paying for it. So the more options you give your buyers, the better in that sense for the customer experience. Can you register me for VAT in Bulgaria? So we cover a range of services. Obviously, VAT is our core business. Bulgaria is not a country that we service on right now, but you can sell in Bulgaria using OSS. So it's a new system that was implemented in July 2021 that allows you from one country sell into all 27 EU countries. So you're not restricted. You might not even need VAT in Bulgaria. You actually only need it if you're storing your products there.
Yeah.
And Amazon doesn't have a fulfillment center there. Maybe your other specialist marketplaces do, but obviously you just need VAT if you're storing in that country. So maybe have a chat with us, JP, and we can assess your situation because you might not even need it, and OSS might be exactly what you need. So I think that's all the questions for today, but thank you for attending. This broadcast will be every quarter so we can analyze any new trends, answer any of your questions. There is a session after this, so make sure to stay tuned. And of course, we do still have the Gatita promotion where you can get up to $7,000 towards our services if you're selling on Amazon. So have a look at our website, have a look at our social media, and we'll be able to help. Any last points?
No, that's it from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Talia.
Good afternoon, everyone. Thank you very much for tuning in over the course of the day into the Global E-Commerce Unlocked by AVASK. Thank you to everyone kind of who has been listening. Also, thank you to all of my colleagues and our guest, Michael, who have joined us in today's sessions. The purpose that we want to do these sessions, and we're going to be running them quarterly, is really just to get the message out there in terms of what's been happening in the market. You know, we've had various different things going on today. We've been discussing customs, you know, how you can import and export your goods, best practices, what people are seeing in the market, what people can avoid in the market. We've also accounting, what, you know, things people are doing wrong, where people get themselves into trouble because of, you know, things that aren't being done correctly, and kind of everything in between. So, you know, that's really the purpose. We're trying to get the message out there. We speak to people day in, day out. We get to relay our message, but doing broadcasts like this, we get to relay it to more people at once. And hopefully you are able to take some information and you're really able to use that to, you know, potentially put it into your business plan, and you know then how you're going to move forward. Or potentially you've got a current issue that you're facing that actually now you've listened to this broadcast, you know AVASK are able to help you, or someone that AVASK is working with is able to help you, and you can really kind of, you know, sort out your business and get to where you need to be and get to where you want to be in 2023. Because, you know, we're looking at the whole of the next year. We want to grow as a business. We want to grow. We want all of our clients to grow, and it's a collective contribution. So yeah, thank you very much for joining. One thing I did want to mention is AVASK are going to be running a scale series. So it's a scale seller series. So we're going to be doing some more events. These are going to be in-person events. There's a few dates that I wanted to list and a few locations. So we've got Los Angeles, we've got Vancouver, Toronto, New York, Miami. So, you know, spreading across the US. So if you are based in the US, please be looking out for those. That'll be over the start of the year. So that'll be coming up in the next few months or so. So please do look after that. And yeah, if you can make it, we would love to see people there. We've also got London, Manchester, Paris, Madrid, Milan, Berlin. So these are all going to be kind of different sessions, different dinners, etc. So, you know, keep an eye on our website, keep an eye on the emails that we're sending out if you've signed up to our email campaigns, because we will be sending information kind of about these different events that are going on. So yeah, lastly, I just wanted to say you can contact AVASK via the different links, and there should be a little banner with an email inquiries inbox where you can reach out to us on Instagram. You can visit avaskgroup.com. You've got direct links where you can give us a call, you can send inquiries, and many different methods to be able to contact AVASK. So, you know, we really hope that you've found use for this broadcast, and it's been useful to you, and we hope to hear from you soon. And many thanks.